very good morning to all our viewers and welcome to our live coverage of the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships for 2026 brought to you by HNB. This is the day one action live from the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex on none other than Sri Lanka's number one sports channel, ThePapare. And with me in commentary is Sitara. Very good morning.
Good morning everyone, happy to be here.
Yes, set for 5 days of scintillating action on these Sugathadasa waters as 1,312 athletes from 172 teams have put their names in, and it's a crucial meet for most of them, isn't it?
It is. This meet this time will be considered for an international event, so I think all the swimmers are eager to show what they've got.
Yes, certainly. And taking a look at conditions, slightly sunny here, but a bit cooler than what we've been accustomed to over the last week or so. 27 degrees at the moment with a steady breeze, and hopefully it stays that way throughout the day, isn't it, Sitara?
Yes, considering the events and the weather that has been in Colombo, I think all the swimmers will want it not to be too sunny, considering they have 400 meters starting today.
It's definitely 42 events set on the day one agenda, which we will bring to your screens shortly after this commercial break.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's number one sports channel. Sri Lanka's number one sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and thepapare.com.
Schools Rugby is back. The Dialog Schools Rugby Knockouts 2026 ignites the season. Defending dreams or shattering rivals? Who's claiming glory in 2026? Watch the action live on Dialog Television, Dialog Play, and thepapare.com. Schools Rugby Unleashed.
Haye Paharabal. දියුණු කඩුළු දවා ගැනීම. මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play app එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on thepapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙළිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න. රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නවමන්න. සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක් ඉටීම් හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And he's out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
Schools Rugby is back. The Dialog Schools Rugby Knockouts 2026 ignites the season. Defending dreams or shattering rivals? Who's claiming glory in 2026? Watch the action live on Dialog Television, Dialog Play, and ThePapare.com. Schools Rugby Unleashed.
Haye Paharwal. දියුණු කඩුළු දවා ගැනීම. මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play App එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 278ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙලිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න. රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නරඹන්න. සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක් ETV හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026.
Welcome back, everyone. We're just moments away from our first event of the day. We're starting out with the girls under 13 400 meter freestyle. 2 heats set to come your way, and the current record for this meet at 5 minutes and 22.11 seconds. It's Dinali Karunadasa, established way back in 2018. So quite an old record. And hopefully couple of these girls will challenge for that. But it's great, isn't it, Sitara? Under 13 swimming 400 meters. That's 8 laps, I believe.
It is, Nathan. I think these are one of the few events that you have to force yourself into swimming, because it's a middle distance event, but it's still quite painstaking when you have to count the 8 lengths all by yourself and you're all in your mind. But the girls are off, and I think in this heat, ThePapare is holding the fastest time of 5.27 seconds. So yeah, let's hope the girls pace this out properly and use their underwaters and their turns.
Yes, a full pool for this heat in lane order from lane number 1, Rishini Kumarage, Liara Abegunaratna, Sanumi Nehansa, ThePapare, SAD Tashanya, Juliana Pereira, Kenudi Jayasundara, and Tarni Aberatna. And yes, for these longer swims, Sitara, the turns and those underwaters are quite important, isn't it? Especially for your energy conservation, and sometimes that little boost you get off the wall can really help you out.
It truly is, and at this age, I think the adrenaline really kicks in at that start, so you really don't want to push too much where you wear out towards the end, and then the first 100 is basically that adrenaline rush, but in the third 100 is where you can see who's really pacing this out and thinking it through.
Yes, certainly. And coming towards the end of the first 100, it is the swimmer in lane number 3, that's Sanumi Nehansa, swimming for Lyceum International School, Panadura. That has a slight advantage, but still.
Very closely held by lane number 6 and lane number 5 as well. I think it's a pretty close first place. However, there are 2 heats which we have to take into consideration.
So quite a slow start for them. I think they're trying to pace it. So that's great that they have that level of maturity, isn't it? Because like you said, it's quite easy to let that adrenaline rush and then exert all your energy in your first 3 to 4 laps.
It is. And I think the girls are trying their best to keep up their paces. But right now they are going into their second 100, which is very important. You don't want to wear out, and you definitely want to take those underwaters to at least the 5 meter.
And Liara Abegunaratna has taken the lead in lane number 2 at that last turn, and lane number 3 still closely following Nehansa, and so is Pereira in lane number 6. So 3 of those swimmers going neck and neck for now.
Yes, Nathan, and considering the fact that these are time finals and the girls will only have to be swimming this once, I think they're giving it their 110%.
Yes, certainly. And looking at the seeded times, these set of girls do have the better timings compared to their counterparts in the second heat to come. So perhaps the better timings in this race could see few of them challenge for those medals as well come the end of the day.
Yes, Nathan. So going into the third 100, we can see lane number 5 and lane number 3 pulling it through. And this is the most important 100 in a 400, because you need to learn to pace it and try to take your 3x3 breathing.
So and that's exactly what lane number 2 is doing. Liara Abegunaratna, you can see good pattern that she's maintaining with her breathing and with her strokes, but this continues to be a 3-horse race come the end of that 50 as well.
Definitely, and I think at this under 13 level, the 3 of them are really pushing it through this third 100 into their last 100, holding it through, kicking really hard. So let's see what they have to show us in that last 100.
This looks like lane number 5 is losing a bit of pace coming into that last 100, but still lanes 2 and 3, I think it's great that they're in the parallel lanes to each other. They're just pushing each other on, keeping each other company, and that's important too, isn't it, Sitara? Don't want to be swimming alone. You can lose track of your pace when that happens.
Definitely, and I think it's very important to have that competition and force yourself to push through that last 100. And considering the fact that these 2 swimmers are neck and neck, I think it really helps for them to push their PBs as well.
Yes, lanes 2 and 3 came in with seeded times of 5:54.03 and 5:42.06 respectively. And certainly the way things are going, if they can maintain this pace and they can push on a bit in that last 50, they will be able to better those qualifying times. Lane number 4, surprisingly, has fallen far behind Netra Piris. Came in with the best seeded time of 5:27.52, but perhaps just hasn't had the swim that she wanted.
I think yes, and lanes 2 and 3 neck and neck. They're almost at the finish line. I think the adrenaline really hits in this last 50, and they're going to try definitely not to take their 2x2 breathing and finish that 25 off really strong.
They are neck and neck going into that last 25. Just over 5 minutes on the clock. 5:22 is the current meet record. Both of them still swimming neck and neck into that last stretch. Lanes number 2 and 3, and I think it's lane number 3, Sanumi Nehansa, touching at just about 5:16.86 on our unofficial timings. And Sitara, our first race of this national age group aquatic champs, and we potentially have our first new meet record.
That's very impressive considering that actually both lane 2 and 3 broke the record held by a national swimmer, Dinali Karunadasa. So the future swimming is really, really thriving, I would say, wouldn't you, Nathan?
Yes, certainly. It's great to see, especially in these younger age groups, Sitara, because they're the ones in these meets that have the highest ceiling. Probably the first national championship for most of these young girls and boys. And if they're already challenging those record-breaking numbers, certainly have a very bright future ahead of them. Sanumi Nehansa and Liarabe Gunaratna have really impressed us. And pending an official confirmation, we have our first new national record, or new meet record rather. Now moving on into the second heat of 2. Just the 3 swimmers this time. Dulansa Vijayatunga, KRG Virakon and MAVL De Silva. Best time in among 3 of them is by Virakon in lane number 4 with 6 minutes 28.16 seconds.
So I think there's a 4th swimmer, maybe a cheat swimmer, that has come into this heat. But hopefully these girls compete with the first heat, which is relatively difficult considering. But I think they should give it their all and pace their 400 wisely.
Yes, certainly can try and better their seeded time. You can't judge someone by their seeded time, isn't it, Sitara? It's all down to how you manage yourself on the day, and there's a lot more pressure on you, especially in a meet of this caliber, and that sometimes can come back to bite you. So it's
Definitely
all about your
not.
performance on the day, isn't it?
Definitely not. I think seeded timings are just so that the entry process is a lot easier. But these girls can definitely push. I mean, at this under 13 level to even enter for a 400 meter freestyle is an achievement on its own. So let's see and hope that they push through this 400.
Certainly, and definitely not their first 400 meter race as well. I think they'd have to come through the novices and then the intermediates to even make it to a national championship. So even at this young age, they already have 2-3 meets under their belt in this 400 meter freestyle, and certainly a very bright future ahead of most of them if they can continue, and they do choose to continue on this aquatic sports path.
So we have lane 4, KRG Virakon pulling through, going into her second 100 in a pole position. So I'm hoping that these girls keep pacing and keep their breathing and underwaters correctly, and yeah.
It's lanes number 4 and lane number 6 with a bit of a lead now, leaving 3 and 5 slightly behind, coming towards the end, the first lap of that second 100 meters, and it is lane number 4, that's Virakon, who's in with the advantage.
And close behind her we have lane number 6 still pulling through. I think the girls are going into their third 100, which again is the most important 100 in a 400. So they'll want to keep their stamina up by that 100 and push through.
So certainly, and now the gap just getting bigger and bigger for Virakon in lane number 4. It's been an excellent swim from her so far. Hopefully, she can finish it off properly. She's representing the Sinigama Aquatic Club. And now quite some distance between her and the rest of the competition. Closely followed though by that unnamed entry in lane number 6. And yes, this is Virakon's race to lose now.
I think going into this third 100, all 4 girls must be pushing through. It's a very tough 100 to swim after swimming the first 200. And I'm sure that the girls are pushing through and trying to keep their breathing intact.
Yes, just tell us how important breathing is, Sitara, especially for a long distance race.
So an event like the 400 meter freestyle, it's all about pacing and making sure you don't burn out by the first 200, because the third 100 is always the hardest to push, but it's also the most important because it differentiates you between the swimmers that didn't and that did. And these underwaters are also very important because, as you know, Nathan, I think you move faster underwater, so if you don't take advantage of that, it's just the swimmer that does will obviously push through. So I think these swimmers do know that. I mean, they are swimming a 400 meters under 13, so I'm sure their coaches would have told them to make maximum use of those little things that will push them through.
Yes, certainly any advantage that you can get, you should grab it with both hands. And that's exactly what coaches must be training these young kids to do, and that's exactly how they'll be able to progress in future as well. Just on the day 1 agenda, we'll have the 400 meter freestyle timed finals all the way until the open category. Then will be followed by the 50 meter breaststrokes, and then the 200 meter breaststrokes, and the 100 meter fly to round off proceedings on day 1. 5 days of action, isn't it, Sitara?
Indeed, I think these swimmers really will have entered for multiple events as well, so I think they need to hydrate themselves, especially with the weather, and keep fit during these 5 days. And Virakon is pulling through. I think her splits are amazing considering the fact that she's basically swimming alone in this heat, but she's up her last 50.
It's just under 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock as she takes her last turn and gets into the last 50. Virakon. Next best is that unnamed entry in lane number 6, but unfortunately those entries in lanes number 3 and 5 have just fallen away towards the second half of this race.
Coming to this last 25, Nathan, I think it's very important that the girls try to take as least amount of breaths that they can. I mean, it's definitely difficult because you've been swimming for 350 meters, obviously, but I think the girls will push through considering the fact that this is a time final and they need to fight for their position.
This last stretch now for Virakon, and she touches it with just about 6:13 and a few micros on the clock, which is a few seconds better than her seeded time of 6:28. So regardless of the overall result, a great outcome personally for her.
I think it's a PB for most of these girls, which is an achievement on its own, considering the fact that a second is a huge improvement in swimming, and they've dropped by more than a few, so congratulations to them.
So as you have a look at the replay of that race, really dominated by Virakon from start to finish. No real trouble for her, got that lead early on, and then paced herself well to finish it off and finish top of her heat. Now we move on to our second event of the day, the boys under 13 400 meter freestyle, and the current meet record for this particular event, also set back in 2018 by Shavin Vikramaratne, a time of 5 minutes 9.29 seconds, and 6 entries rather into this first heat in lane order. From lane number 2, BD Kirihena, Setun Rajapaksha, Senura Themika, Darish Sadish, Dakesh Sahojit and Rivinu Silva occupying lanes through to 7.
I think based off the seed time, Nathan Darish Sadis has a very close time to the record, so I'm sure he's pushing through to break that.
Yes, and so there's Senura Temika also swimming for Lyceum International School Panadura. Has a good seeded time alongside Darish Sadish. Straight away coming towards the end of that first 100. It is lane number 5, Sadish, who has a body length or two between him and the rest of the chase in pack, and looks like he's just pulling away, but can he pace himself properly will be the important question. If he is to can he maintain this pace and stroke rate throughout the rest of the 300 meters.
Hitting a 111 under 13 for their first 100 of a 400 is very impressive. I think this boy has probably trained for his 400 and he's coming here to show us all what he's got.
So Sadish swimming for Cyclone Aquatic. Certainly now piling on the advantage. Now has quite the distance between him and the rest of the chase in pack. A bit of a hold up for second place in lanes 6, 7 and 8. But Sadish is breezing through this boys under 13 400 meter. Just under 2 minutes on the clock and already coming towards the end of his second 100.
Definitely, and I think for second place, Setun Rajapaksa is giving a very good fight to lane number 6, Dakesh Sahojit. So I think this heat is also a very fast heat compared to the second heat, hopefully. But I think the boys should keep competing and keep fighting again since it's a time final.
So Sadish really pushing through now. Excellent technique as well from him, isn't it, Sitara?
I mean, definitely, as you saw, his third 100, which is where a lot of fatigue kicks in, he definitely finished his 5 meters underwater, which is very important in this 400 meter swim. And I think he's really pulling through in his 300, showing us that you really do need to pace it in your head as well, but you need to give it your 110%.
So now just clear waters in front of him and behind him, Darish Sadish. Just under 3 minutes on the clock. He's about to take his next turn.
And we have Setun Rajapaksa coming in, securing his second place. I would say he's trying to pull through and maybe pace it a little better since he's hopefully secured his second place by now.
So Rajapaksa under some pressure though from those in the far lanes. Just if he can maintain his pace, Setun Rajapaksa swimming for Lyceum International School Nugegoda, the youngest swimmer in this skeet as well. A year younger than the rest of the boys on the water. So for his first time, definitely an excellent attempt.
We have Darish going into his last 100. I think he's going in very strong. He's still hitting those 5 meter underwaters and he's still breathing 2 by 2, but it seems to be going with his rhythm. So if he can do it, he can prove to us that anyone can.
His clock just ticks over the 4 minute mark. Has about 75 meters left. Current meet record sits at 5 minutes and 9.29 seconds. Certainly if he can just push on in that last 50 meters, I think a good underwater and a good turn off the wall will help him to push as close as possible to that record. And what a start it would be if we can have 2 national records broken, Sitara, in just our first 2 events. Age group records rather.
Definitely, I think he definitely knows how much he needs to push, and I'm sure his coach must be screaming from outside. So let's see whether he makes us proud.
It's into the last 25 now and just pushing on. You can see how much effort he's putting into those strokes. Darish Sadish into that final stretch now. National record, age group record rather, beckoning for him. And yes, he touches just under 5 minutes on our unofficial timings. And that for sure, Sitara, is our second meet record that we've seen broken in just our second event. What a swim it's been from Darish Sadish.
Very impressive. I mean, I think the caliber of the swimming coming up is so impressive. And that's just a sign to all the younger swimmers that they all have their chance as soon as they start qualifying novices and intermediates and come to age groups and continue thereafter. And in second place, we have a very close swim from lane 8, lane 7 and lane 6.
Just taking a look at Sadish's swim there. Took that lead in the first 100, as you can see, and after that there was no looking back for him. Picked up the pace when he needed to, and has tumbled an 8-year-old record at this National Age Group Championships.
And we have Setun Rajapaksa who came in second. I'm sure he also bettered his time, which is very impressive for these young swimmers.
Yes, definitely, and certainly in contention for that silver medal, Rajapaksha. And there was a close tussle, I think, for the bronze in lanes 6, 7 and 8.
Yes, and we also have another heat, so we'll wait until that finishes. But I think these young swimmers are really showing us how much that the work that they put in at this age, and it's really showing off. Already 2 records broken unofficially.
Yes, certainly. Second heat, though, just the 3 entries on available to us. Sohas Samaravira, M. Ulfat and Nehansa Veerakkodi. But looks like that second heat won't be happening, Sitara. Quite unfortunate. I think we are moving straight into the girls under 15 400 meter freestyle.
Yes, and in lane 1 we have Disali Lokuvithana. Lane 2 we have GTR Mendis. Lane 3 we have Midi Piyasena. Lane 4 we have Inuli Senanayaka. Lane 5 we have Megumi Kularatna. Lane 6 we have Tenuki Suvasinghe. Lane 7 we have Kiara Ranepura. And lane 8 we have Janali Veera Singhe.
It's quite unfortunate that a couple of those entries had to pull out from the boys under 13. But yes, like I said, we are into the girls under 15 and starting off with a full pool. Best seeded time is by Inuli Senanayaka from Lyceum Panadura. 5 minutes and 14.02 seconds. And the current meet record for this particular event, a fairly new one, established just last year by Rushali Disanayaka, the timing of 4 minutes and 48.61 seconds.
Indeed, and I think these girls are off to a very good start. All of them are pretty much neck and neck, but you can't really tell by the first 100 because again the adrenaline really kicks in off that start block.
Certainly, and looks like these swimmers are trying to pace themselves. You can see they're not putting in their full effort, which is the correct thing to do, isn't it, Sitara, in the first couple of hundreds?
It is. It's to make sure that you don't let the adrenaline push you through the first 100 and then the fatigue kick in by the second. So I think these girls are really showing that they are under 15 swimmers who have been swimming for a while and trying to pace this out to their strengths.
It's currently lead held by lanes number 3 and closely followed by lane number 7. I think that's Piyasena and Ranepura. But yes, still into that second 100, all 8 swimmers fairly close.
Yes, I think Kiara Ranepura is really pushing from Museus College, and the girls are going into their second 100 and they are still pacing, and hopefully they make full advantage of their underwaters.
Yes, that's on your screen. Lane number 7, Ranepura. But lane number 3 is the first to that next turn, and lane number 5 has made up some good ground as well. Megumi Kularatna swimming for Lyceum Vattala.
I think considering the fact that this is a time final and these girls have 3 heats in their age group, they really do need to give it their all and make sure they pace this properly.
It's because heat number 2 has fairly similar timings as well to this first heat, isn't it, Sitara? So regardless of the time that they can achieve in heat number 1, they will be under some pressure, and I'm sure anxiously watching the second and third heat to see if they do get their name on the podium.
Definitely, and I think going into this third 100, the girls know that this is definitely their push, and they need to push through all the hurt that they're feeling right now and make sure they don't breathe every stroke and kick.
Send the lead back with lane number 5 now, Kularatna. And swimming neck to neck with Piyasena in lane number 3.
Lane number 5, Meguma Kularatna, really pulling through in this 100. I think the girls are really feeling it now, you can tell, but they will pull through.
Yes, Kularatna and Piyasena going toe to toe, approaching that final 100. And they looks like they've safely secured the top 2 positions in this first heat. But they really have to push on because, like we said, plenty of talent on display in those remaining heats as well.
I think the girls know that, which is why they're going to this last 100. They're going to push through, kick fast, use their turns, use their underwaters, and try to control their breathing. And as you can hear the crowds and the coaches screaming, it really pushes you as a swimmer to hear that from outside, because you know that it's not just you that has gone through this journey, it's your coach, it's your parents, and of course it's you as an athlete.
So you can see plenty of parents already day one morning gathering into the Sugathadasa to support their swimmers. And like you said, that's a big pillar of strength for any athlete, isn't it? Having your parents, having your family and your friends by your side to push you through. And sometimes that can just give you that extra 1% that you need to get over the line.
Definitely. I mean, when you're swimming, you barely hear anything, right? Because you're underwater. But I think that little thing at the back of your head where you can hear your coach pushing you throughout every day of training, it really pushes you through that last 25 when you can't feel anything in your body, but you just know that you have to finish this race.
So approaching the final 25 meters, it is still quite close between Piyasena and Kularatna in lanes number 3 and 5. Just under 5 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, and I think it's too close to call for us, but to the naked eye look like it's Piyasena in lane number 3 that has just tipped Kularatna in lane number 5, but of course pending an official confirmation. And lane number 4 with finishing with the third best time in, that's Sena Nayaka.
I think it was a very good first heat, and we're eagerly awaiting the second heat to see whether these girls did enough. But hopefully they all hit PBs, which is also an achievement on its own.
So I think they have Sitar, because most of them have come in with those seeded times between 5 minutes 15 and 5 minutes 25 seconds. And you just saw the race finished with about 5 minutes and 10 seconds on our clock. So definitely a personal best for most of these girls. And a great start to them for this in this 50th age group aquatic championship.
We now have the second heat coming in with Oshira Karunaratna, lane number 2, Sanuri Vithanage, lane number 3, lane number 4, Miheli Hevava Lage, lane number 5, LMI Umangi, lane number 6, Aheli Gunasekara, and lane number 7, Yasavi Ekanayaka.
And the best qualifying time among them, Miheli Hevavellage from Visaka Vidyalaya, 5 minutes and 36.64 seconds. Definitely will be hoping to better that in this swim.
We have Yasavi Ekanayaka taking off in that first 50. Definitely need to keep in mind that this is a 400 meter swim, so the girls need to make sure that they're pacing it enough according to their strengths and whether they can or cannot hold the same timing for each 100.
And a small word on the athletes as well. Sitara, 1,312 athletes, and if you look at the teams, lot of them from all different parts, all different corners of the country. So a lot of them would have traveled, a lot of them must be spending this week in Colombo. So it's great to see that they're making that commitment and making that sacrifice to even be here at the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championship, and that just shows how much it means to them and how much of a platform this meet is giving them.
I think the beauty of swimming in Sri Lanka is that everyone comes from different parts of the country and you train in different terrains, but the thing is you all come and you swim in the same pool and you've come from different backgrounds, different families, but again you're all training and then you come and you compete in the same pool. So I think it's honestly the beauty of the sport, especially in such a small country like ours.
Certainly. And what a privilege for them to have a live coverage as well, isn't it? Can always go back and watch their old races. I don't think athletes in the generations past had that, but credit to the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, bringing you these pictures, and have been bringing you pictures from most of the national meets, be it novices, the national championships, or even intermediates throughout the past year or two.
I think definitely, I mean, swimming meets have been going on for a very long time, but Papare has given the parents and the coaches the luxury of being able to watch it at home or watching it at work, and I think it's very important to the swimmers as well to be able to reanalyze their races and try to improve on what they could have.
So, and that being said, it's lane number 2 with the early advantage. Sanuri Vitanage, swimming for Ladies College. She's coming with a seeded time of 5 minutes and 49.28 seconds, and quite the distance between her and the rest of the chasing pack. Completes that 100 at 2 minutes and 41 seconds, and is on a good pace at the moment.
I think since this is the second heat and we had a very good first heat, so the girls really do need to push throughout this third 100 to secure their top 8 positions. And I think the girls are going to this third 100 knowing that pushing through and making sure that they push through this third 100 in their 400 meter swim.
It's a crucial little passage of this swim coming up. Looks like lane number 3 is playing good catch up with Anage, but still lead comfortably with lane number 2 Oshira Karunaratna.
Definitely, and I think as you can see, lane number 3 is slightly falling back, and we have Sanuri Vitanage from Ladies College pushing through that third 100, which is a crucial 100 in this 400 meter swim, and she can definitely see her counterparts' kicks by now, so I think she will want to definitely push and try to get there by the third 100.
Some great catch up by Vitanage Sidara, now just within a body length or so of Karunaratna in lane number 2. And we're set for a really close tussle in this last 100 meters if Vitanage can keep pushing her opponent.
Definitely, which is why we said that third 100 is very crucial. And in the fourth 100, obviously all the swimmers have that adrenaline rush to finish it off. But it really depends on how you've paced it and if you've kept enough energy to do so.
Yes, now swimming neck and neck are Karunaratna and Vitanage. It's going to be a 2-horse race coming into the last 75 meters of this first heat, of this second heat of the girls under 15 400 free. Karunaratna just holding on to that lead by the skin of her teeth, and this turn is going to be crucial for both these young girls.
We definitely want both of them to use their underwaters, which they didn't necessarily do. However, I think they can both kick their way through this. As you can see, Vitanage's kick looks a lot stronger, but it really does depend on how they're pulling as well. But I do think Vitanage is pulling through, don't you, Nathan?
Yes, Vitanage has really kicked through, like you said, maintaining that superior stroke rate, has conserved plenty of energy to put into this last 50 meters, and now has just pipped Karunaratna to take the lead. Just coming towards the last stretch of this race, just under 5 minutes and 25 seconds on our clock, and yes, it is Sanuri Vitanage that touches first, and closely followed by Oshira Karunaratna. But what a comeback from Vitanage. Played some really good catch up in that last 100 meters.
Definitely, and it was also a very close swim from lanes number 4 and 5. So I think the girls really did push through that last 100.
Just having a look at the replay, as expected, all of them started neck and neck. And we thought it would be comfortable for Oshira Karunaratna, but Sanuri Vitanage had plenty to say about that. Can
Definitely. You can see the difference, and then by the third 100, we can see that Vitanage really pushed through. So again, it really depends on your strengths and whether you can push that third 100, and we can definitely see that Vitanage did just that.
So a close finish just about 5 minutes and 25 seconds, which is much better, or more than 10 seconds better than their seeded timings. So great stuff for all these youngers. I'm sure it's a PB as well for most of them. We'll see if the timings are enough to see them challenge for a place. And that being said, to take you to the last heat and the next couple of events, we'll have Virun and Bilal.
Thank you, Nathan, and very good morning, Virun.
Very good morning to you as well, Bilal. As looks like we've started the next heat as well. The girls under 15 400 meter freestyle. The last heat of this event. It looks like we've had one more swimmer enter as well. We have Metmantu Pereira, Marisa Fernando, Ciara Rajakaruna. And in lane 4, it's Marisa Fernando, who's in the lead as of now.
Slight lead for Fernando. And all four of these swimmers pretty neck and neck here.
Yes, so in lanes 3, 4 and 5, we have Pereira, Fernando and Rajakaruna going neck on neck here. But looks like Fernando just scraping ahead at the moment. But it all depends. It's a 400 meter. Nevertheless, it's how you pace yourself throughout the race that matters.
All of them going at a very consistent pace here so far. And also the fact that they are all swimming in lanes next to each other will also definitely be helping them to keep track of the pace that they should go on.
Yes, definitely pushing each other forward. It's always easier when you have something to pace yourself against. We see the runners do that as well. And sure, having a swimmer going next to you at the required pace is much easier to keep your own pace as well, Bilal.
Definitely, Virun. Going into the second lap of this second 100.
Yes, it looks like Fernando and Rajakaruna going neck on neck here. Lane number 6 now moving ahead. Unfortunately, we don't have the swimmer's name.
Lane number 6 has definitely gathered up some pace here. Moving in to this third 100. The first to get off of those blocks. The touchboard. And she's gaining a sizable lead here, Virun.
Yes, it was quite close for the first 200 meters. And now she seems like she's cruising ahead steadily. But couple of 100 meters to go still. Depends on what happens here as well. So it's the third 100 that's going. A key point in the race, Bilal.
Definitely. And lane number 6 right now, currently motoring past. She has increased the rate of her strokes as well.
Yes, definitely. And just leaving the other swimmers behind at the moment.
And in lane number 4, Fernando, who was leading for most of the time, is slowly starting to lag behind here, while Metmantu Pereira has also increased her pace.
Yes, now Pereira just at the second place.
Pereira, the second to get off in this final 100. Lane number 6 currently with a huge lead, and she will be the first to get to that 25-meter mark as well.
Yes, just cruising along at the moment. She gained that sizable lead in the third 100 meter, and she seems to be continuing it. Doesn't look like she's dropping out of her pace. As Pereira, she's holding steadily in the second place.
And in this final 50, we will see all of these swimmers increasing their pace. And like you said, Virun, Methmanth Pereira has definitely gotten into the lead here. Not the lead, but definitely from where she started off, she was lagging behind. She has increased her pace, and she's gaining that lead that lane number 6 had. But it looks like it'll be just a little too much as lane number 6 gets there first.
And Pereira will touch in at second, with Marisa Fernando touching in at third place. So lane number 6 started off a little slower than the rest, but like we said, it's how you pace yourself throughout the race, and she did that perfectly, and it has paid off for her in dividends.
Definitely, Virun. There was some great underwaters there that you saw in the replay by lane number 5, who touched in third, if I'm not mistaken. However, of course, we know that this is the timed heats that we have today, and these swimmers will be hoping that they made it in time to get to those finals that we'll be having later on this evening. And with the completion of the third heat, we'll be moving on to the boys under 15 400 meter freestyle. We've got 4 heats.
Yes, so the best timing by 4 minutes 33 seconds and 4 milliseconds in 2022, and we're underway with that as well.
Lane number 1, we have MMT Dinuminda. Lane number 2, Onel Pereira. Lane 3, Thimet Rajapaksha. Lane 4, AS Figuera. Lane 5, Dinul S. Ranavira. Lane 6, Aaron Diseram. Lane 7, MLS Aditya Patiran. And lane 8, Sevin Nana Kara. And currently it's lane number 4 who will get to that touchboard first.
Yes, we see 3 Josephians in this race. You know how good they are in when it comes to these school national meets, and they'll be looking to compete with each other for the bragging rights as well.
Most definitely, and I believe it's AS Figuera who is in the lead right now. Sizable lead. He's definitely accelerating in this very first 100 itself, and it looks like he is comfortable keeping that pace on. His stroke rate hasn't decreased so far.
It's great underwaters as well from Figuera, and like you said, stroke rate seems to be increasing at the moment. Hopefully he doesn't tire himself out too soon. But he looks like he's on for a good timing here, Bilal.
Definitely, and he's followed by lane numbers 5 and 6 who are having an intense battle there as well. Figuera, it looks like whenever he's off the touchboard, he gets slightly slower, but then he increases his pace as he approaches that 25-meter mark. Perhaps that's why, knowing that, he has increased his stroke rate also.
Definitely. Knowing your own weakness is also important. Probably knows that he's off. He's a little slow off the board. But look at that. He's almost at that 25-meter mark when the other swimmers turn around, Bilal.
Lane number 6 right now in second place, who has been able to get a slight lead, but lane number 5 will not allow that to happen.
Yes, Aaron Deserum just a body's length ahead, maybe half a body's length ahead, but Papare already on his way back. Yes, Papare, sizable lead.
And it looks like Papare will get there comfortably. He has kept his pace consistent throughout, and the final 100 here now, it doesn't look like he will slow down. And lane number 6 and 5 will also look to take it hard this time. It's lane number 6 who gets some good underwater and who has got an almost a body length lead on lane number 5.
Not the easiest of tasks in that last 300 as well. Papare going all in. And look at the lead now, Bilal. It's a sizable lead now.
Also touching there just before that 4-minute mark. Of course, the meet record is 4 minutes and 33 seconds. Papare will definitely have his eye on that, Virun.
Absolutely. As he makes his way to the 25-meter mark, definitely contending for that record.
And we hear the cheers in the background from the Josephians. And it looks like Papare closing in. Final few meters. Will he be able to beat that meet record? And it looks like he might be able to, Virun, on our official clock.
Yes, on our unofficial clock, looks like it was 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and lane number 6, that was Aaron Deserum touching in second place, and in lane number 5, Dinules Ranavira touching in at third place. So it was a good race, but Papare miles ahead of everyone else in that one.
Most definitely, and yet to be confirmed, but it looks like he might just have set up a new meet record here, coming in at around 4 minutes 31 or 32 seconds.
Yes, as we get ready for the second heat of the 4 heats we have for this. So in lane number 1, Movind Jayasinghe. Lane number 2, Aiden Rodrigo. In 3, Pradeepan Vishwadinut. In 4, Banul Gunawardana. In 5, Nuhan Fernando. In 6, NT Sellaheva. In 7, Dehana Chantula. And in 8, Sadev Aryavansa. So once again, we have a Josephian as well in this heat, as we saw Papare, the other Josephian, going miles ahead of everyone else, and we just heard the cheers from his teammates as well, as pretty sure they knew that he was going for that meet record, Bilal.
Definitely, and he had a seeded time of 4 minutes 36, and it looks like it will be a personal best for him also. And we are off here at this heat number 2 of 4, boys under 15 400 meter freestyle. And immediately in the lead is lane number 5, which is Nuhan Fernando, very closely followed by the rest of the pack. Lane numbers 8, 7 and 6 also going neck and neck here. That's NT Sellaheva, Dehan Chantula and Sadev Aryavansa.
Yes, at the first 50 meter, it looks like all the swimmers holding their pace equally. But it's in that second 100 meter where we see the drop-offs happen, Bilal.
Definitely, Virun. And right now, we have Banul Gunawardana in lane number 4, who has able to get himself quite a considerable lead. But of course, we are still in the first 100 meters. 300 more to go and anything can happen.
Absolutely. And that was just the end of the 100. As Banu Gunawardana making towards that 25-meter mark in the second 100. Seems to be going ahead smooth for now, but in lanes 8 and 2, just behind him.
Lanes 7 and 8 also, they turn their heads towards each other, so they'll see their competition as well while they're swimming. So that'll be something that will egg them on also. Lane number 4 right now once again just slowing down a little bit, Virun, in this 200 meter in the second 100.
Yeah, looks a bit flustered in this second 100 meter, and we see the other swimmers just gaining that lead slowly but surely. And we always keep on saying in this 400 meter, it's how you pace yourself, and hopefully he hasn't outdone himself early on.
But it does look like the other swimmers have also just slowed down very slightly.
The rest of the pack seems to be going at equal pace for now, Bilal. And it's Barnul who is in the lead, and he seems to be comfortably going ahead now as we go into the third 100 meter.
He has increased his stroke rate as well, Barnul Gunawardana. Lane number 8, Sadevari Vangsha is the closest to him. Not by a lot. By a lot, I would say.
Yes, and in lane number 2, it's Aiden Rodrigo, who's just behind Sadevari Vangsha. But Barnul Gunawardana, he seems to be going ahead of everyone else. And it's in lane number 5, that's Nuhan Fernando, who's just falling back off the pack. But the rest of the swimmers almost at equal timings and lengths. Gunawardana, as he comes in for his last 100 meter, he's ahead of everyone else.
And in lane number 2, Aiden Rodrigo, the second to get off of that touch board, so has increased his pace in this final 100.
Yes, Gunawardana seems to be cruising along, but he's got about 75 meters to go.
While Gunawardana is cruising along, in lane numbers 3, 2, 1 and 8, there seems to be a very tough competition going for who will touch second here, because right now Gunawardana definitely looks like he will be the first to get to that touch board as he reaches the 25 meter mark comfortably ahead. However, we see Pradeepan and Aiden Rodrigo increasing their pace.
Yes, Gunawardana, not one of the faster times in this heat, Bilal. This entire heat going over that 5 meter mark as well. But Gunawardana will touch in ahead of everyone else quite comfortably. But in lanes 2 and 3, it's a neck-on-neck competition. And it looks like in lane number 2, it was Aiden Rodrigo, and then it was Pradeepan who touched in. And that was a close competition as well. And then it was lanes number 8 and 1 touching in after that. So Gunawardana in at first place, and then it was Aiden Rodrigo and Pradeepan going in at second and third.
Once again, we had one swimmer getting a sizable lead and everyone else following close behind, also giving some tough competition as well. And with the completion of that second heat, we'll be moving on to the third. And for the third heat, we'll be having in lane number 1, AG Abdullah, Lane 2, Nejan Vijay Singh. Lane 3, WLG Jayasuriya. Lane 4, HI Sirivardhana. Lane number 5, ADSS Samaravira. Lane 6, Methuk Yonal. And lane 7, Sithaga Lienavaduge.
And we are off. Good underwaters by all the swimmers, but I'd say lane numbers 2 and 7 in the lead as soon as we started. It's Nejan Vijay Singh who's moving ahead along with Sithaga Lienavaduge not far behind.
Quite a fervent start here by all of these swimmers. But it will be lane number 2, Nejan Vijay Singh, who will get off of that touch board first. But right now, lane number 7, marginally ahead, which is Sithaga Lienavaduge.
Yes, just marginally ahead of lane number 7. That's Sithaga. And lane number 2, Nejan Vijay Singh. He is just half a body's length in front of lane number 7. And in third place, we have lane number 6. It's Methuk Yonal, who is just behind Sithaga Lienavaduge.
So far, it looks like it will be a tough contest between lane numbers 7 and 2 for who will finish off first. However, Virun, we've seen how that can change as we go on, and like you always say, it's all about how you pace yourself.
Absolutely. Lane number 2, it's Nejan Vijay Singh, who seems to be just edging past Sithaga Lienavaduge. And Nejan Vijay Singh, a beat right. So, you see good ranks in their team as well, as he seems to be just moving behind now. And Sithaga taking the lead at the 25-meter mark of the second 100.
Tough contest here between lane numbers 2 and 7. That's Nejan and Sithaga. And in lane number 6, Methuk Yonal will be contesting with lane number 1. That's Danish Abdullah for that second place title. Oh, it can change.
Yes, Nejan Vijay Singh just didn't get the push that he wanted off the wall that time. And Sithaga, yes, he's in the lead now at the 25-meter mark of the third 100.
For Sithaga, when he is swimming this way, he will be turning towards Nejan.
This seems to be a good competition between those two swimmers. Bilal. Complete opposite sides of the pool, but they seem to be pacing themselves with each other. Wonder if they can see each other from the opposite sides. But this is a really good competition to watch.
Most definitely, and making some good time as well, some decent time, these swimmers. Almost approaching that 4-minute mark.
Definitely. But it was good to see two swimmers in this competition. And we saw in the earlier two heats, it was just one swimmer who's moving ahead of everyone else. But in this one, in this heat, two of the swimmers competing it for that first place title as Nejan Vijay Singh just edging past in this last 100 meter. In the first 25 meter of this last 100 meter, he seems to be going ahead, but we never know. It's that turn that slows him down, Bilal.
Definitely putting on the afterburners here, both of them, Nejan and Situja. It looks like the rest of the pack have fallen behind slightly, except for lane number 6, that's Methuk Yonal.
Nejan Vijay Singh at that time much better off the wall, and he seems to be in the lead. Sithaga just falling up behind. just a couple of seconds though. But this heat as well, Bilal, we've reached that 5-minute mark. Not the fastest of times from this heat as well. That first one though, reaching that meet record. But it will be Nejan Vijay Singh who will touch in for first place. But not far behind in lane number 7, that will be Sithanga Liana Maduge in at second. And it looks like in lane number 6, it's Methu Kyonal in at number 3. So it was these 3 swimmers who worked in that first 3 positions throughout the race, and it has ended up that way. But that competition between lanes number 2 and 7 was lovely to watch.
Definitely makes for an entertaining watch whenever we have 2 swimmers of that caliber going neck and neck. Of course, these are the timed heats, and we'll have to wait for the official records to see who makes it to the finals. However, with the completion of the third heat, we'll be moving on to the final one of these boys under 15 400 meter freestyle. And in lane number 3, we'll be having Chanuga Veeraratna, lane 4, Sanula Ranvin, and lane 5, Carter Joseph.
It's just 3 swimmers in this heat. But like you said, it will be important to see how and which swimmers do qualify for the finals from these. As in the first heat, we had the faster timings of all 3 heats, and we are underway in the final heat of the boys under 15 400 meter freestyle.
Will be interesting to see how all 3 of them pace themselves also, because their seeded times are almost alike.
Yes, just having very close seeded times, all these 3 swimmers in that 5 minute 27-28 second range. So it will be interesting to see how this competition pans out. As we are done with the first 50 meter, it seems that in lane number 3, that's Chanuga Veeraratna in the lead so far.
Chanuga Veeraratna, who will get to the 25 meter mark first, closely followed by Sanula Ranvin and Carter Joseph. Sanuga in this first 100, just getting a considerable lead.
Yes, Veeraratna ahead of everyone else so far. Thought this would be a close competition with their seeded times, but we know how seeded times can be much different from how they perform. In this meet, we saw some of the slower seeded times just giving everyone a run for their money, or a swim for their money rather. And Veeraratna cruising ahead in this second 100 meter.
Of course, like Nathan also did mention, it's all about how you perform on the day, how you show up on the day. And right now, Chanuga Veeraratna, another Pete, right, Virun, is showing that he definitely has it in him.
Yes, the previous heat as well won by Nejan Vijay Singh, Pete Wright, and Chanuga Veeraratna moving ahead in this. And we saw the first heat, AS Pigera, Josephian, winning that quite comprehensively. As we know, these schools do have good swimmers in their ranks. As Veeraratna, he's keeping that steady lead.
Good touch off of the ball there for Veeraratna, as he will motor on. Slightly slower now, but at a more consistent pace, all 3 of these swimmers.
Yes, definitely. Just a little slower in that 300 meter mark, but it looks like Veeraratna seems to be holding his lead, as the other 2 swimmers also just slowing down slightly. But in second place, it will be lane number 4, Sanul Ranvin. As Veeraratna seems to be going ahead now quite comprehensively.
Veeraratne still in the lead here, and Virun, we are seeing some clouds as well, not as sunny as it usually is in Colombo, as it usually has been.
Yeah, that's definitely good to see. Good sign for us and the swimmers, especially Bilal. I'm sure they really do appreciate it. And they've got to be here for the next 5 days. So they'll appreciate the bit of clouds that they can get. And hopefully the weather does stay this way, where we won't see too much sun and not any rain as well. But so far, a bit cooler than the rest of the days that we saw previously. It was quite humid and hot in Colombo. And gods have been favorable to this meet as well, as we have some clouds hovering over.
And it looks like Veeraratne off the touchboard first will get there quite comfortably.
Yes, the final 25 meter. Veeraratne seems to be going quite strong in that lead. Yes, leaving the other two swimmers behind. But in the lanes 4 and 5, it's a close competition there. But it's Chanuga Veeraratne from St. Peter's who will touch in. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get his timing on that one. But in lanes number 4 and 5, it looks like it will be going in that order as well. Sanula Ranwin and Carter Joseph touching in at second and third.
As we saw, Carter Joseph just slightly lagging behind. However, he was able to cover that lead, but just slightly. And we have come to the end of that boys under 15 400 meter freestyle. And we'll be having a change in the commentary box here for the next event.
Yes, thank you, Bilal. Thank you, Virun. We are going into our next event, the first heat of the girls under 17 400 meter freestyle.
We have Hitali Jayasinghe in lane 1, Aheli Joseph in lane 2, Naditi Vijay in lane 3, Rushali Disanayaka in lane 4, lane 5, Anjali Satsarani, lane 6, Senuki De Silva, lane 7, Unaya Pereira, and lane 8, Sandra Perumal.
There's 3 heats set to come. Great to see a full polo. Unfortunately, looks like we've had a late withdrawal in lane number 3. And the best seeded time for this particular event for Rushali Disanayaka, who's the current record holder in the under 15 400 meter freestyle. And she's coming in with a timing of 4:48.61 seconds.
Very close to the current national age group record of 4.47 by Timali Bandar in 2018. So hopefully Rushali puts on a good performance today.
And straight away looks like she is the front runner coming towards the end of that first 100 meters. Just over 40 seconds on our clock. Yes, Rushali certainly a swimmer with plenty of potential.
We have Anjali coming in a close second, but it's a very close race by the rest of the swimmers. Obviously, we have Rushali pulling through on that second 100. Lane numbers 5, 6 and 7 are head to head in this second 100, and we have lane number 1 and 2 as well. I think the girls are pushing through the second 100, trying to pace it since this is the first heat of the under 17 400.
Yes, three heats set to come your way. So it's like as in the previous events as well, Sitar, I think most of these swimmers will have to push through, especially when you're swimming the first heat, because there's nothing you can do once you get into the second and third heats but watch anxiously.
This is definitely one of the stronger heats in the 3 heats that we have for the under 17 category, because we have Rushali, Aheli and Sandra, very good swimmers, well-known names. So I hope the girls pull through this 400 and show us how they're going to go into this third 100. We have Rushali hitting the turns on her second 100, going into the third 100. I think she's keeping on a very impressive pace, hoping to maybe break this record for the under 17. I think she'll be the record holder for under 13, under 15 and under 17 if she does that, unless the record has been broken earlier today.
This looks very comfortable for Rushali at the moment. Just over 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock.
We have lane number 5, Anjali, coming in for that second place. Hopefully she pulls through this third 100. But I think all the swimmers are giving a really good fight.
Yes, but this is Rushali's race to lose now. Swimming almost alone, representing Museus College.
I think a swimmer of this caliber knows that they need to push through by themselves when they come to a certain level. And especially as a swimmer that has been continuously performing throughout her years, I think she knows that she needs to push this last 100 to get the timing that she wants. So going into that last 100, I think she'll know that it's her timing against herself. So she's going to push through definitely.
Yes, into her last 100, around 3.5 minutes on the clock. If she can push through, try and get around 1 minute and 10 seconds, she will be on pace for that record timing and her own personal best timing as well of 4 minutes and 48 seconds. Into the last 75 meters now, Rushali.
We have Anjali, Senrugi and Yunaya also giving a very good fight in this last 100 of this 400, as well as Aheli and Hitali Jayasinghe.
Into her last turn now. This is going to be a crucial one. Just over 4 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Probably a few seconds behind what she would have wanted if she is going for that record timing.
This is definitely the most crucial 50 for her. I think she knows that she has to push through this last 25, try to take the least amount of breaths and kick like there's no tomorrow. And I'm sure she's going to hit that PB since her seat time is a 4:48.
It's into the final stretch now. Just over 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a close tussle. Racing against the clock here, Rushali, and she touches just around 4 minutes and 48 seconds, which is her seeded time, close to her personal best. But that was a really close one. Sitara will have to wait for an official confirmation, but an excellent swim from Rushali, carrying on her momentum from the under 15s last year, record holder in that division as well.
Very impressive swim by lane number 5 as well. I think the first heat of this under 17 400 meters is very impressive, and the second heat will definitely have to push through.
Just taking a look at the replay, that was all about Rushali, isn't it? After that first 100 meters, superior technique, and looks like she's got that physical advantage too compared to the rest of the swimmers, and very comfortable for her in the end, and certainly put herself in a good position to go for that gold medal. But of course we'll have to wait and see what happens in the next couple of heats.
So in heat number 2 we have Hitali Jayasinghe, we have Tasita Mary, Zainab Ahmed, Safia Abisba in lane number 3, lane number 4 Kavinya Pereira, lane 5 Seara Vijay Singh, lane 6 Isakya Dias, lane 7 DG SN Dharmapal, and lane 8 DYW Pathiraja.
Yes, and Kavinya Pereira with the best seeded time of 5 minutes and 21 seconds in lane number 4, swimming for Ladies College.
I think the girls are off to a very good start. It's head to head here in this heat. I think they all know that that first heat had some very good swimmers, so they all know that since it is a time final, they need to push through this and try to get that top 8 position.
As first to the turn is lane number 4, but still pretty neck and neck, all of the 8 swimmers in this heat. We'll have to wait and see who paces themselves the best.
Definitely. I mean, I think the pressure is on them since that first heat was a relatively faster heat, and they all know that they need to push through. So hopefully that adrenaline does not push them to fatigue out in their first 100.
And looks like the corner lane number 8 also, Sandra Perumal for AIS, is giving it a good go. I beg your pardon, Pathiraja in lane number 8 is giving it a good go.
Going into their second 100, Safia Abisboy pulling through. So I think it's still a neck and neck race. but the girls know that their third 100 is the most important in this 400-meter freestyle.
Yes, certainly, Sitar. Now you can see few front runners emerging in this second heat. It's lanes number 5, 3 and 8 that are getting their noses in front. It's Abbas Boy, Vijay Singh and Patiraja. And first to that turn is Vijay Singh. Yes, Patiraj. Also keep your eye out for that corner lane, ladies and gentlemen.
Safia in that lane number 5. I think the girls are really pushing through this 200. Hopefully they haven't burnt out by this 300, which is definitely the most crucial 100 in this 400-meter swim.
So definitely just under 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. So a good pace at the moment being maintained by all 8 swimmers, but can they challenge that timing of 4 minutes and 48 seconds established in the first heat? We'll have to wait and see. Quite the tall ask of them, but I'm sure most of these girls certainly have it in them to try and push all the way.
So definitely in this 300 meter we see Safia pulling through. However, you can definitely see lane number 8 pushing through that 300 meter, which is definitely the most crucial part of this race, because that's where fatigue kicks in the most, and the girls will definitely want to push their underwaters on that second tumbler turn.
But coming towards the business end of this race, it is Vijay Singh in lane number 5, swimming for Lyceum Vattala. That has now put quite some distance between her and the rest of the chasing pack. Good contest as well, like you said, Star from Abbas Boy in lane number 3.
They're coming towards their third 100, I think, and the girls will definitely be pushing this last 100, considering the fact that there is actually one more heat. So to secure the 8th place, they definitely need to push through, since it is a time final.
Certainly. Clock ticking towards that 4-minute mark. You can see that it's really taking its toll on Vijay Singh in lane number 5. She appears to be slowing down a bit. Unfortunate for her, because she is on an excellent pace, but towards that last 25 meters has just slowed down a tad bit. That has allowed Safia to play some good catch up. Hopefully she can use her underwaters and use her turns well, Vijay Singh, to try and finish off this race at the pace that she would have hoped for.
Coming to this last 100 of the 400, I think the girls will definitely have to push, considering that fatigue has definitely kicked in. As you can see in lane number 5, the swimmers are trying to breathe 3 by 3, but obviously they're tired and they're breathing 2 by 2, but then they definitely have to take their underwaters in that last 50 meters and push through.
Yes, Vijay Singh just maintaining her lead, but does Safia have it in her to try and play some catch up and snatch the first place in this second heat? First to that last turn though is Vijay Singh. Looks like that work she did in the first 200 meters is helping her, at least for now. The Patiraja too in lane number 8, just making her final turn. So all of them have slowed up a tad bit, and that's helping Vijay Singh's cause as she enters the last 25 meters with just over 5 minutes on our clock.
Definitely, I think all these girls are trying to hit PBs and they're on the right path. I think lane number 5 hitting that first place in this heat is a very crucial thing for her, considering that she wants to get in that top 8. And we have lane number 3 coming in a very secure second place.
So Vijay Singh touching with just around 5 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock, which is close to her seeded time. So probably a PB for her. So personally, I think most of these swimmers have taken something good out of this race, but I don't think their timings are enough to challenge those excellent swims we saw in the first heat. So I think we've come to an end of the girls under 17 400 meter freestyle. Doesn't look like that third heat is happening. With that being said, we'll move on into the boys under 17 400 meter freestyle. 3 heats set to come your way. The current meet record held by Kyle Abesing, established all the way back in 2016, a 10-year-old record, 4 minutes and 11.07 seconds. And that will be quite the uphill task for any of these young lads to challenge, but hopefully we can see them run close. We've already seen a couple of records tumble today, and we'll be hoping for more of the same as we progress throughout this 50th age group aquatic championships.
And they're off, and in this heat we have Jaden De Silva very close to the current record time. I think he currently does train with the record holder, so hopefully he has that momentum and pushes through to break this record.
It's Jaden De Silva with 4 minutes and 13 seconds on the dot, swimming for Stafford International School in lane number 4. And occupying the rest of the lanes in lane order from lane number 1, we have Tenuvara De Silva, Malvara Arachi, Naumal, Mendes, Danish and Aslam. Yes, looks like staying true to that favorite tag, Jaden De Silva has the lead coming towards the end of that first 100 meters. I think in the recently concluded inter-internationals as well, we saw him break quite a few records there. And we'll be certainly on the hunt for a good performance at this national age group championship to put his name on the map on the national stage.
I think going into this second 100, Jaden De Silva hitting a 1 minute split, which is very impressive for an under 17 swimmer, but I think he's represented the country as well for multiple international events. So I think all the swimmers will definitely be pushing to try and keep up with this swimmer and hit all their PBs, considering that this again is a time final.
And first to that next turn again is De Silva, but it's great to see that most of these swimmers are maintaining that pace, at least for now. But De Silva has put a couple of body lengths between him and the next best.
Definitely, I mean, De Silva, as you can see, looks very smooth in the water, but the second place is still neck and neck. I think all the swimmers are giving a really good fight, and going to this third 100 will definitely hopefully push and see whether there is a set second place and third place, but right now I don't think so.
So De Silva into his third 100 now. Like you said, the chasing pack is quite neck and neck, so we'll have to see who's challenging for those silver and bronze medals.
Definitely, I think this third 100 is the crucial part of this race, and all the boys will want to swim their hardest in this and give their best on that turn, considering that the underwaters is a very crucial part.
Certainly. Looks like the next best swim is coming from lane number 6. That's Sanuga Mendis for Lyceum Panadura. He has picked up the pace a bit across the last couple of laps. He's set for a good timing as well. Sanuga Mendis has a seeded time of 4 minutes and 38.15 seconds. But at the moment, this race has been all about Jaden De Silva. As the clock ticks over that 3 minute mark. He is in that last stretch of his 300 meter, and now into the last 100 with just under 3 minutes and 20 on the clock. That's an excellent pace, isn't it, Sitara?
It is, and I think he also knows that right now it's him against his clock, and he needs to push through this last 100 if he wants to get the time that he's been training all these days for. And I think all the other swimmers are also giving a really good fight in this last 100 meters.
It's now just open waters in front of him and behind him. De Silva heading towards that last turn. Just under 3 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock when he did that. Looks like it will be lane number 6 who's still maintaining that second position, Sanuga Mendis.
But lane number 7 is definitely giving him a good fight, so it will definitely be up to this last 50 meters and who pushes through. But De Silva definitely is showing us why he's the fastest seed time for this particular event.
Yes, unfortunately for him, the clock has just ticked over his seeded time of 4 minutes and 13 seconds, but he wouldn't mind one bit because certainly with this swim on around 4 minutes and 23 seconds when he touched, has put him in pole position for a gold medal here at the National Championships.
And I think lane number 2 touches first in this first heat of the under 17 boys 400 meter freestyle. Not entirely sure, but that was a very close race for second place and third.
Yes, as you take a look at the replay, there was a good swim all round, isn't it? Thought most of them maintained their pace and their strokes for at least the first 200 meters. But Jaden De Silva always had that advantage.
Definitely, and I think boys did a really good job considering that there are 2 more heats. Hopefully their timings will suffice to get in that top 8 position.
Yes, and taking a look at the names for that second heat, we have WMS Hashinsa, Sahansa Kavinu, Bhagya Vikramasinghe, WK Devunuda, Kevan Ranepura, Kianu Disanayaka, Hussein Akbar Ali and LH Pushpavansha in another full pool for this second heat. And the best seeded time by Devunuda in lane number 4 with a seeded time of 4 minutes and 49 seconds. I think if he can match that Sitara, he can come close at least to a podium position in this particular event. We saw, apart from De Silva in that last heat, the rest of the swimmers did slow down towards the end. So with a good performance here, certainly I'm sure a couple of these boys will be able to challenge for at least a silver or bronze.
Definitely, I think the boys also know that that first heat was relatively a faster heat, so they need to push through and keep competing with their counterparts. And they're going to this first 100 relatively faster, hitting a 28 on their first 50, which is a very good time if they keep that pace throughout the 400.
And still going neck and neck, still in the first 100 meters. This is the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships for 2026, proudly brought to you by HNB, and the coverage of course provided by ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
Going into that second 100, we have Bhagya with a really good split. Hopefully he'll be able to keep up this pace going into this second 100 of this 400 meter swim. However, he's very closely being followed by the rest of the heat.
It's still fairly close to call, but like you said, it is lane number 3, that's Bhagya Vikramasinghe, who does have that narrow advantage, but you can see it's already taxing him, isn't it, Sitara? I think it will be quite the challenge for him to try and maintain the same pace throughout the remaining laps.
Definitely, I mean, we've been saying throughout the day that we don't want the swimmers going out that first 100 too fast and too much and too aggressive, because then you do start fatiguing by the third 100, which is not what you want in a 400 meter swim. So hopefully he'll prove us wrong and keep the same pace that he's been swimming now, but I think his counterparts are definitely coming up behind him coming into that second 100.
So lots of pressure on young Bhagya, swimming for St. Peter's College, but yes, like you said, lane number 5 playing some good catch up, Kevan Ranepura for St. Joseph's, and will be quite interesting to see if Bhagya has it in him to try and maintain this same pace. But right now it's good for him, 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Definitely going to this third 100 of the 400, I think it's very important that the swimmers remember that this is the most important 100 and they need to push through and make sure they take maximum advantage of their tumble turn. And yes, Bhagya is still leading, but the second and the third places are neck and neck behind him.
Yes, and now Ranepura very, very close to Vikramasinghe. Clock ticks over 3 minutes. They're coming towards that last 100 meters. Now just need to give it their all. Bhagya looks like he's found a little burst of energy. You can see from his kicks as well. Trying to push through, but Ranepura looks like he's swimming a really well-timed race, isn't it, Sidara?
Definitely, and I think Bhagya it's definitely hitting that it's the last 100 of this 400. So lane number 5, Kevan Ranepura is definitely coming right behind him. hoping to push in that last 100 and give him a fight for his first place in this heat.
So now going within a body length of Vikramasinghe is Ranepura. So should be quite interesting. A 2-horse race to end out this second heat, and keep an eye out for lane number 6 as well. I think Kianu Disanayaka has come within touching distance of Ranepura. Be interesting to see if he has it in him. Put on quite some pace, but I think it's too much of an ask from him, especially considering that this is going to be the last 50 meters and Bhagya is first to the turn, but that was an excellent underwater there from Ranepura.
Definitely, and it's coming to this last 50 meters actually. Considering the race, we didn't really think that would happen, but Ranepura giving a very good fight to Bhagya this last 50.
So now within a body length once again, Ranepura, Bhagya certainly in each other's eyes as they head towards this last stretch of the second heat of the boys under 17 400 meter freestyle. Looks like Ranepura has put his foot on the gas and has touched at around 4 minutes and 44 seconds on our clock, just narrowly pipping Bhagya to that best timing of this second heat, and certainly considering the timings we saw in that first heat as well, both of these swimmers do have their names in contention for potentially a bronze medal.
Definitely, I think Ranepura really proved that if you pace this 400 really well, you can push through that last 50 meters, and it will make a difference considering he just came first in that second heat of this 400 meter freestyle of the boys under 17 category.
Certainly, as you take a look at the replay there, if you saw earlier, it was just all Bhagya for the first few laps, but like you said, excellent pace from Ranepura. Certainly his coach will be quite happy about that swim. So we have one more heat set to come your way from this boys under 17 400 meter freestyle. Just the 3 entries though. We have GSN Dulsandu, BAD Dinsara, Daham Marambe occupying lanes 3, 4 and 5, and an unnamed entry as well. So 4 swimmers to round out this boys under 17 400 meter freestyle.
I think the boys are off to a very strong start, so hopefully, as we saw in the previous heats, that they keep to a certain pace and manage to keep the same timing for all their hundreds. Definitely very easy to say and difficult to bring into the pool, but hopefully they've trained for this 400 meters and they know that that 100 meter dash is very important, that third lap of this 400.
Yes, coming towards the end of the first 50 meters, most of them neck and neck. Looks like lanes number 5 and 7 have that narrow advantage, Marambe and that late entry, but Dulsandu as well has put himself in the mix, but after all, this is just the first 100 meters. Got 6 more laps to go after this one.
Definitely, and I think they're coming to this first 100 neck and neck, lane 3, 5 and 7. So hopefully they'll be able to prove their positions in the next 3 100s, and hopefully they keep the same split that they've been keeping, around a 110 for their first 100.
So it looks like that unnamed entry as well has taken the lead now in lane number 7. So quite closely fought this race, but will they have a good enough timing to beat some of the swims we saw in those first 2 heats? We'll have to wait and see.
Definitely, I mean, they're coming into the second 200 pretty strong, but it genuinely does depend on that third 100 and how they've paced it to their strengths and to their weaknesses.
Yes, we're into the last few long distance swims, or at least mid distance swims of the day. After this, it's all 50s, 100s and 200s to round out day 1 of the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships. Just 5 days of city late in action. Just getting started here at the Sugathadasa as the sun has started beating down, so must be a bit more difficult. Water must be a bit warmer.
Definitely, and I think lane number 7, our unnamed entry, is really taking the lead in this third 100. So hopefully he pushes through and make sure he secures his first place in this third heat of the under 17 400 meter freestyle.
There's now quite some distance between him and the rest of the competition. Unnamed entry in lane number 7. Wish we had that information. Don't think we're doing him the due credit, calling him an unnamed entry, but unfortunately not on the meet program that we have with us.
So in this third 100, I think he's hopefully trying to push through and use all his stamina to keep his position. But he should remember that he has one more 100 to go, and that will definitely be most important considering this is the third heat out of the 3 heats for this age group, and they're all aiming for that top 8 and hopefully to hit their own personal bests.
That's the best seeded time for this heat is 5 minutes and 10.48 seconds, and all 3 of them listed here are within that 5 minute and 20 second mark. So certainly the pace that they are maintaining now will be enough to see them go for a new personal best, and after all that's what's most important, isn't it? Sitara, your biggest competition is yourself, and I think if you can be better than what you were yesterday or what you were at your last meet, these swimmers will consider that a moral victory.
Definitely, I think when it comes to swimming, your best competitor is definitely yourself, as well as your worst critic is also yourself. So I think these swimmers will definitely want to prove that all their training has paid off and all the sacrifices they've made by making that personal best in these meets and upcoming more.
So lane number 7, first to that turn. Coming towards the end of his third 100. It's an excellent swim from lane number 7, lapping one of his competitors as well. This is really good stuff. Pushing through in the final stretch now, and looks like he'll comfortably take the best time in this heat. Clock ticking towards that 5 minute mark, and yes, he touches with just about 5 minutes and 1 second on the clock, which is far better than the seeded timings we saw for this heat, which were hovering around 5 minutes and 20 seconds. It's an excellent swim from the young man.
We have lane number 3 and lane number 5 also clocking in under their 5:20 mark, so hopefully they are proud of the times that they've also got. That's an end of this under 17 400 meter freestyle.
Yes, excellent swim and a well-paced swim from that lad in lane number 7, but lane number 3 too.
Lane number 6 coming in, finishing off his 400 meter freestyle.
So all 4 swimmers managing to complete. That's great, and with that we come to an end of the boys under 17 400 meter freestyle. And to take you through the next couple of events, it's over to our good friends Virunjaya Sundar and Abid Jamil.
Yes, thank you, Nathan. And next up, we have the girls under 20 400 meter freestyle. For your first heat, from lanes 1 through 8, we have Sanithya Geenadi, Natalia Outskone, Senara Ranawaka, Pamudi Jayaratna, PS Damsarani Seranayaka, Andrea Tirukuma, Martha Fernando, and Elisa De Cruz. And we are underway in the first heat of the girls under 20 400 meter freestyle. And straight away in lane number 4, it's Pamudi Jayaratna who is in the lead steadily for now, but it's just the first 50 meters, Abid. You've got to pace yourself out throughout the 400 meter.
Just the 2 heats in this girls under 20 400 meter freestyle. This is heat number 1. We'll have one more heat after this. Record holder is Machiko Rahim way back in 2014 with a 4 minute 33:37.
It looks like it is a difficult record to beat, Abid. considering the last record was kept in over 10 years ago in 2014, and that's 4 minutes and 37 seconds. An impressive timing for the 400 meter.
100 meters done now. Still in the lead is in lane number 4, Pamudi Jayaratna of Visaka Vidyalaya. Closely followed by Senara Ranawaka right behind her.
Yes, but it's in lane number 4, Pamudi. She seems to be cruising along as of now, but when it comes to that 300 meter mark, that's where it's important, as second 100 meter, Pamudi still in the lead. In second place, in lane number 5, it's Damsarani Senanayaka, who's just behind her, a couple of bodies length behind Abid.
Well, this is a timed final, so all these girls that are in the water right now will want to try and get their best time. They will know their competitors and the opponents that they're going up against. 200 meters up, Pamudi Jayaratna in the lead with a 2 minute and 19 split.
Yes, as we go into the 300 meter, the third 100 meter, Pamudi, she's gained a considerable lead now, quite ahead of the rest of the pack, and doesn't change much, Abid, with Damsarani just behind, but quite a lead.
I agree, Virun. Pamudi is still in the lead, taking a breaststroke. She's comfortably in the lead, but will want to try and push as much as possible. There's no one trailing her. In second and third, a bit of a tussle there between Senara Ranawaka and Nethali from Holy Family Convent. But a very clean stroke from Pamudi Jayaratna. Her strokes haven't changed one bit despite going the 300 meters so far. That's a very good sign for her.
Yes, moving in to that final 100 meter, Abid. And Pamudi going real strong at the moment.
And Pamudi approaching her last turn now here, Pamudi Jayaratna.
Yes, as she approaches that final 50 meter, she's comfortably in that lead, Abid. And the timing, not too bad as well. The record at 4 minutes and 37 seconds. But she just crossed that final 25 meters. Definitely not a bad timing at all, Abid.
Most definitely, and showing why she has the lowest seed time coming into this home stretch for her. And Pamudi Jayaratna from Visaka Vidyalaya clocks in at around 4 minutes and 49 seconds in the first heat of the girls under 20 400 meter freestyle. It's a very good timing for her and puts her in a very good position to take this in these time finals with just the one heat to go. And in second place, lane number 5 coming through, Damsarani Senanayaka.
Yes, and in third place, a tussle between lanes 3 and 6. But it looks like in lane 3, it was Senara Ranawaka who touched in at third place. Let's take a look at those underwaters initially from this heat. Just one more heat to go in this event, Abid, as we are waiting for lane number 8 to complete.
Now the highlights of that first heat in the girls under 20 400 meter freestyle. And here's the starting lineup for the second heat.
Yes, it's T.S. Karunaratna, G. Kulani Ruhansa, Vinara, Pallihakara, Bethania Lazarus, Michaela Vimalasena, Shemdra, Kandangama, and Sachini Gamagi. Yes, so we'll have swimmers from lanes 1 through 7 in the order that I just read. We're just waiting for the second heat to start of the girls under 20 400 meter freestyle.
Well, around 4 minutes 49 seconds is what they will have to try and beat around that area. We don't have the exact timings of what Pamudi was able to clock in, but a very good timing from her, 10 minutes faster than what she had in her seed time from Visakha Vidyalaya to win this heat and to win the girls under 20 400 meter.
Yes, and we have 4 heats coming up as well in the boys under 20 400 meter category, as we've started the final heat of the girls under 20. Yes, and straight away in lane number 4, it's Bethania Lazarus who is in the lead. Just the first 50 meters though. Got a long way to go. Yes, and at the first turn, it's still Bethania Lazarus who is in the lead. Seems to be cruising along comfortably, but this entire pack going neck on neck at the moment. It all comes down to that third 100 meter where we see swimmers falling back as well. It'll be interesting to see. So far the pack going almost at equal length, Abid.
The top 4 in this heat so far, lane number 5 and lane number 6 go through first. That's Bethania Lazarus and Michaela Vimalasena, but they're just waiting for someone to try and break the pack here. First 100 done in this second heat of the 400 meter freestyle.
Yeah, and I'm sure that in that third 100 meter someone will break through this pack and go ahead. As in lane number 5 and 6, it's Michaela Vimalasena and Kanangama who is going at first and second places respectively. It's close competition between those two swimmers, as in lane number 4 Bethania Lazarus has fallen behind just a little bit now.
Still is between lane number 5 and 6 here. Vimalasena and Kandangama. Vimalasena from Lyceum International School, Wattala. Kandangama hailing from the hills, Hillwood College.
Yes, and we know how strong the Lyceum Wattala team can be, Abid. So seems like they're cruising ahead right now.
Pretty slow this heat compared to the previous one in terms of the timings at the split. It looks like Pamudi Jayarathna should win this 400 meter freestyle, unless of course one of the two that are in the lead in lane number 5 and 6, Vimalasena or Kandangama, goes ahead.
Yes, but it looks like lanes number 4 and 3, and Bethania Lazarus falling behind of Vinara as well. Vinara moving up towards that third place. as we see in lanes number 5 and 6, they're going steadily forward. That's Michaela Vimalasena and Kanangama.
Approaching the last 100 meter now. 4 minutes and 12 seconds on that split from Kanangama.
Yes, still the lead between that lanes 5 and 6. But it looks like now lane number 6, Shemra Kanangama, is just moving forward by half a body's length as we move to that last 50 meters, Abid.
Well, 4 minutes 49 was the time that Pamudi Jayaratna put up, so that should be the win for her in this under 20 400 meter freestyle of the girls.
Absolutely, but in this heat it's Shemra Kanangama who will take that first place title, but in second place it will be Michaela Vimalasena in lane number 5.
A decent swim there from Kanangama from Hillwood College to win this heat. Vimalasena comes in second place. 5 minutes 32 on the clock when she touches the wall. So a win in the heat for Kanangama, and coming in third place, Palyakara. Here are the highlights of the second heat of the 400 meter freestyle.
Yes, not the fastest of swims, Abid. We saw the first heat going quite fast, but this heat moving up to that 5 minutes and 30 seconds mark. As next up we'll have the boys under 20 400 meter freestyle, and from lanes 1 through 8 we have Akash Prabhashwar, Muhammad Atik, Muaz Bari, Netuka Pereira, AF Hussein, Litum De Silva, WM Fernando and Senupa Ratnayaka. So with all quite decent timings in that 4 minutes 25 second 20 second range, with we have Netuka Pereira from AIS with that 4 minute and 12 second seed time, and the meet record once again by none other than Matthew Abesingha in 2014, 4 minutes and 3 seconds, Abid.
Good underwater coming out of the blocks from lane number 4 there. Netuka Pereira from Asian International School. Want to try and set the pace early on. The pack is in one straight line approaching the first 25 meter. You see a little goggle that has turned the other way around. That's not going to be too easy to deal with in lane number 4 there for Netuka Pereira.
Seems to be fighting through that Abid, as this pack is going neck on neck at the moment. I mean, it's those mid lanes in lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6 who are going head to head at the moment. It's just the first 100 meter. Looks like we're in for a fast race and some good timing here. Some of the fastest swimmers in this heat. And it's Netuka Pereira from AIS with that 4 minute and 12 second timing. It'll be interesting to see how this race pans out.
There's still the pack together here. Still too close to call as to who is in the lead. Around 5 swimmers go in together. Lane number 3 seems to be pulling ahead a little bit. That's Muaz Bari from Asian International School. Crowd finding their voice as 200 meters through in this 400 meter freestyle. Heat number 1 in the boys under 20. It's the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championship here at the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex. Sponsored by HNB, and of course the live coverage brought to you through Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. This is a real close tussle here in the first heat.
Yes, with the live action on Dialog TV channel number 20. As the live action for the next 5 days on the Papare. And the middle lanes are going head to head at the moment. In lane number 7, that's MS Fernando, who is in the lead so far. It looks like we have a decent timing in this heat as well, as they move towards the last 100 meter.
Well, we have the top seeds in this heat, and they're all fighting for that all-elusive first position in this first heat, which means they'll be in the best possible place to win the 400 meter freestyle. In lane number 7, in the lead right now is Fernando from Ananda College, but closely followed by A.F. Hussain in second place from St. Thomas's. Last 50 meter now. Here's the home stretch from them. They need to cut down on the number of times they breathe. Just put their head down and go with the last 25 meters to go. Close tussle for first place.
It's lanes 5 and 7. It's a close tussle here. Fernando and Hussain. Who will touch in first? It looks like Hussain has just edged forward. And Fernando in at second. And in lane number 3, it was Muaz Bari from AIS in third place.
Oh, what a heat we just witnessed. That was a very, very good heat. Very, very competitive as well. The boys under 20s always brings the fire into these competitions. Here's the start. It was a very good start off the blocks and a very good underwater from Nethuka Pereira, who had the best seed time coming into this timed finals, Virun. But like we mentioned right at the start, the goggle might have just disrupted any kind of momentum that he would have had. When things don't go your way in these kinds of things, the little things come back to haunt you. But that was a very good win in the end.
Yes, and let's take a look at the second heat. So from lanes 1 through 8, we have Metwan Fernando, Umar Farooq and Oshanda Pallevela, Sasmita Wattarantena, K.A. Tilagaratna, Evin Veerasinghe, K.V. Fernando and Salman Faris. And this is the second heat. All the timings at about that 4 minutes 30 seconds to 4 minutes 40 seconds range as we are underway. And straight up we have in lane number 4, that's Sasmita going ahead of the pack.
Well, the second best of the heats in this boys under 20 400 meter freestyle. Good underwater coming in there from Sasmita Wattarantana from St. Joseph's College. Closely followed in second place is Oshada Pallevela. Decent strokes there from both the leaders, looking to glide through. Generally what swimmers tend to do in these 400 meters is glide through the first couple of hundreds and then put the foot down and go for all money. It's a time final, so they'll want to try and get their best timings forward. A.F. Hussain from St. Thomas's College, clocking in first place in the previous heat. His timing is what all of them would want to try and beat, but if they can't get his timing, they'll want to get a timing as close as possible to that. Decent tumble turn from both the swimmers in pole position. Here's Pallevela and Wattarantana. Now Pallevela just pulling away. The rate of the kicks from Sasmitha Wattarantana has dropped a tad bit. He's gliding through now, Oshada Pallevela.
Yes, Pallevela taking the lead now, and he's left Sasmitha in the dust for now. It'll be interesting to see how this pans out. Yes, in lane number 3, it's Oshada Pallevela who has taken quite a lead now. Seems to be going forward quite comfortably. Sasmitha has just fallen back a few body lengths, and in third place in lane number 7, it's KVS Fernando.
Oshada Pallevela in the lead in this second heat of the 4 heats that we have, coming through with a seed timing of 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Here he goes now.
Yes, looks like he will be touching in first start with Oshada Pallevela. After that third 100 meter, he turned on the afterburners and just motored through, and he will touch in for the first place of the second heat. And in lane number 4, it's Sasmitha who will touch in at second place, and in lane number 7, it's KV Fernando touching in third place.
Well, here's the start of this second heat. It was a very good start off the blocks from Sasmitha Wattarantana. This race was mostly about the two of them, Oshada Pallevela and Sasmitha Wattarantana, around up until the 300 meter mark. But then from the 300 meter mark on, the rate of the kicks from Wattarantana started to drop, and Pallevela just kept gliding through to win that heat.
Yes, and next up we have the third heat of this boys under 2400 meter. B.A. Silva, Lineth Jayasinghe, Venuka Samar Vikrama, Setindu Dinuka, P.K. Dinura, P.K.N. Gunasinghe, A.G. Devjit, and Seth Fernandes from lanes 1 through 8 for the third heat. And this heat averaging of a time between 4 minutes 45 seconds and 4 minutes 55 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see how this one pans out, whether we'll see a better timing than their seed times, Abid.
Well, third best of the heats that we have in this 400 meter under 20 boys freestyle. What these boys will want to do is to try and glide through in this first 200 couple of meters, conserve some energy in the tank, keep it for the last 200 or 100 meters. This is one of the more challenging events when it comes to these championships. Always the 400 meter freestyle is generally on day number 1 early in the morning. You've got it from under 13 through to under 20. Very challenging event. Saps a lot of energy out of the boys, but it's a very fulfilling event as well.
Absolutely. And the swimmers are lucky today, Abid. The weather gods have been considerably good towards this meet, as we don't have too much of sunshine blaring down here at the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex. It was quite bad the past week, and today things have calmed down, and we haven't had too much of humidity or sun blaring down here.
You used the word quite bad there. That's quite the understatement. It was very bad. It's been horrible, the weather, but today it seems to be a bit better for some swimming. Boys obviously in the water, so they've got that advantage. There's a very good strokes coming through now in lane number 4. That's Setnidu Dinuka from St. Joseph's College, pulling away from the pack.
Yes, in lane number 4, Setindu is comfortably cruising ahead of everyone else at the moment. As you see, the other swimmers not in our frame as well when he was going forward. And he's already on his way towards that 25 meter mark in the second 100, as the other swimmers are just turning. And in second and third place, it's in lanes number 5 and 6, PK Dinura and KN Gunasinghe, who are fighting it out for that second and third place.
But in lane number 8, Seth Fernando too is giving a bit of a challenge to the boys in lane number 5 and 6. But here he goes. It's a very good swim coming in from Setnidu Dinuka. Approaching the last 100 meters. If he can keep this stroke rate up, if he can keep the kicks going, if he can keep the breathing to a minimal level, he should be able to try and get himself in a very good position. Decent underwater.
Yes, definitely. He seems to be cruising along steadily at the moment, Abid. Doesn't seem too flustered. And lanes 5 and 6 are still going neck on neck on the other side. So it's lanes 4, 5 and 6 who are in first, second and third place at the moment. And it looks like it will stay that way for now as they approach the final few 100 meters of this race.
Setnidu Dinuka from St. Joseph's College. It's a very good swim from him. Almost 20 meters in the lead. In second place, coming through is Dinura Gunatilaka from Royal College. And PK and Gunasinghe in lane number 6. Slowly dropping down and making space for Seth Fernando to come through to take the third place. But in the first place, in this third heat of the boys under 20 400 meter freestyle, with a very, very good timing, Setnidu Dinuka from St. Joseph's College.
Yes, he's gone quite ahead from his seed timing, Abid. About that 4 minutes 37 or 38 second time as in lane number 5, and then it was lane number 8 touching at second and third place. That's Dinura Gunatilaka and Seth Fernando. But it's Setnidu Dinuka who took the lead and kept it throughout that race.
Pretty decent race from Dinuka, and we're in for a pretty interesting final heat as well. And to take you through the final heat of the boys under 20 400 meter freestyle, over to Nathan and Bilal.
Thank you, Abid and Virun. final heat of the boys under 2400 meter freestyle. In lane number 1, we have MH Kuvindu Senmith Silva. Lane 2, we have Kuvindu Silva. Lane 3, Jeron Augustine. Lane 4, Johan Manula. Lane 5, Anaka Atiagala. Lane 6, Nathindu Veerasekara. And lane 7, Amitesh Sundarlingam.
Yes, final heat of the age group categories. After this, we'll have the open category of the 400 meter freestyle, and those will be the last few 400 meter events of the day. After that, we'll move into some more fast-paced stuff with the 50 meter breaststroke.
Because we are off here in this final heat. Currently, all of these swimmers, very tough competition.
This has been the trend, hasn't it, Bilal? We've seen that first 100 to 200 meters, all the swimmers fairly closely packed together, but it's all about pace in yourself, isn't it? You want to... Who comes out on top depends on who can pace themselves the best, who can conserve their energy, and who can maintain that consistency over the 400 meters. So we'll have to keep an eye out and see if these lads have it in them. Try and do that.
Definitely, Nathan. And just remind about the event record that was way back in 2014 by Matthew Abesinghe at a time of 4 minutes and 3 seconds and 90 micros.
Yes, that's a massive record. That's a tall ask of these boys to try and beat, but I'm sure they'll give it their best. If you're just joining us though, this is the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championship for 2026, live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare Dialog TV channel number 20, the Dialog Play App and the Papare website. And of course, shout out to the proud sponsors of this event, HNB, and they've been quite generous, especially to this aquatic sports sphere, isn't it, Bilal? Over the last year and a half or so, we've seen their name come up plenty of times, and it's great to see that the corporates are stepping in to give these young boys and girls a platform.
Most definitely, Nathan, that it's always wonderful to see these corporations taking on that social responsibility also. We're seeing how the performances have been so far. Say that it's definitely worth it, and these swimmers now, they are almost on the cusp of completing the second 100 meters, and have some tough competition in lanes 2, 6 and 7. That's Kuvindu Senmith Silva, Nathindu Veerasekara and Amitesh Sundarlingam. Currently marginally in the lead is Nathindu Veerasekara, and is very, very closely followed by lane number 7 and 3, which is Jeron Augustine and Amitesh Sundarlingam.
Yes, should be an interesting one. It's great that all three of them are still in contention coming towards the second half of this race. Veerasekara swing for DSN College, currently holding the lead. Augustine and Sundaralingam swing for St. Joseph's College and Lyceum Vattala respectively. But yes, Veerasekara continuing to maintain that gap of about a body length or two between him and Sundaralingam in lane number 7. But some good catch up in this lap by Augustine in lane number 3. But regardless, the first to the turn is Veerasekara. He's doing enough at the moment, but certainly must be very taxing on the young man.
Swimmers now approaching the final 100 of this boys under 2400 meter freestyle, and putting on the afterburners right now is Nathindu Veerasekara in lane number 6. He has been able to maintain a consistent stroke rate, but that kick just slightly weaker than it started off. However, it's been doing quite well so far. This will be the final 50. First to kick off is Veerasekara.
It's a spot on, Bilal. You could see the last few strokes of it was just his upper body taking him through, barely using the kick in. I'm sure his legs must be giving up on him, but it's great stuff that he's still able to maintain such a pace going just on his upper body. Can see almost no splash from his feet, but some good catch up now in lane number 3. Augustine, can see he's got plenty of energy conserved. He's trying to push through, but I think Veerasekara's efforts in the first few laps will be enough to see him touch with around 5 minutes on the dot, and very closely followed by Sundaralingam and Augustine in lanes number 7 and 3.
Once again, close contest for that second place as well. But right from the word go, it was Nathindu Veerasekara from DSA Nayak College who was able to maintain that lead, and with that consistent stroke rate, he just motored on to the final. And with the completion of that fourth heat, we'll be moving on to the women's under 20 and over. Women's 20 and over, 400 meter freestyle. And for heat number 1, we'll be having in lane 2, LKS De Silva, lane 3, Dinali Karunadasa, lane 4, Hiruki De Silva, lane 5, Caitlin De Silva, and lane 6, Galina Basnayaka.
There's some big names in this women's over 20 400 meter freestyle heat. Galina Basnayaka, para swimmer as well, so great to see that she's able to compete with such big names, isn't it, Bilal? An exceptional effort from her to even be at this National Age Group Aquatic Championships. And the current meet record currently held by Ramudi Samarakon of 4 minutes and 49.57 seconds back in 2022.
These swimmers gliding currently. Caitlin De Silva, the first to get to that touchboard. Very closely following Caitlin De Silva is lane numbers 2 and 6. That's LKS De Silva and Galina Basnayaka.
So De Silva representing the Sri Lankan Navy, and both Basnayaka and De Silva representing Kilawale Aquatics. And looks like De Silva is comfortably in the lead at the moment, has a seeded time of 4 minutes and 52 seconds, which is very close to that record time as well. If she can push on in this 400 meter freestyle, we know she has it in her. Try and push for yet another record broken at this 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championship, and we're only on day 1, Bilal.
Definitely, and she looks like she just might get to that record, Nathan, the way she's performing right now. Just gliding through gracefully through these Sugathadasa waters. In lane number 5, Caitlin De Silva, a sizable lead as well, leaving Galina Basnayaka and LKS De Silva considerable ways behind. Very close contest here by Basnayaka and LKS De Silva as well, but Basnayaka just able to eke out a slight lead in this second 100. But the first to reach the 25 meter mark will be Caitlin, comfortably as well. Caitlin motoring on, good form as well, those kicks helping her out, as well as that consistent stroke rate.
So you can see she's pacing herself out nicely, isn't it, Bilal? It's almost as if she's gliding through the water, not really exerting much of her energy. I'm sure she's keeping it all packed up for that last 100 meters. Basnayaka and De Silva too, trying to play catch up now. Basnayaka with a seeded time of 5 minutes and 8.47 seconds. De Silva, the seeded time of 5 minutes and 28.44 seconds. So quite a gap between them and De Silva in terms of their seeded times as well. Hence, I think we're seeing this big disparity.
Basnayak has definitely been able to just keep that consistent pace which has enabled her to go ahead. However, still lagging behind Caitlin, who's putting in a momentous shift here. And it looks like Caitlin will just get to the touchboard in this third 100 under 4 minutes. And she will have 1 more minute to complete this 100 if she is able to break that record set in 22 by Ramudi Samarakon.
It still looks like she's conserving herself, Bilal. So I think we're set for a quick dash in that last 50 meters. De Silva with 4 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Just about to come into her last lap.
Looks like Galina Basnayaka has also put in those afterburners. The stroke rate has definitely increased. Still cruising through for this final 50 is Caitlin De Silva in lane number 5.
Is running out of time as well as she's coming into this last 25 meters. Don't think the record might be on the cards for her, but definitely still can push for her personal best time in. She's coming with a seeded time of 4 minutes and 52 seconds, but looks like she'll take a bit longer than that on this occasion. But nonetheless, still has the best time in these timed finals, and just with just the one heat, we can confidently say that De Silva will have a gold at this 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships.
Definitely, what a momentous shift there by Caitlin De Silva. And coming in strong now to finish off second in this heat is Galina Basnayaka. Has put in those afterburners, getting in there. Resounding round of applause as both these swimmers reach the end of their swim. So we'll be having LKS De Silva also completing it.
So that's great stuff from Basnayak. A big round of applause as well. Like you said, we'll have to be competing with these big names. Being a para-athlete is no easy feat. As now we move on to the last of the 400 meter freestyle events, the men's open. And a full pool in this only heat. We have GM Kumara, VP Hansaka, Ishan Henricus, MN Ranatunga, MAS Abesingha, THKSI De Silva, Matthew Kure and Binura Pereira. And the best seeded time by Ranatunga for Sri Lanka Army in lane number 4 with 4 minutes and 51 seconds.
Great underwaters by all these swimmers here, starting off.
Yes, and the current record held by Dilanka Shehan, established back in 2022, 4 minutes and 15.57 seconds.
First to get to that touchboard will be lane number 3. That's Ishan Henricus. Very closely followed behind by the rest of the pack. Not much keeping these swimmers apart here. Maintaining a consistent pace as well. All of them will of course have tons of experience, having coming through the ranks. They will definitely know how to pace this 400 meter as well. Will be interesting to see how they execute it here. Right now, Henricus maintaining that slight lead. Lane number 6 and 8 lagging behind just a little bit, but of course will be interesting to see how they do in the next few laps.
Yes, certainly it's all about pacing yourself, and currently the lead, like you said, held by lane number 3 Henricus from Z-Fit Sports Club. Clock ticks over the 2-minute mark, but unfortunately it looks like he's really laboring through those strokes now. Still in the first half of this race. Will be quite the challenge for him to see if he can maintain this pace and this stroke rate throughout the remaining laps that we have. Henricus on the younger side as well, just 20 years old, considering who else is swimming with. We've got lane number 6, 36 years of age, KSI De Silva for Sri Lanka Army. And that's the beauty of an open category, isn't it, Bilal?
Most definitely. You have varying years of experience coming in together, trying to make it. Of course, good opportunity for the younger swimmers to gain some experience as well. And as we approach the end of this third 100, it looks like lane number 4, MN Ranatunga from Sri Lanka Army, has been able to just eke out a lead here over Henricus. But still, tough contest here between lane numbers 3 and 4. And both those swimmers also will be able to see each other as they take their breaths. That will keep them going as well. RMN Ranatunga slightly in the lead still. Will be interesting to see how both these swimmers finish off. Of course, closely followed by swimmer in lane number 2. That's PVP Hansaka from the Sri Lankan Navy. Henricus slightly lagging behind now. Ranatunga putting on those afterburners.
Final stretch here of this men's open 400 meter freestyle, and we've got a 3-horse race, but looks like it will be Ranatunga who just has enough in him to touch first. 4 minutes and 58 seconds on our clock. But what a swim it was from all three of them, isn't it, Bilal? Hansaka, Henricus and Ranatunga, all within just a second of each other.
Definitely. Henricus, who was in the lead for the longest time, just lagging behind in that final stretch. And from up here, it looked like Hansaka was able to get there a second before him. However, we'll have to wait for official confirmation. Here's that replay of that finish. And with that, we will come to the end of this men's 20 and over 400 meter freestyle.
Yes, and with that we come to an end of the mid-distance swim for today, 400 meters. But before we get into the shorter swims of the, starting with the girls under 11 50 meter breaststroke, we'll head into a short commercial break.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And he's out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුලු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න අදම Dialog Play app එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න
Schools Rugby is back. The Dialog Schools Rugby Knockouts 2026 ignites the season. Defending dreams or shattering rivals? Who's claiming glory in 2026? Watch the action live on Dialog Television, Dialog Play, and ThePapare.com. Schools Rugby Unleashed. ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙළිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නවමන්න සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක් TV හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679ට SMS කරන්න
The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
හයේ පහරවල් දියුණු කඩුලු දවා ගැනීම මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැරගන්න එපා කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දැන් ඔබේ අතටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න අදම Dialog Play App එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
Schools Rugby is back. The Dialog Schools Rugby Knockouts 2026 ignites the season. Defending dreams or shattering rivals? Who's claiming glory in 2026? Watch the action live on Dialog Television, Dialog Play, and ThePapare.com. Schools Rugby Unleashed. ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙලිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නරඹන්න සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක් ඉටීම් හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Epic rivalries reignited. The big match season is here. Iconic showdowns from Colombo to Kandy, from Mathura to Jaffna. Battle of the Blues, Maroons, Saints, Brothers, and so much more. Witness history as the future stars clash for glory. Big Match Season 2026. Big Match Season 2026. Live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel.
In the heart of Colombo, where pride is inherited and rivalries are written in history.
And it's out caught. That was a good catch.
This is not just another match. This is the battle for Luke Shield glory. Two giants, two legacies, one battle. Catch all the action live on the Papare 2, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com.
Welcome live back to the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex. It's the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championship 2026. We're done with the 400 meters from under 13 through to the under 20s and the over 20s. And next up, we have the 50 meter breaststroke.
So in heat number 1, we have LHI De Silva. Lane number 2, we have Yetuli Gunawardena. Lane number 3, we have ULC Kiana. Lane number 4, we have Shiloh Fernando. Lane number 5, we have Jerusha Pereira. Lane number 6, we have Tehanya Vijaysinha. And lane number 7, we have Akitama Patiranagi.
So joining myself in the comm box is Sitara Zuhair, someone who knows the 50 meter breaststroke pretty well, one of her pet strokes. What exactly happens in the 50 meter breaststroke, Sitara? How do you pace it? It's the under 11s that will go first. It's a short distance swim. And how exactly do you pace it? This is your pet stroke.
I think, Abid, you don't really pace a 50 meter breaststroke. You attack that underwater and your pull out has to be really good and you try to get that distance in the legal amount and then you really push through that 50 meters. You have to make sure you pace your strokes and take those quick strokes and finish that 50 meter hard.
Waiting for the under 11s to be marshaled and brought to the starting blocks. Start off with the girls under 11 50 meter breaststroke. The 11 heats. Generally, when it comes to the under 11s, the under 13s, and the under 15s, in these 50 meter events, we have a lot of heats. All the youngsters given a chance to swim, but when you go up to the under 17s, the under 20s, the heat numbers start to drop, but the quality of swimming starts to increase.
Definitely, I think at this age, all you want to do is really complete that 50 meters and see and really realize what stroke you're better at. And I think these girls will definitely want to push and try to better their times more than aim for that top 8 position.
It's absolutely warm today. You've got the makeshift fans from the audience today. Using your program as the fans, it's pretty smart. The sun not pelting down as much as it was the last few days. Here's the 50 meter breaststroke of the under 11s.
With a good start from this first heat in this under 11 50 meter breaststroke, we have the girls definitely taking their quick strokes and trying to pace this 50 meter by making those short strokes and making sure they use their pull out very well. It's a very quick race, and I think all the swimmers are neck and neck, and you can't really tell who's coming first. But again, there are 11 heats in this event, so I think they're just going to push to better their times.
Well, in lane number 7, it looks like Patiranage is slowly pulling ahead of the rest of the pack. But in lane number 4, we have Shiloh Fernando from Ladies College. It's going to be a tight one to the wall. Here we go from lane number 7 and lane number 5.
Lane number 5 comes with that first touch. I think the girls hit very good times for their first heat of the under 11 50 meter breast, and I think they'll be very proud with that swim, considering that they are still very small and upcoming swimmers.
Here's a replay of the first heat in the girls under 11 50 meter breaststroke. Shiloh Fernando from Ladies College coming out on top with close competition from Patiranage in lane number 7. Then to the line, it was Fernando who touched first. Apologies to our viewers. It's Jerusha Pereira from Holy Family Convent that touches first in lane number 5 in the previous heat. Apologies to our viewers and to Jerusha Pereira. Good heat. Here's the second heat coming up. Aditya Oneli, Manchanayaka Pereira, Hadara Pinto, Dias and Piris making up the starting line.
As you can see, these little swimmers with their 3-to-1 pullouts coming close to the 5 meter mark, which is very impressive for people their age. I think they're all trying to push through with this 50 meter swim with their hard strokes and their strong kicks.
Approaching the first 25 meters done in lane number 8. It's Piris in the lead. It's a close tussle for first from Dias in lane number 7.
Very close race by lane number 7 and lane number 8. And coming very close as well is lane number 2 and lane number 1, giving them a quick race for their first place, but lane number 8 touches first with lane number 7 a close second.
Piris wins the second of the 11 heats in the girls under 11 50 meter breaststroke with Riley Dias in second place. Very good swim. There's your race winner in heat number 2. Good start off the blocks from these girls, gliding through the first 25, but then from there it was in the far right of the Sugathadasa pool in lane number 8. Here's the third of the heats. Karyavasam, Samarasinghe, Kumarasinghe, Fernando, Rodrigo, Metsala, Herat and De Silva. The 8 that will take part in the third heat of the girls under 11 50-meter breaststroke. Third heat starts, and there's a good underwater from lane number 6 to start things off. That's Metsala.
As you can see, lane number 6's pull-out was really strong, and now she's pushing through with that very sharp kick and breath. She's keeping a very steady stroke count, so she's probably going to hopefully keep that steady stroke count till the end of this 50 meters.
In lane number 7, she's got Herath right behind her, who has a higher stroke count that she does, but the superior leg strength for Metsala and the more rhythmic strokes making her go ahead in this third heat.
Metsala with that first touch on the board in this third heat, with lane number 7 and lane number 3 coming with a very close second and third touch.
In number 7 it's Herath, and in lane number 3 it's Nuini Kumarasinghe. Here's the start. It was a very good start, Sitara, right from the blocks from lane number 6.
Definitely. I think she kept the same pace throughout that 50, proving to us that if you keep a pace and you keep your strokes to what you're used to, you can definitely aim to keep a very good timing in that 50 meters.
Here's heat number 4. Yahali Pereira, Samaravira Senanayaka, Dulava, Siriwardana, Anthony, Gunatilaka and Kure will take the blocks in the 4th of the 11 heats of the under 50 meter breaststroke of the under 11s.
I think this heat everyone is neck and neck still, but again they're doing a really good job, especially considering the weather and it's really hot outside. But these young swimmers are definitely using all the training that they've got and trying to keep a steady stroke count in this 50 meter sprint.
In lane number 3 it's Senanayaka from Bishop's College in the lead, slowly but surely pulling away. In lane number 5 she's got Siriwardana right on her shoulder, but it looks like it's going to be in lane number 3 the Bishopian who touches first. Senanayaka gets the first place in this 4th heat, with Siriwardana following close behind. Here's a replay of the 4th heat. Pretty decent heat. Nothing too flashy from the girls here. It was all of them in one line up until the 25 meter mark. But from there, Siriwardana and Senanayaka pulled away for Senanayaka to win.
And in this heat we have Kularatna, Pogola Gama, Jayasekara, Edirisinghe, Ranga Gomes, Rodrigo and Tivena. Pulling ahead in lane number 3, we have Jayasekara really showing that she has this stroke under her belt. I mean, she's with a very steady stroke count here. So she's really pulling through to that last 10 meter mark.
About 3 body lengths between the race leader and the rest of the pack, but there's a close. We didn't see that lane number 8 there, but in the end it's lane number 3 that comes through. Jayasekara Tivetma follows in second, and it should be lane number 6 that takes 3rd spot in the 5th heat. It's Gomez from Ladies College. Here's a replay of that 5th heat. Once again, it was pretty decent from all the girls. But the race winner, Jayasekara and Tivetma, just pulled away from the rest of the pack. Jayasuriya, Sandinsa, Jayakodi, Ritigala, Silva, Jayasekara, Senanayaka and Pereira on the blocks for heat number 6.
And they're off. I mean, at this level, under 11, I think it's very important that they've learned their technique, which I think a lot of these swimmers have, and they're proving to us that they know that the pull-out is the most important part of the race, all coming out near the 10-meter mark, near the flag line. So they'll just push through this 50-meter breaststroke.
In lane number 6, it's Jayasekara that holds the lead so far. When we just passed the 25-meter mark, you're talking about how well they're doing their strokes there. Just have a look at that stroke as well. The glide is very, very good in this 50-meter, but they're also keeping the pace of their strokes and the rate of their strokes at a very high level, Sitara.
Definitely, and I think at this level, yes, a 50-meter should be short and fast, but if you have that really powerful kick, it really doesn't matter. It depends on how much distance you gain.
Well, a close one to the line there, but it's Jayasekara that wins the 6th heat in the under 11 50-meter breaststroke of the girls. At the 25-meter mark, pulling away. Had close competition, but towards the end, strokes were very good from her.
Up next, we have heat number 7 with Kumara Singh in lane 1, Akimana in lane 2, Silva in lane 3, Theekshan in lane 4, Gamlat in lane 5, Metasha in lane 6, Kumara Singh in lane 7, and Salesh in lane 8. As you can see, lane number 3 with the longest pull-out, pulling out first, just showing how important that is, especially in a 50 meters. And at this young age, if they know that, it's a very big advantage to them as well. And despite lane number 3 pulling out first, lane number 5 showing her power in her kick and her pull and edging away in that 50-meter breaststroke.
Some good strokes from Gamlat. Having a little sneak to her competition on her left there. Good strokes coming in lane number 5 from Gamlat, who seemed to have competition when it came past the 25-meter mark, but gets the win in this 7th heat. Seven heats done and dusted. Here's the 8th of those heats. It's Kaviratna, De Silva, Fernando, Vijay Vikrama, Senaviratna, Vijitan, Benaragama and Senaratna in the 8th heat of the girls under 11 50-meter breaststroke.
Lane number 6 with an amazing pull out. Hopefully these girls know that they have to keep a steady stroke count in these 50 meters, not to pull out too fast, and keep a very strong kick and a very strong pull.
All these girls are fighting for a top 8 position to take part in the finals that will happen later on in the evening today. We're getting to the better of the heats.
Lane number 7 pulling through and edging forward to hit that start block by the first. I think she's first, yes. And lane number 6 and 5 fighting for that second position.
Benaragama wins the 8th heat. Here's a replay of that. It was a very good start off the blocks once again. Something that we have noticed so far, Sitara, in this girls under 11 50 meter is the fact that the starts and the underwaters have been very good from these girls.
Definitely. I mean, at this level, if they know how important that underwater pull-out is, I think they'll go far in their swimming careers. Because, again, you do move fast underwater. And in a 50 meter, it's very important that you take advantage of that.
Dasanayaka, Veeratunga, Veerasinghe, Binaya, Yatavara, Oshali, Deheragoda and Edirisinghe, the 8 that will take part in heat number 9. Good start off the block once again. Lane 4 seems to have pulled away at the start. That's Binaya from Lyceum International School, Wattala.
As you can see, some of the swimmers have a very fast stroke count in these 50 meters, and yet some have a more gliding effect in their stroke count. It really does matter when you're taking it into consideration in a 50 meters, because you want to be quick and you want to move faster in your distance, since the distance is only a 50 meter swim.
It's a good swim coming in from lane number 4, doing exactly what Sitara was talking about there. It's Binaya that was in the lead right from the start and seemed to have been in control, with lane number 5 coming in second place. That's Yatavara. A very good swim from her right from the start. At the 25 it was Bimaya that led, and at the end of the 50 it was Bimaya that kept her lead to win the 9th heat. Here's the 10th heat. Rajaratnam, Martinez, Veerasekara, Abesekara, Bandara, Kumarasiri, Hashwini and Hesanya.
Lovely pullouts from all these swimmers in this heat. I think as the heats come towards the end of this particular event, you can see the caliber of the swimmers really increasing. I mean, lane number 4 really pulling forward with that strong kick and very precise shootout. Amazing to see at this under 11 level.
Well, timing is what they will want to do and try and get the best of. But in lane number 4, it's Abesekara that started the race off very strong and ends it on a very high note as well.
Very impressive, 45 seconds for an under 11 swimmer. Just 2 seconds off the meet record. Very impressive by these young athletes.
Here's a replay of that heat once again. Let's have a look at the stroke from the race winner, Abesekara. That was very, very good from her. Very easy on the eye. Here's the final one. Mavilmada De Silva, Tavinya, Tarunadi, Hevage, Paulus, Mendes and Tilanya. The final heat of the girls under 11 50 meter breaststroke.
All very strong pullouts by these athletes. Coming into this last heat, they know the pressure is on, considering they want to get in that top 8 to swim those finals in the evening. So they'll give it all that they've got, because at these age groups there are so many heats, you can't really get your position without fighting for it in the morning. So you can see that by the lane number 2, Miss De Silva edging forward, coming in that first position in this final heat. But you have a very good fight for lane number 5 and lane number 4.
It's all about getting the best 8 timings. It's a very, very good race here to finish off. Close one between 5 and 2. I think 5 might have just taken it there, Hewagama. But a very good girls under 11 50 meter breaststroke, Sitara. That was a very, very close event, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be very tight to figure out who will take on each other as the final 8 later on in the evening.
Up next we have the boys under 11 50 meter breaststroke. In the first heat we have Fernando Dodangwala and Pereira lanes numbers 3, 4 and 5.
Have a couple of unlisted names that are taking part in this first heat as well in the boys under 11 50 meter breaststroke.
We have lane 4 edging his way towards the 25-meter mark, but we have lane 7 giving him a really good fight coming in from that corner lane, as well as lane number 6, all with more quick strokes to finish off their 50-meter breaststroke.
Lane number 4, it's Dodangwala that comes ahead and seems to have won this race. In lane number 7 and 6, apologies, we don't have them listed on the meet program today, but that's the first of the heats. We have 9 heats coming your way in the 50 meter breaststroke of the boys under 11s.
And in the second heat for the boys under 11 50-meter breaststroke, we have Herath, Liana Vaduge, Eshwara Varachi, Ube Singh, Bandara and Booz. Really good pullouts by these young boys. I think they all want to get in that top 8 position, so they'll have to give it their all, considering that they have 9 heats to compete with.
The second heat seems to have heated things up here at the Sugathadasa. It's lane number 2 taking on lane number 3 with a close follow-up in lane number 4. Anuhas, Fernando and Ashinsha. Apologies, Liana Vaduge, Herath and Eshwara Rachi.
Very close race by these 4 athletes, but lane number 3, I think, pulls through. Not entirely sure, it's too close for us to call from here.
Yeah, very good race from those 3. Liana Vaduge, Herath and Eshwara Rachi were on each other's shoulders right from the start. Very good start off the blocks. Mapitigama, Fernando, Anuas, Ashinsha, Piris, Fernando, Dean and Rajapaksa. And to take you through this heat, we have Virun and Nathan.
Abid and Sitara. Yes, the boys under 11 50 meter breaststroke. This is heat number 3. And we are underway as in lane number 6. It's Dihe and Fernando who is in the lead.
Fernando just slowing down a bit though in that last 25 meters, but looks like he has enough in him. And lane numbers 5, 6 and 8 all touching within just a second of each other. I think that's Piris, Fernando and Rajapaksha. All 3 of them running mighty close, so will be interesting.
Yes, we have 9 prelims in this category, Nathan. The boys under 11 50 meter breaststroke. And we just finished the third one. Take a look at some of the highlights from the third prelim. And next up we have Nivik, Nimsit, Ekanayaka, Yutmira, Nautoni, Sasmika, Vitarana, Yayasiri and Surya Mudali from lanes 1 through 8.
It's great to see the participation, isn't it, Virun? We have, like I said, 9 heats in the preliminary round, and all 9 are a full pool. So that's 72 entries for this boys under 11 50 meter breaststroke.
Absolutely, and we do have over 1,300 swimmers participating in this meet, Nathan, and that's lovely to see over these 5 days. All the live action on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Yes, that's Dialog TV channel number 20, the Dialog Play App, and the Papare website. And this is a closely fought heat here, but looks like the corner lanes, interestingly, lanes number 1 and 8, Nimsit and Surya Mudali, have that advantage. And looks like, yes, it is lane number 1 that touches first Nivik Nimsit. Finishes with a timing of about 51 seconds on our clock. Swimming for Thurston College, Colombo.
Yes, not too bad of a swim that time. The meter record at 42 seconds and 50 milliseconds, set back in 2019. As we are ready for the 5th prelim, Denagama Vanasinghe, Gunasekara, Rashmika, Rahul, Nelson, Fernando and Tejas from lanes 1 through 8.
And once again, reminding you of that current meet record held by Qaid Farooq, established in 2019, 42.5 seconds. I'm sure he'll also be swimming in perhaps an old age group now. Virun is a really talented swimmer, Qaid.
Yes, hailing from St. Peter's College, Qaid Farooq. Definitely lots of talent under him, and he has a record that he set back in 2019 when he was in the under 11 category. But in this heat, it looks like in lane number 2, that is Vanasinghe, who is in the lead so far. And yes, he will touch in first place. And then it's lanes number 7 and 4. That's CS Fernando and beg your pardon, it's Yaya Siri and Kesara who will touch in.
Yes, so yet another closely fought heat, and the best timing of 51 seconds. See if that is enough to see him progress into the next round, as we take a look at the lineup for the next heat. In lane order from lane number 1, Arud Soti, Karunaratna, Ivek, Yuthma, Kodituakku, Katudeniya, Rajamuni and Mendis.
Yes, and straight away we can see in this prelim, Nathan, the pack going together so far. Just the 50 meters now at the 25 meter mark. It's lane number 2 in the lead. That's Karuna Ratna, who is moving slightly ahead of the rest of the pack. And closely next to him, it's TM Arud Soti. And it is a close competition between those two. And lane number 5 as well, going really close. Wonder who took that victory, Nathan. It was Senuk Korituakku, also giving lanes 1 and 2 a run for their money.
Yes, certainly. It's great to see that all these heats have been closely fought, isn't it? As you take a look at the replay there, be interesting to see who touched first. But what's important is that timing, isn't it? To try and make it into the next round. They'll want to finish in that top 8, all of these boys. And now we move on into the last few heats, Virun, and looking at the seeded times, these are the lads who have come into this competition with the best seeded times.
Yes, absolutely. If you take a look at those times, it's averaging at about that 48 second range. And for this prelim, it's Amar Sekar, Sendiru, Luthmin Fernando, Parnavidana, Piris, Paragoda and Bandara from lanes 1 through 8. And it looks like in lane 3, that's Daniru Luthmin, who is in the lead at the moment.
Yes, and looks like he has enough in him to finish this off. Luthmin in lane number 3, just slowing up in that final stretch, but just enough for Luthmin.
Yes, and it looks like it will be lanes 3, 4 and 5 who will take the first, second and third place in that order. Luthmin, Fernando and Parnavidana. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that prelim.
So Luthmin was neck and neck, but when he got into that final 25 meters, he did pick up the pace and finished with the best timing as we move into the penultimate heat of this boys under 11 50 meter breaststroke. Lane order we have Piris, Tennakon, Panditharatna, Vikramasuriya, Fonseca, Sethmina, Tanupama and Veerasinghe.
And we are off in the penultimate prelim of the boys under 11 50 meter breaststroke event. And straight away at the 25 meter mark, it's lanes 2 and 5 who are going head on head at the moment.
Yes, and looks like lane number 5 trying to pull away, but lane number 2 as well, like you said, Tennakon keeping himself in the mix. And now in fact Tennakon looks like he's put in a bit of distance between him and his competitor in lane number 5, and yes, Tennakon will touch at around 45 seconds. That's exceptional timing and probably the best one we've seen in this heat so far.
Yes, Netvidu Tennakon in lane 2, and it is Satru Fonseca in lane number 5 who touched in at second place. It was a good swim and a good timing. Much better than the seeded timing in that prelim, Nathan.
Yes, definitely, and that's what you want to do, isn't it? You want to get that PB up, and that's what a lot of these athletes have done so far. So we are into the final heat now, and keep an eye out for lane number 4. Uthum Ayusha comes in with a seeded time of just 45 seconds and very quick off the blocks. All 8 of these swimmers. Certainly the fastest heat that we've seen so far if this first 25 meters are anything to go by. And yes, Uthum Ayusha has put a body length or so between him and the rest of the chase in pack, but keep an eye out for that corner lane as well. Looks like Taimid in lane number 1 is trying to play some catch up, but I think Uthum Ayusha has this one in the bag, Virun.
Absolutely. It's the start in these 50 meter events, Nathan. It's how good you get off the mark. And yes, it will be Uthum Ayusha who will go and get the first place, just about 43 seconds. Once again, good timing in this prelim as well.
It's an excellent swim, Virun, just within a few micros of that record. And certainly the fastest heat that we've seen, saving the best for last in the boys under 11 50 meter breaststroke. And I'm sure that timing will take Uthum into the next round. Now we'll move into the girls under 13 50 meter breaststroke. Got 8 preliminary rounds in this one as well.
Yes, for our first prelim we have Samaranayaka, Vitanage, Vijayanath and Gamage. Just the 4 entries for the first prelim, and it looks like in lane number 5 that's Vijayanath who is in the lead, and it looks like she will go ahead. The meet record for this, Nathan, 38 seconds and 92 milliseconds, held back in 2018 by Navanjana Sirivardhana.
Yes, that will be a really tough time to beat, but coming really close in this first heat. Lane number 5, just about 43 seconds on the clock when she touches, and that's miles ahead of qualifying time of 55 seconds, Virun. That's more than a 10-second improvement. exceptional swim there.
That's great to see, Nathan. Absolutely lovely stuff that time. Vijayanand, 57 seconds she's put up in her qualifying time, but take a look at this. She touches in about 43 seconds. And not too far from that record, but definitely a tough one to beat at 38 seconds.
Yes, certainly. As we move into our next heat in lane order from lane number 1, Vijay Tilaka, Pereira, Seniviratna, Vamulla, Pereira, Tilakaratna, Mudalige and Manishi occupying the 8 lanes, and lane number 4, Vamulla with the best qualifying time of 51.94 seconds. But if that first heat was anything to go by, Virun, I don't think we can trust these seeded times one bit. We saw them outperform it by 10-15 seconds in the first heat.
I think we saw that happen throughout some of the events, Nathan. The seeded time is just something to get them through to qualify and swim for an event. But in meets like this is where they show what they're really capable of. And straight away we're on to a hot start as this pack is going head to head at the 25-meter mark, and looks like in lane number 7 it will be Seara Mudilige who is in the lead by just half a body length at the moment. But catching up is Satsuki Seniviratna in lane number 3. It's a close competition between those two swimmers, but it's lane number 7, Seara Mudilige, who will touch in first, and in second place it will be Seniviratna who will touch in at second.
It's another fast swim, and it's like you said, Virun, they went neck and neck for majority of that race, but Mudalige just had enough of in that last 25 to touch first, but with like very closely followed by Satsuki Seniviratna.
Yes, and for our next prelim, we have from lanes 1 through 8, Vijayaratna, Belpage, Fernando, Pereira, Silva, Gunaratna, Disa Nayaka and Mudun Kotua. So once again, a full lineup of swimmers for this prelim as well, Nathan. Once again, good to see.
And straight away, all of them going pretty much neck and neck, but looks like lane number 5 does have a slight advantage as they come towards the end of that first 25 meters. RNS Silva in lane number 5.
Yes, and Damsarani Belp again, lane number 2 as well. Not too far behind, but it looks like in lane number 5 it's RNS Silva who is cruising along in the lead. A good competition between lanes 1 and 2 as well, along with lane number 8, and it's lane number 5 who touches in first, and then it's lanes 1 and 2. Lane number 5, that's RNS Silva, and then Vijayaratna and Belpage touching in respectively.
It's another closely fought heat, isn't it, Virun? And that's what we love to see.
Absolutely, Nathan. And for the past few heats we've seen that, and it's great for us to see that these swimmers are giving each other a good competition, and I'm sure they're all just edging everyone forward.
Says we're into our next heat, and a good underwater coming in from the far lanes, and at the moment it's lane number 5. That's Ulladupitia from Lyceum Vattala, who has a narrow advantage, but looks like lane number 2 or lane number 3 rather has put her name in the mix as well, coming towards the end of that end of this heat. 30 seconds on the clock, and just really laboring through those last few strokes, the swimmer in lane number 2, Netuli Nayantara. And I think she will touch first, and exceptional timing as well, just under 45 seconds, Virun.
Yes, a couple of good timings coming in, Nathan, from these swimmers. Much better than their qualified timings. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that race.
Yes, Nayantara beating her seeded time by more than 5 seconds. Excellent swim and excellent pace. It's been really good to see the depth of talent and the pool of talent that we have, especially in the small age categories, isn't it, Virun? Just shows how good the future can be for Sri Lankan swimming.
Absolutely, Nathan, and that's great to see as we have started our fifth prelim. Shanaya Veerasinghe Pereira Kinara, Malla Vaheva, Jayasekara Sidangana, and Ratna Tilaka from lanes 1 through 8. And at the 25-meter mark, it looks like it will be lane number 5 in the lead. And that's DS Mallavaheva. But fighting closely in lane number 4, that is Yutmi Kinara. And looks like she'll touch in first. And in second place, it's lane number 5. Once again, a close-fought battle, Nathan, between these swimmers, and about 46 seconds in that first place. Really good timings.
Yes, excellent timing as well, and like you said, Yutmi Kinara had a really good swim. It's just one lap at the end of the day, isn't it, Virun? So as a swimmer, you can really just give it your all and just push through. Use all your energy. It's not like a 400 meter or 800 meter swim.
You really don't have to pace yourself out in this competition, Nathan. Just got to put your head down and absolutely go for it. It is a breaststroke though. Can't really say put your head down.
It's a breaststroke, probably one of the most difficult strokes to execute as a swimmer. So we are into this next hit. 23 seconds on the clock. Looks like it's lane number 5 with the lead, Imandi Vikramasuriya for Gateway College. And yes, now she's put a body length or so between her and the rest of the chase. In fact, lane number 4 also laboring through this last 25 meters, but looks like Vikramasuriya has enough in the tank to finish with just 40 seconds on the clock, Virun. Another exceptional time in this 6th heat.
Yes, let's take a look at the highlights as well from that 6th prelim. As up next we have the 7th one coming in. Just one more to go, the penultimate prelim of the girls under 13 50-meter breaststroke event. Binduheva Christopher Disanayaka, Navitma Vikramasinghe Fernando Disanayaka, and Karuna Ratna from lanes 1 through 8.
Yes, and lane number 4 coming in with a timing of 40.39 seconds. So keep an eye out for Navitma.
Yes, just 40 seconds. Quite a good qualifying timing. And from what we've seen, these swimmers can swim much faster than their qualifying time. So hopefully, Navitma might be going for that record, Nathan. Just 2 seconds behind. And straight away, looks like we have a couple of no-shows, unfortunately, in lanes number 3 and 1, along with lane number 6 as well. But at the 25-meter mark, it's in lane number 4. It is Navitma who is in the lead by about half a body's length at the moment. She looks like she could go for that record, Nathan. Just a couple of seconds out. Yes, just on that timing, on our unofficial clock rather.
38.85 seconds, so has outperformed that record time by just a few micros, but of course we do maintain an unofficial clock, but definitely close to that very old record as well, 8-year-old record. And keep in mind, this is just the preliminary round. There's a final to come after this too, and I'm sure she's going to put in more effort to that.
Definitely, Nathan. I'm pretty sure she can beat that 8-year-old record. She's shown that in the prelims, as we have final prelim of this event. Gunatilaka Vidanage, Sanudya Daya Samar Veera Kodituwaku, Vimala Sena and Karuna Ratna from lanes 1 through 8. And once again, unfortunately, we have one no-show in lane number 5. But just passing the 25-meter mark in lane number 4. That's Visakya Dayas who is in the lead. And she has a qualifying timing of just 39 seconds, Nathan. And looks like she will also be a contender for that record. And she just touches in just a second later than that earlier prelim.
Yes, on our clock, just a few micros over Virun, but again, could be very close and potentially the record set just in the last heat might have already been broken. Some really good stuff here at the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships. It's lovely to see, isn't it? These decade-old records tumbling left, right and center. And like we were reiterating over and over, it's great to see the future that Sri Lankan swimming has if the administration and the powers that be can take good care of these young athletes, and if they also put in that effort and make that sacrifice to continue the sport.
Couldn't agree more, Nathan. But now we've moved on to the boys under 13 50-meter breaststroke. And for our first out of 7 prelims, we have Lak Divdas, Himansa and Abe Vikrama. And we have the meet record 37 seconds set back in 2015, over a decade ago, by Ovin Gamage.
Yes, and got 7 heats to come in this first round. Yes, just the 3 entries for this first heat. Yes, 11-year-old record. We just saw an 8-year-old record broken twice in the last event. Now a 10-year-old record for these young under 13 lads to try and challenge. Looks like it's lanes 3 and 4 that are quite closely fought in touch-in for this first heat of 7.
Yes, and as we take a look at the highlights for that first prelim, let's take a look at our participants for the second one. Lakdiv Balasurya Samarveera, Dulnaka Karnaratna Damsara and Nagahapitiya from lanes 1 through 7. And from there onwards, Nathan, it looks like we'll have a full set of swimmers in all 8 lanes for the rest of the 5 prelims.
Yes, the participation has been great, isn't it? Virun, we are seeing more than 5 heats for all the events so far. So comfortably more than 40-50 swimmers participating in every event, and that's really heartening, especially in the younger age groups.
Yes, but now it looks like lane number 7, that's Ranit Nagahapitiya, who is in the lead with a decent timing as well. Qualifying time of about 47 seconds, but he's outdone himself this time by about 5 seconds, and then it was lanes number 5 and 2 touching in respectively.
Yes, brilliant pace as well, isn't it? Around 42.21 seconds, and much better than their seeded timing. And like we said, meet record sits currently at 37.08 seconds, but for a 50-meter breaststroke lap, I think anything below 40 seconds is excellent going, and these lads are just within a second or so of it.
Definitely, Nathan, but that meet record was set back in 2015 at 37 seconds, and it doesn't look like it's too easy to beat. Over a decade of swimmers trying to get that one and unable to. But as we go on to the third prelim, it's Jayakodi Chandasena, Tennakon De Silva, Indra Kumar, Yahampat Silva and Tikesh from lanes 1 through 8.
So it looks like it's lane number 1, that's Jayakodi for Ananda College, who has put a body length or so between him and the rest of the competition as we enter this final 25 meters. This is JMR Jayakodi. Seeded time of 47 seconds, but he'll do a lot better than that here. Virun just touching at around 43 seconds. He's bettered his seeded time and I'm sure that swim puts him in close contention to make that last 8.
Definitely. And they're doing much better than their seed times, and that's good to see from these swimmers as we move on to the next prelim, the 4th one out of the 7. Themika Aryaratna, Peruma Tantri, Hettigama, Nethmita, Jagoda, Nimtaru and Madhav from lanes 1 through 8.
And straight away all of them going neck and neck, but it looks like it's lane number 1 that has the advantage at the moment. Senura Themika swimming for Lyceum Panadura. The best timing of course is in lane number 4, 46.66 seconds by Hattegama swimming for Trinity College, but at the moment it's lane number 3, Dilusha for Lyceum Gampaha, who has the lead by a few body lengths now and is just easing through this last stretch and will comfortably touch around that 40-second mark. This an excellent swim from Dilusha, and certainly the fastest pace heat that we've seen so far in this boys under 13 50 meter breaststroke. If you take a look, there was quite closely fought, but just speeding up in that last 25 meters and finishing around that 40 meter mark which is what we expected. And to take you through the next few heats, it's over to Abid and Bilal.
The 5th heat of the boys under 13 50 meter breaststroke.
Off to a good start here. This boys under 13 50 meter breaststroke, heat number 5. Currently in the lead are those swimmers in the golden lanes. Lane number 5 with a marginal lead. It's Menuk. Apologies, Hansaka Sahasit. And first to that touchboard, a very, very close call, but Abid, it definitely did look like it was lane number 5, Hansaka Sahasit, closely followed by lane number 4, DAT Mahanama, and lane number 1, MS Asmat.
A very good race right off the blocks from all these swimmers, and the quality of strokes are just getting better and better, isn't it, Bilal? It has been very good from all these swimmers, but in lane number 5, just edging out the rest of the pack was Sahasit from St. Joseph's.
Definitely, and the 6th, the penultimate heat of this boys under 13 50 meter breaststroke. In lane number 1 we have KS Hettiarachi, lane 2 Yalindu Dulmet, lane 3 Gavesh Edrisinga, lane 4 WSD Sirivardhana, lane 5 MA Sandil, lane 6 Danul Guruge, lane 7 KA Methupama, and lane 8 BA Beruala.
Very good start off the blocks and very good strokes coming in from lane number 4, that is Sirivardhana, pulling away from the pack, and in one of the better heats to be able to pull away as he is doing, it's very, very impressive.
Final few meters, and it looks like Sirivardhana might just break that 10-year-old record, and he reaches there on an unofficial clock a second before that record. And Abid, we might just have been witness to this 10-year record being broken.
What a race. Have a look at that replay once again. If the record has been broken, congrats to you, young lad Sirivardhana. Just have a look at how good the strokes were. That last stroke right on to the touchboard to maybe get the record from Owen Gamage that was set way back in 2015, which was 37 seconds and 8 milliseconds. Here's the final heat.
And in this final heat also, in lane number 4, we have Darish Sadis with a seed time of 37 and 19 microseconds. So will be interesting to see if he also can go for that record. And right off the blocks in lane number 4, It is Darish Sadis who is the first to get to that 25-meter mark. He's powering through here. Final few meters, a sizable lead with the rest of the pack. And Abid, we might actually see that record being broken once again. And it is Darish who gets there in 35 or 36 seconds in our unofficial clock, of course. And what two heats we've had here.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful stuff from the swimmer in lane number 4. That was Darish Sadis. Very good stroke rate, isn't it? Just when you go to those final heats, Bilal, just the intensity just notches up so many levels, and just they bring so much to the table, these young swimmers, and they're just under 13s, and a 36 in a 50-meter breaststroke is absolutely impressive. And that is the close of the under 13s. The 7 heats done and dusted in the 50-meter breaststroke.
And with that, we'll be moving on to the girls under 15 50-meter breaststroke. The meet record stands at 35 seconds and 99 micros, and this is also way back in 2016. Ramudi Samarakon. Is Ramudi Samarakon, who also has the meet record for the women's 20 and over 400 meter freestyle. That was in 2022, and her name still stands in this girls under 15 50-meter breaststroke as well. And here's the first of the 4 heats. In lane 2, we'll be having Shenara Veerasurya. Lane 3, Dushinka Rupasinghe. Lane 4, Yehansa Boteju. Lane 5, Yuleni Kulathinga. And lane 6, OS Miltaso. And first to that 25 meter, we will be having lanes 8 and 1. 2 new entries that we don't really have the names of, and it looks like they're powering through here, Abid.
Yeah, very good swims from both these girls in the cornermost lanes. In lane number 1, we have a swimmer that is unlisted and touches through 39 seconds and 51 milliseconds on the clock to win that, but a tightly contested first heat, and that just goes to show that we're going to have more competition when we go through the heats in this girls under 15 50-meter breaststroke.
Interesting to see that the golden lanes were lagging behind quite a bit there. It was the ones in lanes number 1 and 8 who got their first and second. And with the completion of that first heat, we'll be moving on to heat number 2 in this girls under 15 50-meter breaststroke. In lane 1, we'll be having Sanuri Vithanage. Lane 2, Tenuki. Lane 3, IA Atukorala. Lane 4, R Lokuitana. Lane 5, WS Kodipilli. Lane 6, Kulansa Galhena. Lane 7, DS Abesekra. And lane 8, SS Yesali Gunaratna. Good underwaters, especially by lane number 8 there. Extending that lead right off the bat. She has a marginal lead here and looks like she might be the first to get to that 25-meter mark, but looks like it's lane number 4 who has eked out a marginal lead and who's powering through here, Abid.
A beautiful stroke rate and beautiful strength shown here in lane number 4. That's Disali Lokuvitana. We thought in lane number 8, Yesali Gunaratna had a very good start, but then from there on, the rest of the 40 plus meters has to be through your strokes, and very, very good strokes coming in from the girl on your screen.
Making some good time as well on the unofficial clock. It was at 37 seconds. Will be interesting to see if she was close to that record by Ramudi Samarakon, set in 2016. Also very good swim there by Yasali Gunaratne, who just finished second in that heat. Moving on to heat number 3. In lane 1, we'll be having Isuli Veeraratne. Lane 2, Minuti Disanayaka. Lane 3, LMI Umangi. Lane 4, Liara Disoisa. Lane 5, Oshani Nierapala. Lane 6, Onali Veerasekara. Lane 7, Jaime Gunasekara. And lane 8, MAM Minagi.
Little hold up before the start of this third heat. We have to commend the work of everyone involved in this 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championship 2026, isn't it, Bilal? The marshals, the officials that you don't see on your screen are the ones who put all of this through. You have the heats coming one after the other because of the excellent coordination, isn't it, from the Sri Lanka Aquatic Sports Association and everyone involved getting stuff going. Here's the third heat.
Heat number 3 looks like lane 4. That's Liara Dizoisa, who's in the lead, but catching up on her is lane number 3. That's Umangi. But it looks like Liara will comfortably finish first here in this third heat, very closely followed by Umangi in lane number 3. Once again making some good time and just finishing under that 40-second mark.
It was pretty close when it came to the 25-meter mark, but it kept on being a game of patience. In this 50-meter, you have to go flat out. That was a third heat that you just witnessed. It seems like we might not have the final heat, is it? Got a couple of swimmers left. Fortunately, we have no communication line from here to where the marshals are, so we might have messed up a couple of names along the way. Well, lovely to see the audience having a good time. Always the Sugathadasa Stadium brings together audiences, and you all have to sit around this beautiful complex that overlooks the main swimming pool and the diving pool. It's a really nice atmosphere, isn't it? Doesn't matter even if it's an under 13 event. Everyone just gets in on the action, and it's a beautiful place to be at.
Definitely, and not a lot of sun here as well, and we are seeing a slight bit of drizzle also. Very uncharacteristic compared to the past few days. However, the show will go on. Seeing the next swimmers line up, and it looks like we'll be moving on to the boys under 15 50-meter breaststroke. And for heat number 1 of 5, we'll be having PGIY Gamage in lane 3, Praveen Fernando in lane 4, and JLMDM De Silva in lane 5. This meet record was set in 2024. Vinuka Dias, 33 seconds and 24 micros. And first to that 25-meter mark is the lad in the middle, Praveen Fernando, who looks like he's powering through. Very closely followed by PGI Gamage and De Silva.
A good race from Praveen Fernando to win the first heat of the boys under 15 50-meter breaststroke. There's the lad.
Good underwater is there. And it's Fernando who finishes off first. Gamage coming in second in this first heat. And JLDM De Silva coming in third. We'll be moving on to heat number 2 of 5. Lane 1, Nuhan Fernando. Lane 2, Desandu Tived. Lane 3, Saven Mudannayaka. Lane 4, M.A. Setun Netmira. Lane 5, Tenara Hirudin. Lane 6, R.A. Pereira. Lane 7, Shiven Sasidaran. Lane 8, C.R. Denagamage. And the swimmers taking their place in the blocks.
The second of the heats of the boys under 15 50-meter breaststroke. Right off the blocks. We go to the high age groups. The intensity rises in these 50-meter dashers. If you'd say, in lane number 3, we have Saven Mudannayaka from Lyceum International School, Nugegoda.
Saven with a sizable lead will finish off first here in this second heat at around 36 seconds in an official clock. Just taking a look at the seeded times of the rest of the heats also. There is one swimmer in heat number 5 who comes close to that national record. However, we'll have to wait and see if that record will be broken. The completion of the second heat. Moving on to the third, where we'll be having Sade Vonara in lane 1, lane 2, MP Lesandul, lane 3, Rehan Fernando, lane 4, Devsit Mavil Mada, lane 5, Pahan Amanda, lane 6, Punjiheva, lane 7, Pata Bendige, and lane 8, Bandara. And the rain intensifying just a little bit here, Abid. Coming down heavily now, but the swimmers will go on.
It's pretty close going into the first 25 meter. In lane number 4, we have Mavil Mada in the lead. It's pretty tight here as the rain pours down here at the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex. Very welcomed rain during these days.
And a very close finish between lane numbers 4 and 6. That's Mavil Mada and Punchiheva. Looked like Mavil Mada just got there before Punchiheva, Abid.
Done with 3 heats so far. Just had a bit of conversation here in the media room. If we stop for rain, in case these boys and girls get wet in the water, we will not stop. Swimming is a sport that doesn't require us to stop for the rain. Rain will not stop play, but it looks like the boys are staying under the hut before they get into the water. Well, we've just been told that we are stopping for the rain, so we'll quickly cross over for a commercial break and see you on the other side.
Haye Paharabal. දියුණු කඩුලු දවා ගැනීම. මේ කිසිම දෙයක් මගහැර ගන්න එපා. කොතැන සිටියත් ඕනෑම වෙලාවක සජීවීව IPL අත්දැකීම දෙන ඔබේ අතටම. IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Play සමග එක්වන්න. අදම Dialog Play App එක ඩවුන්ලෝඩ් කර රුපියල් 268ක් රීලෝඩ් කරන්න. Star Sports නාලිකාව ඔස්සේ මුළු IPL තරගාවලියම සජීවීව නරඹන්න.
Schools Rugby is back. The Dialog Schools Rugby Knockouts 2026 ignites the season. Defending dreams or shattering rivals? Who's claiming glory in 2026? Watch the action live on Dialog Television, Dialog Play, and ThePapare.com. Schools Rugby Unleashed. ලොව අංක එකේ ක්‍රිකට් සැනකෙළිය නැවතත් තියුණු තරගකාරීත්වයේ උණුසුම දැන් ඔබේ නිවසටම IPL උන්මාදයට Dialog Television සමග එක්වන්න රුපියල් 397කට IPL පාස් එක සක්‍රිය කරගෙන මුළු IPL සීසන් එකම Star Sports නාලිකා ඔස්සේ නවමන්න සක්‍රිය කිරීමට ඔබේ දුරකථනයෙන් on හිස්තැනක් TT හිස්තැනක් ඔබේ ගෙනුම් අංකය හිස්තැනක් 2026 ලෙස ටයිප් කර 0770 679 679ට SMS කරන්න.
The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on ThePapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
This is not just cricket. This is passion. This is pride. This is Pakistan's biggest T20 spectacle. Watch every boundary, every wicket, every unforgettable moment of the Pakistan Super League 2026. Live on the Papare 1 and the Papare 1 HD, Dialog Play App and ThePapare.com. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement. Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews, and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action.
And the show will go on here at the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex despite the rain. At heat number 4 of these boys under 15 50-meter breaststroke, and currently having a very, very tight contest between these middle lanes, and it looks like lane number 2 and 3 are breaking off. They're neck to neck, and lane number 3 will reach that touchboard first. That's W.A. De Silva, very, very closely followed by Jehan Warnasinghe in lane number 4.
That was the fourth heat of the boys under 15 50-meter breaststrokes. Pretty decent heat. We had a little stop for the rain. Made ourselves look like a fool for saying that we continue in the rain. But we had to stop for a bit. But things are underway once again. We're on schedule here at the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex.
That will be moving to the final heat of these boys under 15 50-meter breaststroke. Lane 1, Yuvain Munasinghe. Lane 2, B. Nimthaka. Lane 3, Nishil Vijayasinghe. Lane 4, Yashintha lane 5, Pereira lane 6, Peter lane 7, Hasindu Alvis, and lane 8, Ranitha Dinad.
Here's the best of the under 15s in the 50-meter breaststroke. The final heat generally demands the highest amount of attention.
And we have a seed time of 33 seconds and 76 micros by lane number 4, WW Yashintha. And it looks like he's the one who's currently leading the pack here, very closely followed by lane number 2, Nimthaka as well. Yashintha powering on, final few meters. He might just miss out on that record. Hard to say from up here. Yashintha will get there first. Very closely followed by Nimthaka in lane number 2.
Well, what a race there from Yashintha. Well, all these 5 heats, the boys would want to try and get in the best 8, Bilal. And you're never sure of how it's going to turn out when you have so many heats. So you have to swim your all to book your place in the finals of the 50-meter breaststroke that will happen later on in the evening.
Definitely, and these young swimmers will be hoping that they've done enough to get into those finals that will be happening later on in the day. And with the completion of this boys under 15 50-meter breaststroke, we'll be moving on to the girls under 17 50-meter breaststroke. We're having 3 heats, and for heat number 1, in lane 2 we'll be having Sinoli Fernando, lane 3 Diana Fernando, lane 4 Dilushi Dil Shara, lane 5 Heidi Premachandra, lane 6 Amara Kittle, lane 7 Isali Arya Sena. And they're off the blocks here. Very good underwaters there by the swimmers in the golden lanes. And immediately taking the lead here is lane number 4, but just marginally. Lane number 7 looks like she has a bit of a high stroke rate, but nevertheless, lane number 4 with her powerful strokes, it's powering on here. She looks to be in the lead, Abid. And it looks like will be Dilshara who gets there first. Very closely followed by lane numbers 3 and 5.
For the girls under 17 50-meter breaststroke, that was the first of the heats. A record held by someone who I grew up with swimming, Dilrukshi Pereira, 36:19 in 2016, Hillwoodian. Someone we looked up to when we were small, when we were young swimmers, now in Australia.
Heat number 2, we'll be having Thenuk Lienege, lane 2. Venkud Godage, apologies for butchering that name, lane 3. Lane 4, Vikramaratna, lane 5, Nikini Udari, lane 6, Savri Chandraratna, and lane 7, Kanon Palevat. Immediately in the lead is lane number 5. Powerful strokes, Abid. Very strong, very fast stroke rate as well. Approaching the end in these final few meters, it's lane numbers 5 and 4. And it looks like 5 will just get there. Very close to the record as well.
Good swim there from Nikini Udari in lane number 5, Danidu Vikramaratna. Also a very good swim from Elizabeth Moyer School. At the 25, it was the 2 that finished in 1 and 2 that were neck on neck. But in the end, it was lane number 5 that got that, Nikini Udari. Here's the third of the heats.
Good underwaters there by the swimmers. In lane number 5 and 4, we have Pavani Galgedara and Naduli Gamage, who have a seed time of 37 and 36 respectively. Will be interesting to see if they are the ones who come out on top here. It's lane number 5, Naduli Gamage, who looks like she's in the lead and who will get there just under that 37 mark. Very closely followed by lane numbers 4 and 3. That's Galgedara and Sethlini.
It's a replay of the final heat that generally features the best swimmers in each event. Pretty close heat up until the end where Naduli Gamage pulled away to win that heat.
And to take you through the next few events, we'll be having a change in the commentary box.
So, thank you, Abid. Thank you, Bilal. We're moving into the under 17s 50-meter breaststroke. The rain continues to beat down here at the Sugathadasa. And 5 heats set to come for this particular event, and the record for this fairly new, established in 2024 by MF Muhammad. 30.91 seconds. Yes, what a day's action we've had so far, Sitara.
I think now, due to the weather, I think all the swimmers won't get their events done with, considering that they all have to re-swim these in the evening if they get into that top 8 position.
This looks like there's just a small hold up. You can see on the crows as well, they're suffering. But a small hold up before we can get underway.
I think the first heat has lined up for the boys under 17. In lane number 2 we have Senukat Alves. In 3 we have A. Muhammad. In 4 we have Anuga Hevagama. In 5 we have SS Vijaythunga. And in 6 we have PS Nipati.
As Hevagama comes in with a timing of 38.5 seconds, he'll be the one to watch. And as we've seen across these short distance swims, Sitara, as they move through the heats, the laps just seem to get faster and faster. But for now, looks like it's lane number 2, Senuka Alvis, who has the advantage into that last 25 meters. Alvis swim for Royal College.
Definitely, I think he's edging forward to get that first finish, but you have a very tight race by lane number 6 and 7. And yes, I think in second place it's between 6 and 7. And lane number 2 we have the first place finish.
Yes, Alvis finishing just around that 35 second mark. Much better than his qualifying time. Almost a 5 second improvement. And just got quicker and quicker as the race progressed. But we'll have to wait and see for these shorter swims. We are having a preliminary round and then a final, so you have to fall into that top 8 in terms of the timing to swim again later this evening.
So in heat 2 we have Mona Singh, Ratna Tilaka, Kagu, Ranket, Piris, Umar, Ranidu and Anuhas. Strong start by all these swimmers. We have lane number 5 having a very powerful stroke and edging slightly forward. However, he's being given a very good race by all his lanes coming from lane 2 and 3.
Yes, still neck and neck, all of them, as we head into the final stretch now. This will be quite the tight call, but looks like lane number 2 is just edging ahead of lane number 3 right there in the last stretch. Reaches out to touch. There's Abdul Rahman for Zaira College. And closely followed by Balage in lane number 3. But really a competitive race, isn't it, Sitara? All of them staying in the mix until that last 5 to 10 meters.
Definitely, I think they all want to get in that top 8 position to be able to swim in the evening today. So they're giving it their 100% so that they secure their position in the top 8 final.
Yes, and moving into the next heated lane order from lane number 1. Our penultimate heat, Samaranayaka, Hirimutugoda, Haris, Salgadu, Manchanayaka, Ashan, Hirun and Marambe. And lane number 4, Salgadu for DSA Nayak College, coming in with a timing of 32.84 seconds. Meet record currently sits at 30.91 seconds. And straight away, great underwater from all of these swimmers, and looks like it's lane number 7 that does have the advantage now, but coming to the final 25, lane number 5 has also picked up the pace. Should be quite the close contest. And yes, lanes 2, 3 and 5 staying in it into the last 10 meters or so. And it looks like lane number 5 will touch first with a timing of about 34.9 seconds on our unofficial clock. Yes, that was Manchanayaka in lane number 5. That finishes with the best timing, and a bit slower than his seeded time. As we're about to head into the last heat of 5. It's like we've...
So this is the 4th heat of the under 17 50 meter breaststroke. We have Samranayaka, Hirimuthu Goda, Hari, Salgudu, Manchanayaka, Achan, Hirun and Marambe. Strong start from all the swimmers. It's a very neck and neck race right now, and we want to see these swimmers make sure that after the 25-minute mark, they, as you can see, lane number 5, his strokes are very fast compared to his lane number 4 and 6. However, they're edging forward with that momentum that they've got. It's a very close race, very difficult to say from here, but I think lane number 6 touches the touchwood first, with lane number 4 and lane number 5 coming close up.
It's another close race in this boys under 17 50 meter breaststroke. It's unfortunate, isn't it, Sitara, that only 8 of them can progress into that final. All 4 heats that we've seen so far have been mighty close.
Definitely, I think all these swimmers have been training a lot for just these 35 seconds to prove to themselves that they've gotten into that final. So a lot comes down after hours and hours of training just for the 35 seconds that they swim this 50 meter breaststroke.
So now lining up for the last heat of 5. Omit Semita, WNA Piris, AR Mohammed, Vinukadas, RM Kalimulla, Sehandu Rupasinghe, Kavishka Rankotge and OB Veeratunga occupying the 8 lanes. Keep an eye on Vinukadas swimming for Lyceum International School. Nugegoda coming in with a timing of 31.75 seconds. That's great going for under 17 50 meter lap.
As you can see, all of them coming with a very good pull out, taking advantage of that underwater, making sure that they make the maximum benefit of that as they move fast underwater. And in lane 4 we see Dias pulling, edging forward in this 50 meter final heat of this under 17 breaststroke.
Vinukadas staying true to that favorite stack, just getting through comfortably around 31.9 seconds on our unofficial time, and certainly puts himself in a good position to fall into that last 8. But as we've been saying, all 5 of these heats have been very closely swum, so will be interesting to see who will swim that final come the proceedings later today. And with that, we come to an end the under 17 50 meter breaststrokes. Now into the under 20s, starting with the girls. Got 3 heats set to come your way there.
In lane 2 we have Isla Watson Kittle. In lane 3 we have Vinara Paliha Kara. In lane 4 we have SWC Vikramasinghe. In lane 5 we have Ohasi Utsara. In lane 6 we have LM AMRT Pereira. And in lane 7 we have Danila Robin.
His current meet record set just last year by Navanjana Sirivardhana, 36.09 seconds.
Good pull out by Daniela Robin, edging slightly forward, but as you can see, lane number 4 pulling through with that strong and steady stroke.
So just trying to pick up the pace now in the last 25 meters. Lane number 4, that's WC Vikramasinghe, and looks like that's exactly what she's doing, putting a body length also now between her and her counterpart in lane number 5, and looks like she will finish with the best timing in this heat, just under 39 seconds when she touches.
Very close second place by lane number 5 and lane number 7. Can't really tell from up here, but as you saw, lane number 7 strided that last stroke, hoping she secured that second place position, but a very good fight from lane number 7 as well.
Certainly, and they'll watch anxiously these final 2 heats to see if their timings are enough to see them fall into that last 8. And for heat number 2 in lane order, we have Gunawardhana, Tilhara, Rashmi, Sachini, Idumini and Shiraz.
Really good pull-outs from all these girls, making sure they try to have that little advantage, pulling out ahead of their competitors. As you can see, lane number 4 with a steady stroke, however lane number 5 pushing through and passing that 25-meter mark ahead of her counterparts, trying to gain that first position in this heat, trying to get that top 8 position in this final for this 50-meter breaststroke.
It's really close, but like you said, lane number 5, Sachini Gamage, it's like she has just an arm or so in front of her competition, and yes, she does touch around that 39-second mark again. So quite similar timings to what we saw in the first heat, isn't it, Sitara? So again, will be interesting to see who falls into that last 8, but another well done swim from all 7 of these girls.
Yes, and we have one more heat to go with some favorites of this event, Christina Perumal, De Silva, Rui Oliveira, all very good breaststrokers. So let's see what they have in place for us today.
Yes, certainly Christina Perumal coming in with a seeded time of 35.65 seconds. So keep an eye out on lane number 4. So again, great underwater and pull out from all of them, but looks like it's Perumal who is in front, and you can see that superior stroke rate really putting her all into this 50-meter lap, and she's gained the lead heading into the final 25 meters. And now just piling on that advantage, just over 20 seconds on the clock. It's an excellent swim from Christina Perumal.
Definitely, I think Perumal has 1 stroke advantage ahead of everyone, but the second place is between Amercia and the Sirimavo swimmer in lane number 3. Very close swim indeed from these swimmers.
Yes, just under 36 seconds on the clock when Christina Perumal did touch, which is close to the national record as well, or the meet record rather, 36.09 seconds. But of course, these are unofficial timings. But yes, looks like we have another record broken, pending an official confirmation, of course. Now we move on to the boys under 20 50-meter breaststroke. 4 heats set to come. And the current
under 20 50-meter breaststroke, we have the record held by MF Muhammad, 29.89. I think he's swimming this event as well, so he'll aim to better his timing, I'm sure.
Yes, so we'll see Muhammad in action in that 4th and final heat. In heat number 1, we have Thambavita, Jayasundara and Ranavira, just the 3 swimmers. They come in with their timings all in that mid to late 30s.
And they'll all be giving it their all because they know they have to secure that 8th position in the final. And considering that this boys under 50 final has 4 heats, they're definitely trying to top their PBs and get into that final. lane number 4 edging forward and hitting that touchpad first, gaining his first place in this first heat of this under 20 50 meter breaststroke.
So lane number 4, TT Jasundara. It's a good swim from him, but will his time be enough to see him fall into that last 8? Only time will tell us. So we move into the second heat. In lane order, from lane number 1, we have Jayasinghe, Pallewatha, Aslam, Farooq, Veerasinghe, Anusara and Guruge. And the best time in by Qaid Farooq with 30.63 seconds.
Good start by all these swimmers, taking maximum advantage of their pullouts. Having very fast strokes in this entire heat. I think they're trying to make sure they gain maximum distance with their kick. Very close swim by lanes 3 and 4, trying to edge forward to get that first place in this heat.
So Aslam and Farooq going neck and neck as they come into this final stretch now. For now, Farooq has just a bit of distance between him and Aslam. Clock just under 30 seconds, and Farooq with just under 31 seconds on the clock gets through in first place in this heat. But what a swim it was from Yasir Aslam as well.
Very impressive swims. For a preliminary before the final to hit 30s is very impressive by these young athletes.
So you can take a look there. They really gave it. They were really laboured through, but it did pay them the due dividends. So we move into the third heat. Vijay Singh, Fernando, Imran, Senanayaka, Denal, Tuakish and Artigala from lanes 1 through 7 rather.
The swimmers for this heat are definitely Senanayaka and Imran, both killer whale swimmers, so they train together. Hopefully they'll push each other through this heat as well. Definitely leading the pack in this 50 meter breaststroke.
Yes, certainly, and leading the pack in is lane number 4, like you said, Vinul Senanayaka, but closely followed by lane number 5, but it is Vinul just over 30 seconds on the clock when he touches, and that's another excellent breaststroke swim.
Very good race by Senitha Denal as well from St. Joseph's College, giving him a very good fight in this third heat of this 50 meter breaststroke under 20 boys.
So as you take a look, there was a close tussle, but eventually Senanayaka did just enough to get over the line. And as we're now moving into the final heat of this boys under 20 50 meter breaststroke. We have DK Jayasekar, Josh Peters, in Dabare, MF Muhammad, the current record holder, Shaki Briaj, TT Gunadil, Sasiru Nimnada and Dev Dinush. Current record holder Muhammad in lane number 4. Swimming for Zaira College.
Making maximum use of that underwater pull out is MF Muhammad, edging slightly forward by the rest of his heat, showing us that you can keep a steady stroke count as well as get distance.
So what a swim this is, Sitara, from Muhammad, getting into that final stretch now, just over 20 seconds on the clock.
He's getting a very good fight by lane number 5 as well and lane number 3, showing us that the competition is very close in these 50 meter breaststroke events.
And once again very close to matching his current personal best of around that 29-second mark. But like you said, Shaki Briaj in lane number 5 as well from Stafford International School really did give Muhammad, the record holder, a run for his money.
And all these swimmers know that they will have to swim again in the evening, trying to better the times that they made in the morning. So they'll definitely be wanting to get that 8th position, top 8 position, and race in the finals again.
So now we looks like we have just a singular entry. One more heat to come in this boys under 20. Bit unfortunate for him, he couldn't find his way into one of the earlier heats. It's always menacing to swim alone, isn't it, Sitara?
Definitely, you have no competition to look forward to, but then again, swimming is in your mind. You should know that you have to push till that very end, and he's walked off.
Yes, and small hold up here, but after this we have the open categories for the 50-meter breaststroke, starting with the women's and followed by the men's. Plenty of participants, over 1,300 swimmers representing over 170 different schools and clubs. They're all here to try and make a name for themselves here at the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships for 2026, sponsored by HNB and brought to you on the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. It's on Dialog TV channel number 20, the Dialog Play App and the Papare website.
I think all the swimmers are eagerly awaiting that lunch break, waiting for that 2-hour break before their finals, along with their parents that sacrifice their work or whatever they have to be here with them the whole day.
So it's great to see the parents turning out, isn't it? Discussed this before as well. It's great support and a great pillar of strength in the side of these athletes. And I'm sure a lot of them have made the commute down to Colombo as well. We said before, from all over the country, amid the fuel crisis and everything going on at the moment. It's great to see that these parents have made the sacrifices, and these institutions and the coaches as well have also made those sacrifices to try and get their kids here to the Sugathadasa. Looks like we're going to have a short hold up before we can get underway again, so we'll head into another short commercial break.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews, and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Looks like we've skipped over a couple of events. We're now into the backstroke, 200-meter backstroke. Starting with the girls under 13. Just two preliminary rounds set to come. Current meet record held by Buddhima Samadhi, established back in 2019 with a timing of 2 minutes and 46.01 seconds.
And in lane 1 we have Mihindu Kulasurya. In lane 2 we have Muthu Hetige. In lane 3 we have Jayasekara. In lane 4 we have Surya Rachi. In lane 5 we have Bandara. In lane 6 we have Patabendige, and in lane 7 we have Pereira, and in lane 8 we have Malavaheva.
Looks like we're having a small hold up before we can get underway. Someone's having an issue with her goggles. Yes, 200 meter must be a very tricky race, isn't it, Sitara? It's sort of in between a short distance and a long distance swim, so how you pace yourself must be quite tricky.
Definitely. I mean, especially at this age, I think all they want to do is finish this 200-meter backstroke, especially backstroke when you're staring into the sky. I think the small ones must just be wanting to get their turns right and make sure they have the right stroke count and not want to hit their heads on the walls. We have a really good start from lane numbers 5 and lane number 6. We have Kiara Bandara and Marian Suryarachi leading this heat, but it's a long race for them, so we'll have to see by the 7th.
Yes, of course, there's 4 laps to come. So quite early to call, but still lanes number 4 and 5 with that early advantage, like you said, Suryarachi and Bandara.
Definitely, and in this 200 meters, it's very important that you don't push through the entire race. You need to pace it according to your strengths. It's not necessarily a pacing event, but you need to know your strengths and know where you have to push the hardest, and it's definitely that 3rd lap out of the 4 where it's going to be the hardest to push through, and you need to make it there. And especially in a backstroke event, you want to make sure that you've got the correct stroke count so that you execute your turns really well. And as you can see, lane number 4 does exactly that, and she makes sure she does her underwater kicks properly and makes sure she gets to that flag line so that, yes, she takes advantage of that underwater.
Yes, that's great technique, isn't it, from lane number 4, Suryarachi. She's swimming for Cyclone Aquatic. Followed closely by lane number 5 though, but we'll have to wait and see if she can put some pressure on Suryarachi. At the moment, it's in cruise control for her. She's just passed the flag for her 3rd lap, and we'll have to execute a good turn, which is exactly what she does, and get some good underwater time as well as she pushes on. Try and get a good time in.
Coming to this last 50, it's really about pushing and making sure you keep your streamline, especially because it's a backstroke. You don't want to be swimming from lane rope to lane rope. You want to stay in the middle of that lane. And both swimmers that we can see on our screen are definitely doing exactly that. And pulling away Suryarachi coming first in this heat very easily. But giving a really good swim is also Kiara Bandara of lane number 5 and lane number 6, 7, 2 and 1.
It should be comfortable though for Suryarachi eventually. She touches first, and like you said, closely followed by Kiara Bandara. We'll have to wait and see if these timings are enough for them. There's one more heat to come in this particular event, so I'm sure Suryarachi and Bandara will be keeping a close eye on that. Let's take a look at how the race went. Again, it's all about how you pace yourself and when you do push on, because in the first lap you saw most of these swimmers going neck and neck, but Suryarachi and Bandara just had more in them in that last 100 meters to push on and achieve those best timings.
Up next in the second heat of this under 13 200 meter backstroke, we have Induvali, Amarasinghe, Jayasurya, Abe Gunaratna, Kumarage, Hevage, Chana and Amaratunga.
And among them, an outlier almost, Abe Gunaratna with a seeded time of just 2 minutes and 14.77 seconds. So Abe Gunaratna with a good swim in one of the previous events as well. I think it was the 400 freestyle.
Props to her to be able to swim a 400 and then swim a 200 only one event later. That really shows that in these meets, these children have to swim multiple events and they have to rest and hydrate throughout the day, because swimming isn't just a one event meet. You must be swimming at least 2 to 3 events per swimmer.
And straight away, good underwater, but as expected, neck and neck in the first 25 meters. Lanes number 3 and 4 with a narrow advantage. That's Jayasurya and Abe Gunaratna. Yes, must be a good time to swim a backstroke though, isn't it, Sitara? Not much sun out, nothing much in the swimmer's eyes.
Definitely, I think they're going to take maximum advantage of this to make sure they get their counts right to the wall. Definitely don't want to see any heads knocking on those touch pads. And I think this race, everyone is relatively in the same line, and you have lanes 2, 3 and 4 coming very close in that first place position, giving a really good fight in this 100 meters out of the 200.
This looks like they're just cruising through at the moment, but a closely knit pack of lanes 2, 3 and 4. Looks like it will be the three of them in contention as we head into the last 100 meters.
Definitely, I think it will be the most important 50, this third 50, because the two lanes 2, 3 and 4 have definitely kept a similar pace, and this is where they're going to have to push and try to make advantage of their underwaters and their turns. And as you can see, lane number 4, who did just that, is edging slightly forward, trying to gain her first position place in this heat, trying to gain that position in that final later on in the evening today.
Yes, heading into the penultimate lap, it is Abhay Gunaratne in the lead. The clock ticking just under the 2-minute mark now. Now plenty of space between Abhay Gunaratne and the rest of the chasing pack. Will be interesting to see who comes in second though. Lanes number 2 and 3, Amar Singh and Jaya Surya within a body length or so of each other, but as expected, Abhay Gunaratne is first to the turn. She is now into her last lap, and lane number 2 as well. Ishaya Amar Singh for Visakha Vidyalaya.
Abhay Gunaratne cruising through this last 25, but giving her a fight is lane number 2 coming in for that first place. She's really kicking harder, trying to show that she can push through this last 25 meters.
She'll need to push through, she'll need to maintain her pace, because lane number 2 has played some good catch up, but looks like Abhay Gunaratne does have enough in the tank to see this one through. And yes, she finishes with just about 3 minutes and 4 seconds on the clock. It's a good pace from her, and closely followed by Ishaya Amar Singh, and credit must go to her too, isn't it? Wasn't really in the reckoning after that, during that third lap, but really pushed on in the last lap rather.
Yes, definitely worked towards her strengths and paced that 200 very well, and that showed by her touching that touchpad second in this heat.
So take a look at what happened there. It was Abhay Gunaratne from start to finish, certainly in pole position to take one of those 8 spots, as we'll have another switch in voice with Virun and Bilal.
Thank you, Nathan. We'll be moving on to the boys under 13 200 meter backstroke. And this is the lineup for the first of the 3 heats. In lane 1, we'll be having D.K. Dalpatadu, lane 2, Mudan Nayaka, lane 3, Mark Jaden, lane 4, Dasan Silva, lane 5, Sen and Dialvis, lane 6, Yumet Abenayaka, and lane 7, Jaden Pereira. Because the meet record is 2 minutes, 46 seconds and 52 micros. That was last year in 2025, set by Chanul Ratnayaka.
Yes, Bilal, not too long ago, but all the swimmers in that 3 minute to 3 minutes 30 second range, but they'll be looking to go well ahead of their seed time as we are underway in boys under 13 200 meter backstroke event. We have 3 prelims. The first one is what we're witnessing right now, and straight away it looks like lanes 3 and 4 are the ones in lead, Mark Jaden and Dasan Silva.
Because the 200 meter also, they will have to pace themselves, Virun.
It's that third and fourth length that will make the difference, especially that third length that will be the key deciding factor between who will go ahead in this race. Backstroke, not an easy one. You've got to gauge where you're at in your lane as well, Bilal, so you can't be hitting your guidelines too, and these swimmers are doing a good job as of now, but it's lane 3 who is going ahead. That's Mark Jaden pulling ahead of the rest of the pack, but not too far behind is lanes 4 and 7. That's Dasan Silva and Yumit Abenayaka.
Neck and neck battle between lane numbers 3, 4 and 7 here. Just a marginal lead there by Mark Jaden at the moment, because the third lap is one of the most crucial ones in this 200 meters.
Yes, but the leaders who are leading the race for the first 100 meters, they seem to be confidently going ahead. It's lanes 3, 4 and 7 who are in the lead, but not too far behind. That pack is in lane number 5. It's Senan Dialvis. He has his work cut out for him if he wants to get into that first 3 places. But let's take a look at the time as well. This is the last 25 meters they're closing in on, and 2 minutes 46 seconds is that record. So not too bad of a timing compared to their qualifying times, their seat times rather. They've done pretty well for themselves, Bilal.
Definitely all of these swimmers will be aiming for their personal best, and it definitely does look like at least the first 2, which is in lane number 4 and 3, Dasan Silva and Mark Jaden, would definitely a personal best for them. So that's what they will be aiming for as well, especially in this under 13 age group.
Absolutely, as Jane Pereira comes in at 3rd place, and that was the first prelim of the boys under 13 200 meter backstroke event. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that as well. As we move on to the second prelim, we have Maggonage, Gihansa, Kolan, Jayadeva, Sahojit, Veerasinghe and Veerakon from lanes 1 through 7 for the second heat in this event. The first race, it was tied between those 3 swimmers. That was Dasan Silva, Mark Jaden and Jane Pereira.
Will be interesting to see how this set approaches these 200 meters. And with the rain pouring in once again, might be a bit difficult, Virun, since they are doing the backstroke and the rain will be falling right on their faces, but hopefully those goggles will help them to keep their focus also.
Yes, not easy. Definitely not easy with your sight with the rain pouring down on you. It did stop for a while, Bilal, but looks like it has restarted, and all that heat and humidity that we had over the past week is just blaring down today.
Have to say, Virun, it's a welcome sight, at least for us in the comm box, the rain.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think we're all feeling the heat, but the swimmers, I'm sure they are not liking it out there, but I'm sure they'll appreciate it more than the hot sun, Bilal.
Definitely. You know how hot those blocks can get, especially in this unforgiving Colombo heat. So pros and cons, however, bringing in the heat this time are the swimmers racing on in lane numbers 4 and 5. We have Yasuru Jayadeva and Dakesh Sahojit. Yasiru currently in the lead. Marginally, he'll get there first in this first 100.
Yes, those 2 in lanes 4 and 5, they're going at it real hard, Yasiru and Dakesh. But for that 3rd place, it's a close tussle between lanes 6 and 2, with lane 3 just a little behind those two swimmers. And now lanes 4 and 5 quite close, going neck on neck.
Sizable lead here. That lanes 4 and 5, that's Yasiru Jayadeva and Rakesh Sahajit have been able to create, breaking them away from the rest of the pack. And they're off this final lap, neck and neck now. Definitely looks like this will be a close one. They will reach the 25-meter mark, close to that 2.5 minutes.
Yes, this is a real interesting race. The spot for first and second place. It's going real close, and take a look at the timings as well. Not too bad. Definitely a personal best for these swimmers. And it looks like in lane number 4, that's Yasiru Jayadeva who will be touching in first. And not too far behind, it's Rakesh Sahajit in at second. And for third place in lane number 2, that will be Hiru Gihansa who will be touching in for third place.
What a shift by Yasiru there in those final 25 meters. They were neck and neck in the beginning of that 50, but then Yasiru just put on those afterburners, raced forward with some blistering pace, made sure he got there first, clearly as well.
Yes, that was a really good race to watch. And these players, these swimmers, or rather, they've well extended over their time, and they've done really well for themselves. So take a look at some of those highlights, and we'll be ready for our third heat prelim. We have Edu Surya, Ishen Fernando, Sanuja, Virakodi, Mahmood, and Gunasekara from lanes 1 through 7.
Good start here. The golden lanes immediately taking the lead. However, very, very closely followed by lane number 7. That's Setija Gunasekara as well. But pulling forward right now is the young lad in lane number 4. That's Senut Sanuja.
Yes, now going forward in the lanes 4, and then it's a close tussle between the other lanes, lanes 2 and 3, not too far behind. In lane 4, it's Senut Sanuja and Ishen and Fernando, not too far behind him.
Except for Sanuja, who has a considerable lead here. The rest of the pack very, very close.
Yes, definitely. Sanuja, he seems to be cruising along. It's just the first 100 meter though, Bilal. We see how momentum can shift throughout this third 50 meter that you've got to go. And it looks like Sanuja seems to be confidently going ahead. Just slowed down a little there. Off the block, off the wall rather. Just slowed down considerable amount. And for second and third place, it's lanes number 5 and 2.
Lane number 5 there is able to pick up his pace, but slightly straying towards those corners. Hopefully that won't mitigate the progress that he has been able to create for himself so far. But Sanuja, what a race he's having, has picked up some considerable pace, and he'll be the first to get off of the wall for this final lap. Once again, just slowing down a little bit, Sanuja, and that has enabled lane number 5. That is Virakodi to gain some pace on him. And that lead that Sanuja had has been cut down. Huge deficit cut down by Virakodi.
This is really good work by Virakodi. use that gap, but it looks like Sanuja, he'll just go ahead and win this one. It was quite close at one point, but Virakodi, he'll touch in at second place with in lane number 6. That's Mahmood touching in at third place.
Sanuja just slows down whenever he reaches that wall. However, was able to speed up afterwards.
Yes, we just saw him slow down on both occasions, especially after that first 100 meter off the wall. Virakodi was able to get a few meters on him, but nevertheless that initial lead that he did break through was enough to take him forward.
Definitely, and hopefully that's something his coaches will work with him on as well. And with the completion of the third heat, we'll be moving on to the girls under 15 200 meter backstroke. And for the first of the 4 heats, we'll be having in lane number 2 Hiruki Dinaya, lane 3 Lithumi Senkini, lane 4 Inuli Senanayaka, lane 5 Gehansa Jayawardena, and lane 6 Runiti Mahagedarawatta. Because the meet record that was set in 2019 by Minagi Rupasinghe stands at 2 minutes 35 seconds and 88 micros.
Yes, that's quite a record. 2 minutes and 35 seconds, Bilal. You see the seat timings as well.
Nowhere close to that record, the seat timing, so that really shows the prowess that Minagi Rupasinghe has shown in 2019.
Yes, so almost 7 years ago, the record was set 2 minutes and 35 seconds, and we are underway in the first heat of the prelims. And for this heat, we just have 5 participants, and it's lane number 2. That will be Hiruki Dinaya, who will be taking the lead early on.
Hiruki looks quite comfortable there. However, lane number 4, that's Inuli Senanayaka, has been able to just cut down that lead.
Yes, it's a competition between those two swimmers in lanes 2 and 4. That's Hiruki Dinaya and Inuli Senanayaka. For now, they seem to be going head to head as they come in that first 100 meter. You can see how that record was set, Bilal. These swimmers, they've come for their first 100 meter in that 1 minute 18 or 20 second mark, and that meet record at 2 minutes and 35 seconds, that's quite an achievement.
Both the swimmers, lane numbers 2 and 4, almost having an identical stroke rate. However, something that has enabled Inuli to get into the lead is her push off of that wall. In the very first 100 also, Hiruki had a sizable lead, but then just at that wall, that push just slowed her down a little bit.
Yes, Inuli seems to be hugging the corner of her lane, and now just straightening out. You do lose some distance when you start angling yourself inside your lane, and hopefully she keeps to a straight line and is able to cut back on that deficit. But she seems to be cruising along comfortably as for now. But Hiruki Dinaya just about 2 body lengths behind Inuli Senanayaka.
And in these final few meters, Veroni, it looks like it was all about that push off of that wall, and that's where Inuli Senanayaka came off better. And she's cruising forward now towards victory and considerably good time as well. Inulise Nayaka, his seat timing was 3 minutes 25 seconds. But she has finished this under 3 minutes also. So quite impressive, Virun.
Definitely 2 minutes 49 seconds. Just about 14 seconds behind that meet record as well. I'm sure she'll be looking forward to taking a faster time when it comes to the finals as well.
Good swim by Hiruki Dinaya also. She will be disappointed she couldn't get there first, however. All these swimmers should be applauded for the effort they've just put in.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that swim as well. And we'll get ready for the next heat. The second one out of 4 in the girls under 15 200 meter backstroke event. We have Manel Gappa, Pereira, Marasingha, Tenuli Dimel, Kaluarachi, Jayatilaka, Jayavardhana and Veerakon from lanes 1 through 8 to take up the second heat of the prelims. And we are underway.
There was some great underwaters there by lanes 7 and 8. Currently in the lead, powering through his lane numbers 5 and 4. Who looks like they're going all out, Virun, in this very first 150 meters itself.
Yes, it's lanes 4 and 5 who are going at it. Tinuli Dimel and Setumi Kaluarachi. They're absolutely going real hard at this one, Bilal. Take a look at the timings as well. Looks really good as they come to that 75 meter mark.
Tinuli's stroke rate slightly faster than her counterpart in lane number 5, Setumi Kaluarachi, which has enabled her to just increase that lead by 2 body lengths, Virun.
Yes, seems to be really motoring away. It's important now how she gets off the wall, and she does pretty well. Yes, she continues to keep that gap between her lanes number 4 and 5. They're just going at it. But now, in lane number 4, that's Tinuli Dimel. She seems to be just going forward now, Bilal.
Definitely pulling herself forward. Considerable distance from the rest of the swimmers here. And she will reach that wall first. But very closely followed by lane number 5. Will be interesting to see if she can finish off this final 50 as strongly as she started.
Yes, now though she looks real strong ahead of the rest of the pack, Bilal. When it comes to the last 25 meters, she has a gap of about 10 meters in front of her. And in lane number 5, that's Setumi Kaluarachi. She'll touch in at second, but take a look at the timings as well. Once again, it looks like Tinuli Dimel will also be a contender for that final few. She gets just a second better, just a few micros here and there, Bilal. But good swim from her as Kaluarachi will touch in at second.
Definitely finishing under 250. Quite impressive once again from these under 15 swimmers.
Absolutely. Take a look at some of the highlights. It was quite close. Take a look at that. Until about that third 50 meter crucial point, that turn off the wall was perfect from her, and she just kept on going from there. As we'll move on to the third heat of prelims.
And for the third heat, the lineup, lane 1, we have Tahamsa Sandakirani, UG Gamage, lane 2, lane 3, Mindi Sahansa, lane 4, Yanuli Mendis, lane 5, JTR Mendis, lane 6, Sanuli Pereira, lane 7, Ovindi Tennakon, and lane 8, Dimandi Tennakon.
So once again a full pool of swimmers, all 8 lanes full for this heat.
It's Yenuli Mendis and JTR Mendis who has the best seed timing. Lane numbers 4 and 5, it's 2:52 and 2:55. Of course, we've seen 2 swimmers who have finished under that 2:50 mark, so will be interesting to see how this heat goes.
Absolutely, and we've seen from the seed time the swimmers usually are much better during the event, and it will be interesting to see the time difference for Yenuli and JT Mendis, how they go about this swim. And while saying that, it looks like so both of them who are in the lead as of now, with the lane number 3 also Mindi Sahansa. They are going head on head at the moment.
This is proving to be a very close one in the second 50. It will be lane number 4, Yenuli Mendis, who reaches that 25-meter mark first. And she's slowly but surely edging forward. However, we have around 120 meters more to go in this race, Virun. And anything can happen.
Couldn't agree more. I think it's this lap that really matters. Good turn off the wall there by Yenuli Mendis. She'll be happy with that, and not too far behind in lanes 3 and 5. That's Mindi Sahansa and JTR Mendis.
Mindi Sahansa also had a very good push off of the wall. However, her stroke rate has suffered just a little bit, whereas Yenuli Mendis is keeping it consistent, going strong, going forward. And it will be, by the looks of it, Yenuli Mendis who gets there first in this third lap. She will blister forward. Good turn off of the wall once again.
Bilal, these seat timings really saying something. We've got a preview of the race from their timings, and take a look at this now. She's almost at the last 25 meters. She's at that 2 minutes and 27 second mark as she crosses the 25 meter. Will she be able to get a really good timing here? This one is really close. Just about 10 meters to go, and 2 minutes 45 seconds we've crossed, and she just gets a second or more better than her timing, her seed timing rather.
Once again, just under that 250 mark. We've seen 4 swimmers so far in the previous 2 heats get that mark, hit that mark, and of course it is the fastest 8 who will get to that final. So these swimmers will have to be aware of that fact as well. However, done with the penultimate heat. Moving on to the final one. These girls under 15 200 meter backstroke. In lane 1 we'll be having Vimansa Kumara Peruma lane 2, Ciara Rajakaruna lane 3, Savani Singa Pulige lane 4, Inuki Muthu Hetty lane 5, Jitya Methananda lane 6, Yehara Jayasinghe lane 7, Sasmi Randula, and lane 8, Rishel Natasha.
Yes, and let's take a look at their timings as well. You see a really good timing here by Inuki. She has a 2 minutes and 41 second timing, and that will be one of the better timings of this prelim heat. And then it's Jitya Methananda with 2 minutes and 53 seconds. And it will be interesting to see whether they will be able to get close to that record timing.
Some good underwater there by Yehara Jayasinghe in lane number 6. However, she's not able to capitalize on that. She has lagged slightly, while Inuki in lane number 4 is powering forward here. She's the first to get to that wall by a very good margin. Very closely followed by lane numbers 5 and 3. That's Jitya and Savani Singapulige.
Yes, now moving steadily forward in lane number 4, Inuki. Talking about her timing, quite a gap she has now, about 8 to 10 meters or so. And she reaches the first 100 meter in just about 1 minute and 15 seconds, which is a considerably good timing and a good push off the wall as well.
Definitely, Virun, and it looks like it is shaping up to be one epic final.
Yes, all the swimmers in that 2 minutes 45 second, 50 second range, and those 8 will have a real competition. We'll see a head-to-head competition between all 8 lanes for that finals. This is the last heat of the girls under 15 200 meter backstroke event, and we're coming upon the last 50 meters as Inuki is well in the lead in lane number 4, and in second place in lane number 5 it's Jitya, and in third place it looks like it'll be lane number 6, that'll be Yehara Jaisingh.
What a lead there, Virun. Easily getting to that 25 meter mark is Inuki Muthuhetti from Lyceum Vattala. Sizable lead. She won't get that record, unfortunately, but we can guarantee you a very, very exciting final here.
And she touches in that 2 minutes 43 second range, which is really good considering the other timings. And I'm sure in these 4 prelims that we had, Bilal, we'll have the first 10 seconds going through, and good timings from all those swimmers who placed first.
Definitely, but forward, some very good timing there by Inuki Muthuhetti, coming in at around 2:42, whereas the others were just maybe around 6 to 8 seconds behind. And to take you through the boys under 15 200 meter backstroke, we'll be having a change in the com box. We'll be having Abid and Shanali.
Welcome to the next event. It's the boys under 15 200 meter backstroke, the first of the 4 heats. Got 4 in this heat. We've got 3 listed, 1 unlisted competitor going into the first tumble turn.
Yes, we have in lane 3 Radish Dias, and in lane 4 Danish Abdullah, and in lane 5 Yashmit Gunawardhan. The meet record for this event is 2 minutes 19 seconds .48 by Nisal Lakalanka, held last year in 2015.
Spaced out pretty well so far going into the first 100 meter. In lane number 5 it's Yashmit Gunawardhana who is leading the pack of racers from Gateway College, Colombo.
Yes, he turned at 1 minute 20 seconds his first 100, the split. Let's see what he's going to average for the next 100 and finish.
Pretty decent swim so far from Yashmit Gunawardena, who is still leading Danish Abdullah and Radish Dias. Last 50 meter coming up.
Talking about the technique of this swimmer, that's Yashmit Gunawardena. He has a steady head position, but if he looked up a little higher, the body would be more balanced and would be very helpful for him to reduce the drag and increase his speed. And he's here at the last 5 meters of his race, finishing at 2 minutes and 53 seconds on an unofficial clock. The first 100 was 120, as I said, Abid. So 2:53. He has taken 1 minute and 33 seconds for the next 100.
It is a pretty good start from all four of the racers. Coming in second place in this heat was the unlisted member, who is unlisted competitor rather, who is not listed in the meet program. Very good first 50 meter from Yashmit Gunawardena. Seed time of 3:08, but bettering that by quite a number of seconds.
More than 10 seconds. And with that we have heat 2 starting up. In lane 1 Metuk Yonal, lane 2 Hasik, lane 3 Nethmira, lane 4 Saram, lane 5 Tennakon, lane 6 Bandara, and in lane 7 De Silva.
Four heats in this boys under 15 200 meter backstroke. It's the second of those 4 heats. It's all to swim for in this heat. It's the best 8 will go through to the finals that will happen later on. 31 second split on the first 50.
That's by lane 4 Aaron Disaram. We saw Aaron Disaram swim in the 400 freestyle as well for St. Joseph's College. His seed time is 2 minutes and 42 seconds. And in second we can see Ihan Tennakon from Trinity College, Kandy. That's Abid, a swimmer from your school. What do you have to say? Can you share your experiences as a swimmer at Trinity College?
Well, I swam maybe up until the under 15s competitively, but from there on didn't really participate as much as I did until the under 15s. Just came here and there for a couple of relay carnivals and just to fill up positions in relays. But it's great to see, isn't it, Shanali, that there's so much of engagement still in the sport. You've got it's a life skill, isn't it, swimming, and these boys and girls have been put into the sport very early on in their lives, which is, even if they don't continue to compete competitively, it's a very good life skill to have.
Of course, as an island surrounded by sea, and we have many lakes and everything in our island, so it's a basic life skill, I would say. And continuing the conversation, how do you feel swimming in Kandy and then coming to Colombo and swimming in this today is a very hot day? How do you manage it?
Generally, it's always Well, my sport was rugby, but in these sports, always it's about the electrolytes and how you stay away from cramps and all of that. But all these swimmers that are going through right now, it's a very good steady pace that they have going into this, going into the end of the race. And in lane number 5, it's Yehen Tennakon from Trinity College who gets pole position, and coming up in second is Aaron Diseram from St. Joseph's College. And coming closely is Bandara Hazik, and in lane number 1, Metuk Yonal from Lyceum International School, Nugegoda.
We saw Yehen finishing with the time of 2 minutes 35 seconds on our clock. So his PB was 2 minutes and 44 seconds. That's like 9 seconds gap. So I had suppose this is the top meet for the most competitive meet for the age group level athletes. So they must have tapered themselves and got ready, because this is also an
and the starting lineup for the next heat: Jayawardena Gurusingha Joseph, Gunawardena Veeraratna, Chantula Shiraz and Jayasurya.
As I said before, this is also a qualification meet for the upcoming international meets. So they must have prepared themselves. That's why we are seeing these personal best times with lot of gaps.
Here's the third heat of the boys under 15 200 meter backstroke. Good start off the blocks and a good underwater from lane number 5 there. Coming through was Chanuga Veeraratna from St. Peter's College.
A good steady body position by Chanuga Veeraratna in lane 5. Going for that first turn, finishing with 35 seconds, the first 50. His seed time is 2 minutes 43 seconds. We are also seeing a steady kick from all the swimmers. Ideal for a 200 meter backstroke event. We are seeing boiling water kick. We call this boiling water kick. So all the swimmers are maintaining their kicks properly, and with that, lane 5 is coming for his 100 meter mark with 1 minute 17 seconds.
A good time on the clock so far from the race leader Chanuga Veeraratna, closely followed by the competitor in lane number 2, that is LD Gurusingha. Well, when you have at the back of your mind, Shanali, that there is going to be a final in the evening as well, and when you're when you're one of the competitors in this event, it's always important that you conserve energy to at least some degree, but also make sure that you qualify for the final. It's a very fine line when it comes to qualifying for the final and also conserving your energy. But how exactly does that work?
Yes, so if you are sure of getting into top 8, then of course you can conserve your energy for the evening final. But if you are in the line of making the top 8, then of course you have to give your best when it comes to the heats.
We have many competitors in today's competition in the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships. And approaching the finish line of the third heat of the under 15 200 meter backstroke. Lane number 5 winning the heat, Chanuga Veeraratna. Close tussle for second place, and too close to call here from our combox, Gurusingha and Gunawardena. But a very good race in the end for the winner, Chanuga Veeraratna. So replays of the heat that was just concluded. Vidaratha winning it pretty comfortably. Here's the starting lineup for the heat number 4. Sebastian Arachige, Mihindu Kulasuriya, Varna Singha, Ratnayaka, Insara, Bandara and Rahman.
We can see lane 3, Mihindu Kulasuriya getting a slight lead. And he's the first to turn at the 50-meter mark. Closely followed by lane 4 swimmer Jehan from Lyceum Vatala, both from the same school, Abid.
Lyceum has a pretty good swimming setup. All these schools look to invest in their swimming setups, isn't it? To ensure that when they come to the higher age groups, boys have and the girls have, a very good chance, because swimming is a sport that historically Sri Lanka has done pretty well in the SARC Championship, the Asian Games, a sport that has brought a number of medals. Approaching now the 100 meter in lane number 3, Mihindu Kulasuriya.
Minuka turned at 1 minute and 13 seconds for his first 100, maintaining a good body position, a head position and a consistent kick.
Now pulling away, Mihindu Kulasuriya. Here's the last 50 meter coming up in this 200 meter backstroke. What generally do you have to do here in this last 50 meter, Shenal? It's just all or nothing here.
Yes, all or nothing. You have to give your best. In these 50 meters, you might feel like your legs aren't working, but somehow you have to get to that finish line, give your best. And we can see now Mihindu Kulasuriya is approaching to his last 15 meters.
Mihindu Kulasuriya winning this heat, but not too comfortably. He had a bit of pressure from Abdul Rahman in the corner from Zahira College. Coming in third place in this heat, lane number 6, Akin Insara from Royal College. So those are your top 3 in this final heat of the boys under 15 200 meter backstroke.
Yes, we saw Minuka finishing at 2 minutes and 38 seconds, but in heat 2 we also saw Yehen Tennakon finishing with a time of 2 minutes 35 seconds. So Mihindu Kulasuriya would be the second fastest swimmer to qualify for the finals.
There's a replay of the last heat that we just witnessed. That was heat number 4. And we'll be moving on to the next event on the agenda. That's event 127. It's the girls under 17 200 meter backstroke. In heat number 1, we have Dinet Aralia, Hera Tabru, Joseph De Silva, Pereira, Mary and Bambaranda.
Lane 5 has taken a significant lead when it comes to the first 25 meters, but still this is the first race, first lap of a 200 meter event which has 4 laps. So let's see how it goes.
Close fight going into the first 50, lane 4 and lane 5. That's Joseph and De Silva.
De Silva was the first to turn, but lane 4 Joseph is not giving up. Both Joseph and in lane 3 we have Tabru, who are not giving up, maintaining that consistent speed, keeping up with lane 5 Senuki De Silva. I think we might have a change in the lead swimmer when it comes to the third turn. Let's see.
It's swapping to and fro here, but now it looks like lane number 5 is pulling away. That's Senuki De Silva, who was marginally in the lead when she went into the first 50. Of course, all these girls are chasing a position in the final that will happen later on in the evening. They're also chasing the national age group meet record of Kimiko Rahim that was set in 2014. That's more than 12 years back, of 2 minutes and 22 seconds, 65 microseconds.
It's a close race, Abid. I think the final lap is going to be very crucial. The gap is like micros away.
The crucial underwater there, but both swimmers now neck on neck. It's De Silva and Joseph in lane number 4 and lane number 5. De Silva just pulling away, but Joseph in the last 25 just needs to go here. This is a very close one. Very good start to the girls under 17 200 meter backstrokes. This is heat number 1. It's going to be a close one. It's going to be a very close one. They're passing the flag line here, but De Silva just seems to have pulled through. And seems like De Silva is going to be the one who takes top spot in the first heat of the girls under 17 200 meter backstroke. In lane number 3, Sanuti Tabru. And in lane number 7, Mary from St. Bridget's College. Here's the start of that race, a very good race.
Yes, here's the replay of the under 17 girls 200 meter backstroke heat number 1. And Senuki De Silva finished this race in 2 minutes and 46 seconds, bettering her personal best time by 3 seconds, which was earlier 2 minutes 49 seconds. With that, we have heat number 2 of the 200 meter backstroke event under 17 girls. In lane 1, Senuli Gamage, lane 2, Pereira, lane 3, Naditi Vijayasinghe, lane 4, Heshara De Silva, lane 5, KTT Damsarani, lane 6, Esandi Vitana, lane 7, Dehemi Belpage, lane 8, Chanumi Siatra.
The second and final heat of the girls under 17 200 meter backstroke. It's a good start off the blocks from lane numbers 4 and 5, Heshara De Silva and Damsarani.
Yes, we saw some solid underwater kicks by KTT Damsarani. But lane 4, Heshara De Silva is taking the lead. A marginal lead, I would say.
You're swimming 450 meters and you have 3 turns from the walls. This is the first of those turns, both of them going together, and the underwaters are probably going to be what decides who wins this race. Yes. It's going to be a very, very close one.
Lane 5 with her underwater kicks got that lead back. Both swimmers have a good shoulder rotation and a steady head position, but lane 4 is catching up and now back at the lead.
After that good underwater, lane number 4 has taken the lead. Here's another underwater coming up. That one seems to be very good as well, but lane number 5 too, putting in a good underwater, controlled underwater there. She had a very good start to the race as well, Damsarani. And it's still neck on neck, but we've got Heshara De Silva from Lyceum International School, Gampaha, who is just pulling away.
She's a body length ahead of lane 5 swimmer Damsarani. 50 meters to go, and with the progress of the number of 50s, Damsarani was able to increase her gap as well as the lead swimmer.
Ishara De Silva in the lead. And we were talking about this, Shanali, right throughout this race. It was going to come down to the underwaters. Right at the start, Damsarani had a very good one, but Ishara De Silva, it was going to be a close race until the end, and it still is a close race. And just at the brink, I think it's going to be Ishara De Silva who wins the race, but a very, very good performance from both Ishara and Damsarani.
It's Ishara De Silva's entry time is 2 minutes 41 seconds, but on the clock she finished in 2 minutes and 42 seconds. But the lane 5 Damsarani, her seat time is 2 minutes 46 seconds, but I think she bettered her personal best today with those underwater kicks. So we might see a better race in the evening in the finals.
Well, when it comes to these 200 meters, you're competing against your opponents, yes, but you're also competing against this thing called your personal best, isn't it? And it's always important that you keep trying to improve yourself, and that's something that all these swimmers will look to do when they take the waters in the next 5 or so days. Here's the starting lineup for the next event. It's event 128. It's the boys under 17 200 meter backstroke. Tenuka Pereira, Disanayaka De Silva, Darshana Jayasuriya, Vikramaratna and Kotalavala.
The meet record of this event is held by Andrew Abesinger back in 2006, 2 decades ago, with the time of 2 minutes 7 seconds .97. We can see lane 5, Joel Darshana from St. Joseph's getting the lead, followed by Rion De Silva. Good underwater kicks in the first 50.
These two looks like it's going to be a very close one. This is the first of the 2 heats in the boys under 17 200 meter backstroke. Now just slowing it down a tad bit here, but still keeping that rhythm going. You're the swimming specialist, Shanali. You talk us through the strokes that they're making now.
Yes. Now they're approaching the first 100 with 1 minute and 8 seconds. A time of 1 minute and 8 seconds. When you get a close look of the 2 strokes of the 2 swimmers, Abid, you can see the lane 4 swimmer has a more steady head position, which is helpful to maintain the proper body position. When your head is more tilted towards back, it's easier for you to bring the legs up, and that's the difference of the 2 swimmers. You can see in lane 5 the swimmer has a bit of a higher head position, which gives the more chance for lane 4 swimmer to swim easily, be more efficient.
Well, here's where all that training is going to come down to. It's the last 50 meter. Both of them are right side by side. They're not swimming the straight line, but nonetheless they're giving each other a very good fight. It's lane 4 and lane 5, Rion De Silva and Joel Darshana. Now last 15 or so meters. In lane number 5, it seems like Joel Darshana from St. Joseph's College is going to take the win in this first heat. And a pretty well-timed race from Joel Darshana. He was trailing in the second quarter of this race, but towards the end he's taken it. So Joel Darshana wins the first heat of the boys under 17 200 meter backstroke.
He has bettered his time by 1 second according to our clock. There you go. You can. I think Joel is taking the advantage of his underwater kicks. Here's how they raced for their last 25 meters and how lane 5 Joel Darshana finished first. And heat 2 of the same event, we have in lane 1 Kaluarachi, then Devanuda Pereira, Nisal, lane 5 Sulaiman Shihar, lane 6 M. Danish, then Venura Goda, and in lane 8 Fernando. Very good underwater kicks from all the swimmers. We are still to find out who's going to be the lead swimmer.
We have a record holder in this event, Akalanka Nisal in lane number 4. He was a record holder in the boys under 15 200 meter backstroke with a timing of 2:19 from St. Joseph's College. Have a look out for him.
And just like that, Akalanka Nisal is getting the lead. Approaching the first 100, he is having a 1 body length lead ahead of the second swimmer, who's Sulaiman Shihar from Royal College. And the first 100 finishing with 1 minute and 7 seconds. Let's see how fast he will swim the second 100.
It's a home stretch now from here on. This is the third quarter in the 200 meter backstroke. It's the place where you swim and conserve energy before that last home stretch. But now pulling away Akalanka Nisal, the favorite going into this race, isn't it, Shanali? Has a record already in this event.
So for under 17, boys under 17, he's a first year for this age group. We have swimmers of 2 age groups participating, born in 2010 and 2011. So Akalanka Nisal is a 2011 swimmer. Coming into his last 25, we can see lane 5 is going giving a good race, trying to reduce that 1 body length gap. But Akalanka Nisal is sprinting the last 15 meters. Now he's at the last 5 meters, and with that he finishes in 2 minutes and 24 seconds.
The clock might be wrong, but might have had a better timing there, Akalanka Nisal, but finishes the race with Sulaiman Shihar coming close, and in lane number 3, Savinda Pereira as well. Here's a look at that, just have a look at that underwater in lane number 4. It was a very, very good underwater, but lane number 5, a pretty decent underwater as well, but it was all Akalanka Nisal in this race.
I must mention Abid, Sulaiman Shihar is a well-known water polo player for Sri Lanka. Last year we had in the Sri Lanka water polo tournament going parallel to this event. So Sulaiman Shihar was swimming finals and then playing for Sri Lanka as well.
And to take you through this race, which will feature Teresa Adams, Senanayaka, Fernando, Jayaratna, Trikumara and Jituli. To take you through the next set of races, we have Sitara and Virun.
Thank you, Abid. And for the next one, we have
the girls under 20 200 meter backstroke. In lane 1 we have, lane 2 we have Teresa Adams. In lane 3 we have Damsarani Senanayaka. In lane 4 we have Vandani Fernando. Lane 5 Pamudi Jayaratna. Lane 6 Njaya Tirukuma. And lane 7 Pehansa Jituli.
yes, just the 6 swimmers for this heat as we are underway. So 200 meters. The record time for this one is 2 minutes and 16 seconds. Back in 2016, and that was over 10 years ago, Sitara. So definitely a difficult record to beat.
Definitely, and I think a strong start from our lane number 4s and lane number 5. Lane number 4, Pamdi Jaratna with the fastest time, I think, in this heat.
Yes, Pamela Jayaratna, that 2 minutes and 40 seconds in her seat time, but she seems to be cruising along at the moment as she comes into the lead at the end of the first 100.
And Sena Nayaka giving her a good fight coming from that second place. A very close third place by lane number 6, Andrea Tirukuma, going into that third length of this 200 meter backstroke. Very crucial length, this third length. Hopefully they take maximum advantage of their underwaters.
The third length, Sitara, it could be the difference between you winning or losing that race, and it could just be the difference between who comes in at first and second, because it's really close at the moment. And now these swimmers seem to be cruising along. It's lane number 4. That's Fernando, who is in the lead at the moment.
Definitely, and I think lane number 6 and lane number 5 are the ones fighting for the third place position, with lane numbers 4 and 3 coming an easy first and second in this heat.
Yes, it looks like Manadani Fernando. She seems to be cruising along now. It's just the last 25 meters or so. It's about a 10 to 15 meter gap between her and the second place.
Fernando coming in that last 15 meters with a very strong finish. Hopefully she'll be happy with the timing that she gets. Hopefully she makes it into that top 8, since there are only 2 heats in this 200 meter backstrokes for this age group. She should have a secure position. And in lane number 3 with our second place, and a very close finish for this lane number 6 and lane number 5. Hopefully Andrea Tirukuma can pull through and finish, and she does hit that touchboard in third place.
Yes, but like you said, we'll see a couple of swimmers qualifying from these 2 heat prelims, as there's just 2 of them, and I'm sure the first and second and maybe even the third place swimmers will be qualifying through. As we take a look at the highlights, we'll be moving forward to the second heat of the prelims. We have Samaranayaka, Sirivardhana, Jayasinghe, Vitanage, Higulwala, Denethmi and Pereira from lanes 1 through 7. And we are just finishing that last heat. Take a look at some of the timings from the second heat as well. Sitara, we have a really good timing here from MS Vitanage. 1 minute and 36 seconds. That is miles different from the rest of them. What do you think about that?
Let's hope that's an accurate timing that they've put into this schedule. I highly doubt it, but hopefully she'll prove us wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't look too promising, because I'm pretty sure it's at least a 2 minute and 36 second timing there. It's a complete contrast between the other swimmers, and we'll have 7 of them for the second heat, and we are underway. So far doesn't look like we'll have that 1 minute 36 second timing, Sitara.
Unfortunately, I don't think she's swimming this event. However, we do have a strong start from our lane number 5 and lane number 3 swimmers going into that 200 with a strong start in this first 50 meters.
Yes, that's AM Jayasinghe and Devanga Higulwala, who are in the lead in the first 50 meters. But it all comes down to that third 50 meter, which is really crucial to decide who will be taking this home. But the timing so far, not too bad.
Definitely, and lane number 7 coming strongly and but surely towards that first and second meter position, using her underwaters to gain maximum advantage. However, you have lane number 5 and lane number 3 steadily staying in that first position. Lane number 3 having a very steady stroke in the center of her lane, which is definitely an advantage compared to her lane number 5. who's drifting towards the side, which may get a bit difficult. However, I'm sure she'll be fine if she straightens herself out for that third 50.
Yes, we were talking about that earlier as well, Sitara, about how easy it is when you're in the middle of your lane, especially in the backstroke, to gauge where you're at and not cut back on the meters that you've already gained by moving from side to side. And it looks like it's lane number 3, that's A.M. Jayasinghe, who's doing that real well at the moment.
Definitely using that third 50 to gain that distance she wanted to secure her first place in this heat. Steady swims by all 4 swimmers trying to get into that top 8 final in the evening today.
Yes, as they come upon that third 50 meter, we're just at that 2-minute mark. Not a bad timing though from Jayasinghe, as she gets a good turn off the wall as well.
Definitely, I think both these swimmers showing that they have something left to finish off this 200 meter backstroke, coming to their last 25, going to push this towards the end and try to get in that top 8, considering that there are less numbers in these older events, so it's a lot easier than small swimmers that have to compete with a lot more.
Yes, we saw all 8 lanes being filled up for most of those events, Sitara, and when it comes to the under 20 events, it's quite different, as Jayasinghe will touch in first place, and not too far behind it's Devanga Hingulwala touching in second place. So not a bad timing, 2 minutes and 50 seconds from Jayasinghe. As we take a look at some of the highlights from that swim. And that'll be the end of the girls under 20 200 meter backstroke, and we'll be moving forward to the boys under 20 200 meter backstroke event. We have just 3 prelims and the heats from that event as well. Yes, so from lanes 2 to 6 we have Sundaralingam, Jayasinghe, Pereira, Fernando and Veeravardhana for the boys under 20 200 meter backstroke.
The current national record, age group record for this is held by Kavindra Nugavela of a 2 minute point 12 seconds back in 2019. So let's hope that one of our swimmers tries to aim for this and break it today. Hopefully we've seen quite a few record breaking events today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, definitely, and we've seen the real contrast between their seed times and the times that they've swam today, Sitara, and hopefully we'll see a good contrast here as well. And we'll take a look at the better timings from Kavisha Pereira, 2 minutes and 26 seconds from him. We'll be expecting him to go forward straight away in this pack.
Steady swim from Kavisha there. However, I think all the swims are relatively good, making complete advantage of their underwaters on that turn. I think they'll all give a really good fight for that second place and of course to get into that top 8 final.
Definitely, and it looks like we have some swimmers added as well into this first heat prelims. Just 5 swimmers that we have on our sheets, but it looks like they've been added onto this swim. So as they come to finish their first 100 meter, it's lane number 4, Kavisha Pereira, with that good timing in his seed timing as well, who is in the lead.
We have a very close fight for the third place swim. Lane number 5 having a steady swim in this third 50 of their 200 meter backstroke, trying to secure his second place, but lane number 2 coming in, giving him a run for his money. I think lane number 3 as well as lane number 6 and lane number 7 as well.
Yes, absolutely. But Kavisha Pereira seems to be cruising along as he just comes in on his final 50 meters, just going way ahead of the rest of the pack. It'll be interesting to see who comes in at second and third place. But
Kavisha just passing his 25 meter mark on this final 50. I think he must be very happy on how he paced this event. Hopefully it will be good enough to get into that final in the evening And coming in second in this heat is lane number 5.
Yes, Kavish quite a decent timing as well, as he is almost there. Yes, just 2 minutes and 23 seconds. A decent timing. Just he's done his previous seed time better as well by about 3 seconds. But that's just on our unofficial clock. It'll be interesting to see who gets through to the finals from these 3 prelims. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from that last swim. And we'll get ready for the second prelim out of 3 that we have for the boys under 20 meter backstroke. Quite the less amount of swimmers for these events, Sitara.
Yes, I think they've actually merged some heats because they have 2 full heats, which isn't on the schedule, but again, that's also because they are older age groups, and a lot of the swimmers kind of drop out when you get older. You would say maybe it's due to the extent of how long you have to train, you know.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier as well, and the pressure, it's an individual sport, does take a toll on you. And you being a swimmer yourself, Sitara, you know how it and what it is like to carry out the campaign throughout the years. Definitely not an easy task. But that being said, the second prelim, we have Natisha, Gunaratna, Vijay Sundara, Hassan, Vidushan and Mendis from lanes 2 through 7. But we have 2 additional swimmers as well. Like you said, it looks like we've merged some of the heats. And we have swimmers in lanes 1 and 8 as well.
We have a strong start from lane 4 and 1, giving it a very strong start actually compared to the first heat. They must be both knowing that they all have to fight for that final in the evening today. So hopefully they have the same momentum throughout the rest of the 50s in this 200 meter backstroke. Making full use of their underwater is lane number 4, coming out almost a body length ahead of his lane number 3, but giving a very good fight is lane number 1.
Yes, and Dhanush Vijay Sundar, he has the best timing, seed time rather, at 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Be interesting to see whether he'll be able to pull off one better in this, as lane number 4 and lane number 1, they seem to be going forward comprehensively. That's Dhanush Vijay Sundar in lane number 4, and unfortunately we're not sure who is in lane number 1, but he is giving a good fight. They're going head to head right there, Sitara.
I think lane number 4 having a steady lead all this time is definitely being competed by his lane number 1, who unfortunately we do not know the name of. However, the third place position for this heat is between lane numbers 5 and 3. Again, this third 50 in this 200 meter backstroke is very crucial for these swimmers, trying to push through that fatigue that they've been feeling, because again in a backstroke you need to make sure you're in the middle of your lane, your hips are up, and you make maximum use of your underwaters.
Definitely, as Kavish comes in on his final, I beg your pardon, Dhanush Vijay Sundar comes in on his final 10 to 15 meters. This is a real decent timing coming in from him.
Very impressive swims by lane number 5 as well, giving lane number 1 a lot of competition for that second place, but he manages to touch the board right before lane number 5, and coming in 4th place is lane number 3.
Yes, it's AF Hassan, and then it's KB Natisha who touches in at those second and third places. Let's take a look at that swim once again. It was Dhanush Vijay Sundar comprehensively above everyone. Had almost 2 body lengths gap between the swimmers throughout the whole race, and then at the last moment he just accelerated through and increased his gap to about 10 to 15 meters. Yes, and it looks like we have another 50-meter breaststroke event, and we might have similar timings from both these swimmers, Sitara. So
Most
interesting.
definitely. I think it must be a 8th place to confirm their place in the final. So they're fighting it out. They would have gone the same milliseconds as well, which is very taxing for these young swimmers. But I think they're giving on a good show for us today. And lane number 4 slightly edging forward to secure his place in that final in the evening. And it's very close to call from up here. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, number 4 did pull forward.
Oh, that was really close, Sitara. And taxing task on both these swimmers. I'm pretty sure they swam for their event earlier and gave it their all. They would have just expected to either be going through for their event or just not being selected. And they've got to swim another one. But hopefully they've got a decision off that. It looked really close. Might have been a tie either. So we never know. Hopefully they don't have to swim once again. And we'll be back with more action on the other side after a short commercial break. Stay tuned on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
The biggest spectacle in franchise cricket, Indian Premier League, is back for another thrilling season. Sri Lanka's finest stars and the global icons are ready to set the grandest stage of them all ablaze. Every six that shakes the stadium, every yorker that silences the crowd, every moment that stops your heart. Don't just watch it, feel it. Live on thepapare.com.
This happened. Oh, what an effort. Good technique.
Yes, and we are back live with the HNB National Age Group Swimming Championships 2026 live on the Papare, and we'll be heading to the girls under 11 100-meter butterfly event.
In lane number 2, we have Amra. In lane number 3, the Hamadi. In lane 4, Vakisha. Lane 5, Damsada. Lane 6, Raja Karuna. And lane 7, Somi Ratna. I mean, at this age, to even complete a 100-meter butterfly is an achievement on its own, coming personally from someone that struggled to finish that 100-meter butterfly. But I think these swimmers will just want to be able to make it through that second 50, because that's the taxing part of 100 meters, especially a butterfly.
Yes, not the easiest of events to do, Sitara. So these swimmers, they've got a daunting task over their heads to complete this. They'll be gassed out for sure. Still, just under 11, completing an entire 100-meter swimming is definitely not an easy task.
Most impressive, I would say, if they even complete it. So I think lane number 4 is coming up and showing us that she paced it well enough to have a lot of gas left in her tank. Lane number 5 finding it slightly difficult, but I'm sure she'll make it towards the end. And we have lane numbers 3, 2 and 1 and 7 giving a very good performance as well.
Yes, these swimmers, they should be real proud of themselves for even competing in this event. And hopefully it's good to see that they are giving it their all out there. The future of Sri Lankan swimming, they seem to be determined.
They do. And just like that, lane number 4 finishes first in this first heat, coming closely by lane number 5 and lane number 3 finishing in second and third.
Yes, that's Haley Vagisha and Chanit Madamsanda and W.A. Dahamdi finishing in first, second and third respectively. As we take a look at some of those highlights. Good underwaters for an under 11 event. and they were persistent. They kept at it. As we move forward to the next heat of this event, we have Yatavara, Jayakodi, Ekanayaka, Imara, Hiranya and Ratnayaka from lanes 2 through 7. So just 3 heats in this event. The 100-meter butterfly, girls under 11.
Very impressive dive by lane number 5. And just like that, a very impressive swim. I think these young swimmers really showing that whatever they put their minds to, they can do. Going this 100-meter butterfly, it's a very hard event. And at this age to even enter for it, I think it's very impressive.
Yes, absolutely. And it takes real guts to enter for an event like this, especially at their age, Sitara. And we take a look at some of their timings as well. In lane 4, Ekanayaka, she's at a seed time of 1 minute and 32 seconds, which is really impressive for a 100-meter butterfly.
Yes, it is, and she finishes that first 50 or first in this heat, and I think she'll continue it towards the end of this heat as well, showing us that yes, it may be tiring, but yes, I'm also going to finish this heat.
Absolutely. Pure determination here as she moves to that final 25-meter mark, just cruising along, leaving the rest of her pack behind.
We have lane number 5 coming in for that second place, giving it her all in this last 15 meters or so, and coming in third place is lane number 3.
Yes, but it is Yashasvi Ekanayaka who will take that first place, and in second place it will be Shalini Imara. So Ekanayaka, her seed time really showing it. She's done it one better as well, 2 seconds ahead of her seed time. We'll take a look at the race that we just had. What do you think about these under 11, Sitara?
I think having 3 heats itself at this level is very impressive for these young swimmers, and knowing that they might have to swim it again in the evening must be slightly taxing for them, but again, getting into that top 8 and having to swim the finals is also a very big accomplishment on its own.
Absolutely. As we take a look at our third heat, we have Mendis, Vikramnayaka, Seniviratna Ratnayaka, Gamage, Jayasinghe and Ilva. So we have that's from lanes 1 through 7 as we are underway. Once again, let's take a look at the better timings. We have a 1 minute 23 second timing from Charanti Ratnayaka, which is once again really impressive for this under 11 category.
Very impressive. I mean, her seat time is faster than the current national age group record, which is the 2018 record. So if she does hit that PB, she may be able to hold the new record herself.
Yes, absolutely. And that record was set in 2018. It's over 7 years ago by Kashika Vishalini, and a good turn from her as well in lane number 4, Ratnayaka.
Definitely, she's showing us exactly why she's holding that faster seat time, going more than 2 body lengths ahead of her competitors, trying to get to her finish line faster than her seat time, hopefully.
Yes, she's just crossed that 25-meter mark, the final 25 meters, and she's at 1 minute and 15 seconds with just about 10 or 15 meters to go.
There's a very tight fight for second place with lanes 2 and lane 6 fighting for that second place, hoping to get that position in the final later this evening.
So Ratnayaka doesn't get to her best time, but I'm sure she's holding on for that final later on, and it's a smart thing to do, and definitely reserving some fuel in your tank for evening is the right thing to do. As we take a look, it will next be the boys under 1100 meter butterfly. We have 4 heats of that. It will be Devendra, Navagamuwa, Ratnayaka, Vimala Sena, Temita Gamage and Shehan and Taruk from lanes 1 through 8. Talking about some of their timings as well. The best timing there from Trinity College candidates, Nadula Vimala Sena with a timing of 1 minute and 55 seconds. Yes, and we'll have a change up in voices in the comm box. It will be Bilal and Shenali to take you through the rest of the events.
Thanks, Virun. It's all set for the boys under 11 100 meter butterfly. And I'm joined up here in the comm box with Shenali. A very good afternoon, Shenali.
Good afternoon, Bilal. That's the first heat of the 4 heats of under 11 boys 100 meter butterfly event. The meet record of this event is held by Hirun Dinet Chanaka back in 2019 with a time of 1 minute 19 seconds .66. And with that we can see lane 6 swimmer Yehas Gamage from Royal College leading the race.
Tough contest here between lane numbers 6, 5 and 4.
Lane 6 Yehas Gamage doesn't have his goggles on his eyes, but near his mouth might be finding difficult to breathe, but very courageous. Under 11 boy, he's probably only 10 years or 11 years old, 10 or 9 years old, swimming in under 11.
Definitely very impressive to see him soldiering on there in lane number 6. And
coming to the last 25 meters, we can see lane 4 Nadula from Trinity fighting for his spot as well.
Just edging forward here is Nadula, and it looks like in these final few meters Nadula will take the lead marginally, and it is Nadula who touches in first, very closely followed by lane number 6. That's Yehas Gamage from Royal College. And finishing in third is lane number 5, RDT Temita.
Yes, Nadula finished in 1 minute and 45 seconds according to our clock, which is according to the seeding time 10 seconds faster than his personal best. Bilal, when it comes to young swimmers, it is very easier to get more personal best than when it comes to the senior years, because they are young, they go fast, they have that ability to swim faster in coming meets. But as they advance, only the tough game begins. And with that we have heat 2 lined up. In lane 1 we have RSCS Fernando, lane 2 Sahas Kodituakku, lane 3 MACM Dias, lane 4 Gavara Parana Vidana, lane 5 Tatsilu Veeravansha, lane 6 Oshan Fernando, lane 7 Ishwara Rachi, lane 8 Marasinghe.
And into the lead here is lane number 4, who will reach the 25 meter mark first. That's Gavara Parana Vidana.
A strong swim for under 11 boy, a strong and steady swim.
Sizable lead now by Gavara, soldiering on here. Very closely followed by lane number 3, who will touch second. for this final 50. Touching third will be lane number 5.
Gavara had an extra stroke to the wall. You saw that during his turn. You can watch it again during the replay, but still in the lead. Probably if he gets into the finals, he must work on his turn.
Definitely insightful and something that his coaches will also look for. However, Gavara right now, some powerful strokes taking him forward. And in this final few meters, it definitely looks like he will finish off first. Quite good timing there as well. Unfortunately, we don't have the clock on right now. That was quite fast, and he'll be followed by lane number 5. That is Veeravansha, and lane number 3. That's M.A. Dias.
Gavara had a 7.5 meters, approximately 7.5 meters lead against the second swimmer, that's Tatsilu Veeravansha. And with that, we have the lineup for the heat number 3 out of the 4 heats. In lane 1, Rinav, lane 2, Ranmin, lane 3, Ekanayaka, lane 4, Imal, lane 5, Sejan, lane 6, Ashif, lane 7, Pereira, and in lane 8, Rupasinghe.
Because like you did mention, Shinali, all these swimmers quite young, very early on in their swimming career. So that might be a few mistakes that they will definitely work on in the coming years. But it's very important that they have this exposure early on so that they get a feel for how it feels like swimming in competitive swimming. And off they go here in this third heat. Once again, it's lane number 4 who is in the lead early on, who will get to that 25-meter mark first, but very closely followed by lane number 2. That is Senusha Ranmin.
In lane 4, we can see Ranuka Iman from Lyceum Ratnapura swimming in front.
Once again, some powerful strokes by the young lad in lane number 4. Might also have to work on his turn there.
Yes. All these junior swimmers, we can see that they have to work on their turns. The coaches might have to look into that.
It was always insightful for us to have a fast swimmer in the com box. And it's lane number 4, Ranuka Imal, who reaches that 25-meter mark first in this final lap, closely followed by lane number 5, that's Sejan. However, sizable lead now. He has been able to maintain, and he will get there first. That's Ranuka Imal, and good timing as well. If on our unofficial clock it says 120, and the meet record is 119 and 66 micros, that was in 2019. So Shinali, we might have a contender for that record.
Yes, it's going to be a very interesting race.
Powering forward there, Ranuka Imal, decimating his competition.
Ranuka Imal has also bettered his personal best time by 9 seconds.
And with the completion of the third heat, we'll be having the 4th and final heat of this boys under 11 100-meter butterfly. And for that, we have in lane number 1, I.L. Ratnayaka, lane 2, Gagana Sethmila, lane 3, D.T. Sabaranayaka, lane 4, Ekanayaka, lane 5, Rikita Methul, lane 6, Abhinath Mendis, lane 7, W. Brito, and lane 8, K.H.S. Shenol. Taking their place on the blocks, these young swimmers. Because the rain has cleared up here and the sun is out.
Interesting to see Bilal in lane 4. Ekanayaka has a time of 1 minute 15 seconds, which is faster than the current record. So let's see how it goes. But we can see lane 3, lane 5. Rikita Methul is the lead swimmer at the moment.
will be quite interesting to see, Shanali, because at the moment lane number 4 is lagging quite behind despite that seed timing. However, like we did mention before, it's all about how you perform on the day, and right now it's lane numbers 3 and 5 who are at a neck-to-neck battle here. That's DT Samannayak and Rikita Methul, who are battling it out, tussling, having a tussle here for first place. Slightly faster now is lane number 3. That's DT Samannayak with a faster and a stronger stroke there. He'll reach the 25 first.
He's now about 2 body lengths ahead of the second swimmer in lane 5.
And Methul has been able to pull ahead here by around 2 body lengths now, and he'll be charging forward looking for that victory, and he will be besting his personal best also by a fair few seconds. His seed timing is at 140, but he manages to finish at around the 133 mark, so quite impressive also there. And we've had some very interesting heats, Shanali, in this boys under 11 100 meter butterfly. Like you did mention, we did see a lot of personal bests also.
So the swimmer from heat 3, Ranuka Imal, will be the fastest swimmer to qualify for the evening finals. And with that, we have girls under 1300 meter butterfly coming up. In heat 1, we have Gunawardhan in lane 3, Chatushi Deranya in lane 4, and Alvis in lane 5.
The meet record for these girls under 13 100 meter butterfly, fairly new record last year by Elisha Samil at 1 minute 13 seconds and 83 micros. So that's something that these girls might have in the back of their heads as well.
Yes. The event has 4 heats. You have to be very courageous to swim a 100 fly. As a 100 flyer, 100 fly was my pet event, but when I was in under 11, I was like very scared, very anxious when it comes to 100 fly. But like moving forward, once you break down this 100 meters, you can either break down it, in your mind, it's a mind game. You can think it as a 250s or either 425s. When you think, I used to think it as a 425s. So when 25 is very less, comparatively less number to 100. So taking it as a small step-by-step game, then it's easier for you to finish the race. My first target was to finish the race. Then only I was working on the times, the small little things I could do. So that's how you race a 100 fly.
It's quite insightful as well, and something that if any of you young swimmers are listening, something that you can take note of as well. End of the day, it's all about that mindset that you have approaching the game, approaching the race. And right now, currently, looks like lane number 6, who is a new entry, if we are not mistaken, who is making the way to the first 25, slightly lagging behind now, but she has been able to create a sizable lead here. However, we have lane number 5 quickly gaining traction. That's MKSD Alvis, but it looks like it might not be enough to catch the swimmer in lane number 6, who is motoring forward. And it looks like it will be lane number 6 who gets there first at around the 135 mark as per our unofficial clock. And lane number 5 will get there second. That's Alvis, closely followed by lane number 3, AVM Gunawardhana.
And with that, we have heat number 2 lineup coming up. In lane 1, we have Johansa Attanayaka, lane 2 Dulanya Kotalavala, lane 3 Tharani Aberatna, lane 4 Herath, lane 5 Sanuri Hevagama, lane 6 Damsarana De Silva, and in lane 7 Tinuti Koswatha.
Once again, none of their seed timings coming close to the record that we have on paper. However, we did see previously how that was disproven and how they broke those records a few events prior. And even in this one, there is a possibility of that exact same thing happening, considering it's the girls under 13 100 meter butterfly. And off they go here. Good underwaters there, especially by lane number 5. And it looks like it's lane number 4 who will reach that 25 meter mark first.
Lane number 4 is wearing a Sri Lanka cap.
Very slight margin between lane number 4 and 5. And I feel like a lot will depend on this turn here. That will define this next leg.
Yeah, lane 4 we saw a good turn, but lane 5 had that good underwater kicks who reached that helped her to reach lane number 4 and reduce the gap. But again, lane number 4, that's Herath from Mahamaya Girls College Kandy, increasing the speed. You can see she has a consistent kick and she's like increasing the speed when throughout the race.
And some great form as well by the lane number 4 swimmer from Kandy. That's HMEU Herath, who will get there first at around the 123 mark. And she will be followed by lane numbers 5 and lane number 1. That's Sanuri Hevagama and Johansa Attanayaka. So in both these heats so far, we've had swimmers reaching the end of their race under that 125 mark. And here's the lineup for heat number 3. In lane 1, we have T.A. Nimnadi, lane 2, Ishaya Amarasinghe, lane 3, Amal Miliyanage, lane 4, Devki Valpola, lane 5, S.H. Gunasekara, lane 6, ATU Fernando, and lane 7, Serena Bitta.
Swimmers wearing their school caps.
As someone who has coached youngsters as well, Shanali, what's a piece of advice that you would give perhaps a girls under 13 swimmer?
Yes, you have to train. You have to be consistent at training. That's the only way you can improve.
No shortcuts.
No shortcuts.
Definitely. And it looks like lane number 4 and 3 have been putting in the work. They are the ones who will reach that touchpad first. Lane number 4 marginally ahead. That is Devki Valpola and Amal Milian again, lane number 3.
We can see the swimmer wearing the Sirimava Bandana Vidyalaya cap swimming in, taking the lead. I know the cap because I used to wear it.
And it is Sirimavo who is powering forward here in these final few meters of the race.
Devki Valpola, only 5 meters to go. With a time of 1 minute 20 seconds. Again, Bilal, we are seeing 9 seconds improvement according to the seeding time. We have seen the swimmers who have improved, they have improved with a big margin. 9 seconds is a lot.
Drastic improvement by these swimmers, and of course Devki Valpola so far is the fastest swimmer in these heats as of yet, because we have 1 more to go. And here's the lineup for the 4th heat. In lane number 1, we'll be having HT Gunaratna, lane 2, Livia Jaikodi, lane 3, R. Sasmi Silva, lane 4, Liseni Korala, lane 5, Elena Victoria, lane 6, Mayuki Hinatigala, lane 7, UV Chanitma, and lane 8, Metumsa Ulladupitiya. we've had a 120 swim from Devki Valpola of Sirimavo, and that's the number to beat for the swimmers participating in this fourth and final heat of the girls under 13 100 meter butterfly. Long underwater there by lane number 4.
Lissani Korala from Colombo International School. Lissani is still ahead when it comes to the first 25 meter mark, but lane 5, Elena Victoria, is not giving up.
Neck and neck battle between lane numbers 4 and 5. That's Korala and Victoria. Will be interesting to see which one of them grasps victory here in this fourth and final heat of these girls under 13 100 meter butterfly.
Listen, Korala did some good underwater kicks in that turn, making sure that's why she's in front of everyone else.
Because she's the one to get to that 25 meter mark first.
With these visuals, Bilal, by the Papare, these swimmers can re-watch their races. Now, when it comes to the finals, they can find out their small mistakes and improve them and swim better in the finals. So, all thanks to Papare for showing all the aquatic events starting initiated last year. We have been showing multiple swimming events and giving the chance for all the swimmers to get better, hoping Sri Lanka swimming will get at least step by step.
Definitely some invaluable feedback that they can get by rewatching those videos also, because otherwise they will have to rely on those recorded by the phones, which might not be the best.
Also multiple angles.
And with the completion of that fourth heat, we'll be moving on to the boys under 13 100 meter butterfly. And the meet record is 1 minute 8 seconds and 12 micros set in 2019 by Binura Thalagala. And we are off here in this first of 5 heats. In lane 3 we'll be having SS Piris, lane 4 DMV Induvara, and lane 5 DAP Gajanayaka.
You can see lane 5 Gajanayaka is getting the lead.
Very close battle between all 3 of them. Gajanayaka slightly ahead, but motoring forward in the latter half of this lap is lane number 4. That's DMV Induvara.
Both lane 4 and 5, Induvara and Gajanayaka turning at the same time. But still Gajanayaka, with his strong underwater kicks, gets in front again.
Gajanayaka momentarily reclaims his lead. However, Induvara also catching up. Both of them neck to neck here. Slightly lagging behind is the swimmer in lane number 3. That's SS Piris. And in this final few meters, it looks like it will be Gajanayaka who will get there first. Slowly but surely, both of them inching forward. Gajanayaka, final few meters, and he's the one who gets there. And what an improvement once again, Shenali. His seed time stands at 1:59, but he finishes under 1:30.
Again 9 seconds. I think something is there to do with 9 seconds.
And here's the lineup for the boys under 13. Heat number 2. Akain Gunavardhana in lane 1. Sathila Damket in lane 2. Dulkit Jayavira in lane 3. Lane 4 NQ Anwar. Lane 5 BS Nathan Mendis. Lane 6 Methuja Jayavardhana. And lane 7 Yenul Rajapaksha. However, it does look like there is a no-show in lane number 7. So it will only be from 1 to 6. long underwater from lane number 4 there. However, the others have been able to get a slight advantage, and reaching the 25-meter mark, it looks like everyone is almost at the same pace.
Lane 6 is slightly getting ahead. Methuja Jayawardena from Royal.
It's a tough contest between all 6 of them.
And Methuja is the first to turn, followed by lane 4, NQ Anwar.
Methuja slightly ahead after that turn. However, everyone else gaining on, and it looks like the first to reach the 25-meter mark would actually be lane number 5. That's Nathan Mendes. Has made sure he's gaining a bit of a lead now, but coming right at Nathan is lane number 4. That's NQ Anwar. Anwar is gaining now, decimating that lead that Nathan had, and it looks like in these final few meters he might just finish first, and that's a close call. That's a very close call, Shanali.
Yes, very close call. Both lane 4 and 5 finishing at the same time, I would say. We'll have to now, if we had now the okay, let's go with the heat number 3 lineup. In lane 1 we have Liam Yasir, lane 2 Navaratna, lane 3 Abdullah, lane 4 Azmi, lane 5 Gayashan, lane 6 Bandara, lane 7 Kotage, lane 8 Dasanayaka. Now Bilal, if we had the touch system, touch pads, that's where it will be valued the most. So we can see, because when you run it manual, you never know.
Most definitely, Shanali. I feel like the touchpads should make a comeback. It's something Gavin also always says and stresses on. Hopefully in the future meets, that's something we'll be able to see as well, so that these swimmers will be able to gauge their speed directly instead of depending on the manual records. However, we are off here in this third heat.
You can see lane 4 Amar Asmi went 15 meters no breathing, about 3 or 4 strokes no breathing with the start, and he's leading the race, followed by lane 8 swimmer Rohil Dasanayak from St. Joseph's. But Asmi is the first to turn.
And it looks like Azmi has a bit of an orthodox breathing, where he takes a breath twice and then once again.
In butterfly, you have to maintain your rhythm, so the breathing does a big part of that. But it's a racing strategy, so it's subjective.
And nevertheless, it looks like it's helping him at the moment. It's lane number 4. Ammar Azmi, who is motoring forward, and he will get there first, very closely followed by lane numbers 6, 7 and 2 as well. That's Bandara, Kotage
and Navaratna.
Once again, a very close heat. And with the completion of the third heat, we'll be moving on to the penultimate one in this boys under 13 100 meter butterfly. And for heat number 4, here's the lineup. In lane 1, we'll be having Gihon Veerasinghe, lane 2 Ritosha Adulya, lane 3 Ranit Nagahapitiya, lane 4 Senu Thansira, lane 5 Randhira Yasaswara, lane 6 Attanayaka, lane 7 Parakrama, and lane 8 Shehan Gabriel.
Off they go. We can see some strong underwater kicks by lane 4 Senura Hansira.
Powerful strokes there by the young lad in lane number 4. That's Senut Hansira. Seems like his wide frame is just helping him
Senuth Hansira is from St. John's College, Nugegoda.
Senuth is closely followed by lane number 6. That's Attanayaka. And it looks like Attanayaka has just edged Senuth out and gotten into the lead here. And it looks like he will be the first one to reach the 25-meter mark in this second lap. A very close race here. Senuth is putting on the afterburners. He reclaims the lead from lane number 6.
Senuth is sprinting through.
It's a momentous shift there by Senuth, and he finishes under 1 minute and 19 seconds. So that's a brilliant swim there, and especially in that last 25 meters, he increased his pace, made sure he gave it his all.
Bilal, I think St. John's College, Nugegoda was the champions at the last HNB novices meet. And I think I saw this face during that meet. So maybe in that novices he has bettered the times and already qualified for age groups. And come here and now claiming the spot in top 8 positions of the 100-meter butterfly event.
It's always so nice to follow the journey and be able to follow the journey of such young swimmers also who are doing so well. And here's the lineup for the 5th and final heat. We have in lane 1 DLC Chamika, lane 2 Mihin Rupasinghe, lane 3 KL Ransara, lane 4 Sethun Rajapaksha, lane 5 Suhas Samaravira, lane 6 Javin Themira, lane 7 MP Kenuja, and lane 8 Rithik Rayon. Final heat in this boys under 13 100-meter butterfly, and it's Senuth Hansira's 118 in the official clock that these young boys have to beat.
Solid underwater kicks by everyone. Though you can go far in underwater kicks, you have to be strong and powerful in them as well, so that you can come out quickly, be more explosive, and get that get the proper start to the race.
Of course, we saw in some previous heats where although some of the young swimmers had good long underwaters, they weren't able to get the lead because others were able to pull forward.
Yes, that's the thing. They have to be fast in underwater kicks as well. So in lane 4 we have Sethun Rajapaksha from Lyceum Nugegoda powering through.
Sethun able to extend his lead now going forward, and it looks like he might just beat Senuth Hansira's timing here. Going in last few meters, Sethun Rajapaksha, few more to go, 110 so far, and it looks like he will reach there in around 116 or 117 seconds according to the unofficial clock. He's closely followed behind by lane numbers 5 and 3, that's Sohas Samaravira and KL Ransara.
According to that, Sethun Rajapaksha will be the fastest swimmer to qualify for the finals that will be happening this evening. Here's a replay of that race. As we talked about the underwater, you can see what happens. And Rajapaksha getting to that first turn. And there he is powering through with that strong kick. The last 15 meters. And that's how Rajapaksha finished his race in 1 minute and 17 seconds. For the under 1500 meter butterfly girls events, we would like to invite Abid and Sitara to the comm box.
It's the under 15 girls 100 meter butterfly. The national age group meet record held by Anika Ghafoor, 1 minute and 8 seconds and 60 micros. Joining me in the com box is Sitara Zuhail.
Lane number 4, we have Alicia Samuel pushing through that, having a very tight competition with lane number 5 and 6 as well. It really comes down to this last 25 meter of this 100 meter butterfly.
Alicia Samuel, the record holder in this same event in the under 13s.
Coming a really close finish between 4 and 5. It's definitely a touch in this finish and this final in this first heat. But I think lane number 4 pulls through with lane number 5 finishing very closely and lane number 3 coming in for that third position. That was the first heat of this girls under 1500 meter butterfly with a solid start to this event. Here we have the replay of that heat. Definitely Samuel showing us that she was going to keep that steady lead that she had from the beginning and finish first.
The 100 meter butterfly, always a demanding event. This is the under 15s. You have 2 heats. This is the first of those heats won by Alicia Samuel. Here's the second of those heats. Kumara Peruma, Tenakon Veerasinghe, Kularatne Mihansa, Abevikrama Yehansa and Subasinghe make up the 8 that are on the block.
Strong start from all these swimmers, taking maximum advantage of their underwaters, all hoping to get into that top 8 position, and especially because it's a 100 meter butterfly, it's definitely a taxing event to have to swim twice, so they are definitely going to try and get there and make it count. And we have lane number 4 and lane number 5 making a really strong finish at this 50 meter split, hoping to hold maybe a 30 to 31, which is a very impressive split for a 100 meter butterfly.
Important underwater coming up for lane number 4 and lane number 5. That's Megumi Kularatne and Shanudi Mihansa, both from 2 different lyceums, one from Wattala, one from Nugegoda. But the one lead in the race right now is the swimmer in lane number 4. That's Megumi Kularatne, approaching the last 25.
A very strong race by these 2 swimmers, and coming in for the third position is very tight between lane number 3 and lane number 6.
A strong finish in the end from the swimmer in lane number 4. That's Megumi Kularatne, who wins this second heat with an unofficial time of 1 minute and 10 seconds, and followed closely in second by Shanudi Mihansa from Lyceum International School in Nugegoda.
Definitely securing their spots in that final today evening with those very impressive timings in this 100 meter freestyle in this under 15 category. And that's an end of our under 15 girls. Coming up next is our under 15 boys in the 100 meter freestyle, in which we have 3 heats. In the first heat we have Aritha Gunawardana, Aryan Christopher, PADVO Vijayaratna, Pradeepan, Vishwadinut and Zain Pereira.
This is the first of the under 15 100 meter butterfly heats. National age group record held by Kaila Besinger, 59 seconds and 53 micros. And they're off the blocks and a strong underwater from lane number 4. That's Vijayaratna from Ananda College. Decent stroke rate as well.
Lane number 4 coming into that first 50, first touching the touchboard, just a length ahead of lane number 3, making maximum use of his underwaters, but he's securing his first place position by coming close to his end 25 meters.
Approaching the last 25 meters now, the swimmer from Ananda College in the lead, and with a healthy lead as well, around 2 body lengths ahead of the swimmer in second place. So is Christopher from Elizabeth Moore School. It's going to be a close one for second, but I think Christopher might have just gotten that. And the winner of the first heat of the boys under 1500 meter butterfly is PADVO Vijayaratna from Ananda College.
Coming in third is Pradeepan Vishwadit from Trinity College, Kandy. And finishing this race off is lane number 2, Aritan.
Those are the replays of the first heat, first of the 3 heats. This is the second heat and the starting lineup. Sirivardhana, Ranasinghe, Fonseca, Ranavira, Dinuminda and Fernando make up the boys on the block in the second heat of the boys under 15 100 meter butterfly.
I think the stars of this heat definitely being Aaron Ranavira and Risindu Fonseca, having very impressive seat times, and hopefully they'll be able to keep those PBs or maybe better them.
Small hold up before the start of this event, and this is a pretty demanding event, isn't it, Sitara? You've got to have your stamina up. It's a sprint, a 100 meter sprint. How exactly do you pace this event?
So since it is a 100 meter sprint, you don't necessarily pace it, but it is a 100 meter butterfly sprint, so you really need to push that last 50 meters because it is taxing. It's both legs and it's both arms at the same time, and it's not a simultaneous stroke, thereby being relatively harder. You try to focus on keeping it 2 breaths at a time and not trying to breathe every stroke, but as you know, when you're swimming, yes, it gets harder as you go through, but hopefully these swimmers will take that and finish off that 100 strong.
Boys being made to wait a bit longer. They've been made to take a seat as well before the start of this. This is the second heat that we're awaiting in the boys under 1500 meter butterfly. We're here at the 50th National Age Group Aquatic Championships 2026. A 5-day long competition, a very demanding competition. This is where the best of the best in the school circuit in Sri Lanka perform. And HNB coming on board as the proud sponsors of this 50th National Age Group Championship. Of course, the Papare bringing you these live pictures here from the Sugathadasa Stadium. We had quite a few events today in the morning, and we'll have the finals of these events later on in the evening. And also we'll have the much anticipated President's Trophy final just a few meters away from here, but that's for another day, as the second heat of the boys under 1500 meter butterfly is off the blocks.
Very strong start from these swimmers, going very hard into this first 50 of their 100 meter fly. neck and neck, I would say. That's not necessarily a lead by any of these swimmers yet, but that will be differentiated by this second 50. From that turn, I think lane number 5 may have taken the first stroke out. However, lane number 3 is slightly edging forward. Very difficult for us to tell from up here. However, it is a very close race indeed.
This is the second of the heats, and the heat in this competition has already started rising. We have in lane 5 Aaron Ranavira from St. Joseph's College just edging ahead. Now the battle is on for the second place. A very good race from Ranavira, who might just take this. About a body length ahead of the rest of the competitors, and following closely in second place in lane number 3. That's going to be a bit of a close one though, but in lane number 3 and lane number 4, it's Rana Singh and Fonseca. Pretty close finish for second place. Here's the replay. The starting lineup for the heat number 3 of the under 1500 meter butterfly. Vijay Singh, Bita, Gunathilaka, Hakeem, Alvitigala and Gunawardana. This is the final heat of this event in the under 15s.
It's a strong start from all these swimmers coming out, taking full advantage of their underwaters. We have in lane number 4 Gunathilaka from Trinity College Kandy, Arvid's former school. I think in lane number 4 he's really pushing through and trying to secure that first position in this final heat. It's a very close swim though by lane numbers 3 and 5 as well, going into the second 50 with a split time of 30 seconds. Pretty impressive for these under 15 boys. Lane number 4 edging to that first place position with a close fight for that second position in lanes numbers 5 and 3.
Approaching the last 25 meter rather of this 100 meter dash in the butterflies, heat number 3, and it looks like it's going to be Gunathilaka from Trinity College that's going to get the win in this final heat. Decent time of 1 minute and 6 seconds and a close tussle for second, but it's in lane number 5 Hakeem from Lyceum International School Wattala that comes across to beat the Josephian Joel Bitta.
Up next we have the girls under 1700 meter butterfly. Current meet record held by Chandi Kumar Peruma with a 1:07. In the first heat we have Sneha, Vikramaratna, Surya Rachi, Fonseca Silva and Thambi Dore.
It's the under 1700 meter butterfly heat number 1 in the girls category. In the lead right now, approaching the first 25 meter in lane number 3. Vikramaratna from Lyceum International School, Gampaha.
Easy first touch there by lane numbers 3, but a very close touch for the second place by lanes 4, 5 and 6, as well as lanes 2 and 1 coming in for that third position. However, Vikramaratna holding that first position very well, edging towards her last 25.
Very well paced race from Vikramaratna.
being given a fight by lane number 5 as well as lane number 4, edging forward towards that last 10 meters, which is very crucial in this 100-meter butterfly. You're going to try not to take those last few breaths and try to touch the wall before. And just like that, lane number 5 touches before lane number 3. Very impressive race by Nethuli Fonseca of Visaka Vidyalaya. Just like that in the replay, we can see Vikramaratne leading the race throughout that first 50, even the first 75, but we see Nethuli Fonseca edging forward and ending that race on a high.
Replays of the first heat, and the second heat has Dharmapala, Ekanayaka, Lakdivas, Jayasundara, De Silva, Jayalath and Silva. Heat number 2.
Lane number 3 edging forward in this 100-meter butterfly, trying to secure her position in this final. Considering the fact that this age group only has 2 heats, definitely trying to secure that 8 positions in that final in the evening so that they can re-swim this very dreadful 100-meter butterfly.
Just good turn from the wall from the swimmer in lane number 3. That's Lakdivas. But still, it's a pretty close tussle. It's going to be a home run to the end. It's going to be between lane 3 and lane 5 by the looks of it.
Lane 4 is also coming up in this last 15 meters, and lane 5 is definitely pulling and pushing that last 10 meters. Going to try and not take the breaths after that lane rope, trying to edge forward and finish first, and just like that, lane number 5 touches with lane number 4s and 3s coming in second and third respectively.
A pretty close battle in the second heat of the girls under 1700 meter butterflies. Here's the replay of that. It was a very good start from the swimmers in the golden lanes, but towards the end of the race and towards the last 25 meter, the race was still on. But from there on, despite touching third at the end of the first 50, it was De Silva from St. Bridget's College that emerged victorious.
Up next, we have the boys under 1700 meter butterfly. In lane 1, we have Alicia. In lane 3, we have Lianage. In lane 4, we have Paul. In lane 5, Pereira. Ratnayaka in lane 6, and De Silva in lane 7.
And they're off the blocks. This is the first of the heats in the boys under 1700 meter butterfly. The national age group record held by Kyle Abe Singer in 2016. 57 seconds and 52 micros. Very good race coming in from the swimmer in lane number 2. Strong first 50 from Tusit Lianage.
Very good swim from lane number 2. Alicia from Thurston College, edging that last 25 meters. Coming towards the last 15 meters of this 100 meter butterfly. And lane number 7 fighting for that second place, pushing to finish this 100 meter butterfly to edge and get his second place.
Very close call in the end, but it was Tusit Lianage. I thought that, it's Alicia that touched first in lane number 2, and in lane number 7, Rion De Silva also with a good effort. Very strong first heat that we had there, and if that's anything to go by, we have 4 heats, Sitara. That's going to be very interesting to watch.
Up next, we have the second heat of these boys under 1700 meter butterfly. In lane 1, we have Jayawardena, Niduvara, Veerasinga, Netsilu, Vijay Singha, Silva, Seniviratna and Pereira in lane 8. strong underwaters by these under 17 boys in this 100-meter butterfly, with lane number 3 slightly edging forward, but it's very close to tell this early in the race.
Well, the underwater after the first 50 meter is going to be very crucial for all these swimmers, and it's very tight going into the first 50, but it seems like lane number 3 is in the lead. That's Ditya Veerasinghe from St. Joseph's College, and he seems to have got a good underwater as well, and he's edging ahead of the rest of the pack.
It's going to come down to this last 25 meters between lane 3s, 4s and 5 for this first place position. Again, they're all aiming to get into that final in the evening today, but I think lane number 3 just slightly edging forward to secure that first position in this heat. But it may be too early to tell. However, yes, lane 3 edges and gets that first place, with lane 5 and 4 coming in second and third.
Very good time on our unofficial clock as well from Ditya Veerasinghe. Here's a replay of the second heat of the boys under 17 100-meter butterfly. It was a very close first 50, but after this turn I thought it was a very good underwater from Ditya Veerasinghe, who just kept on pushing, and in the home stretch in the last 25 he just started pulling away to win this second heat.
In heat 3 we have Premaratna, Nisal, Arachi, Hatim, Hashin, Ratnayaka, Shadi and Mendis.
Off the blocks in the third heat in the under 17 100-meter butterflies in the boys category.
Definitely the swimmer to look out for is Hatim in this particular heat, having a seat time of 59 with a record of 57 by Kyle Abesinghe, hoping to better his seat time or at least match it to secure his place in the final today. Hitting a split of around 27 seconds is very impressive, especially for a boy under 17.
Well, he'll have one eye on the finals, but he'll also have one eye on the possible opportunity of breaking Kyle Abesinghe's record, maybe in this heat or maybe in the finals later on. But it's a very good race so far from Hatim.
As well as lane number 5, he's giving a very good fight and securing his place as well in this final, hoping to get in that top 8 position. Coming in close third is lane number 6, Ratnayaka, and lane number 2 coming in fourth.
Here's a replay of the third heat that you just witnessed, which was won by AIM Hatim from Lyceum International School, Nugegoda. Very strong stroke from him to win this. The starting lineup for the fourth and final heat: Disanayaka, Hassan, Fernando De Silva, Abdurrahman De Silva, Pereira and Kodikara.
Very strong underwaters by these under 17 boys. Coming to the fourth heat of this 100-meter butterfly, boys under 17. Jaden De Silva pulling slightly forward with a seat time of 58 seconds, trying to prove his place in the top 8 position for the final this evening, with a split of approximately, again, 27 seconds, equaling or very close to equaling his previous heat's seat time as well.
Very good race so far from Jaden De Silva. Approaching the last 25 meter, and he seems to be in control of this race, but there's close competition for second place between the two swimmers around De Silva. That's Fernando and Abdurrahman.
Definitely a very close finish for the second place, but I think lane number 3 pushes forward and touches the board before lane number 5, so it will be a 4-3-5 finish. That's the replay of that fourth and final heat. A very good race by Jaden De Silva, Senor Fernando and Abdul Rahman from Zaira College, finishing that fourth heat of this 100 meter butterflies for the boys under 17 category. Up next, we have the girls under 20 100 meter butterfly. In lane 1, we have Turya Kodagama. In lane 2, Kidumini Nathosoma. In lane 3, Sanaya Nanayakara. In lane 4, Tenushi Kalavitagoda. In lane 5, Janitma Pereira. In lane 6, Isindi Vitulya. And lane 7, Mikela Vimalasena.
That's the start of the girls under 20 100 meter butterfly heat number 1. Just the 2 heats in this event, and the national age group meet record held by Anika Ghafoor, 1 minute and 4 seconds and 58 micros.
Very close race between lanes 4 and 5. Tenushi and Sanaya from AIS giving a really good fight to secure their place in this under 20 100 meter butterfly. We have Tenushi slightly edging forward, but coming in from lane number 2 giving a very good fight for that second place position is Kizumi Nandasoma. Nearing that last 15 meters, Tenushi definitely trying to finish this 100 meter butterfly off without breathing that last stroke, and she does, finishing first in this first heat with a close fight for the second place, with lane 2 coming in second and lane 5 coming in third.
A good race to finish the first heat in the girls under 20 100 meter butterfly. Here's a replay of it, and to take you through the rest of the events, we have Virun and Bilal in the comm box.
Thank you, Abid. Let's take a look at some of the highlights we had from the previous event. Yes, and we have the girls under 20 100 meter butterfly, second heat of the prelims. We have Vijay Singha, Milegoda, Gamage, Siniviratna, Agalawatta, Robin and Utsara. And we are underway there. Those were the names from lanes 1 through 7. And straight away in lane number 4, that's Jessie Seniratna in the lead.
Was the meet record set in 2019 is 1 minute 4 seconds and 58 micros, and that was by Anika Ghafoor. Will be interesting to see how these young swimmers fare with that number in mind. Was in the lead right now. In lane number 4 is Jessie Senaviratne. Powerful strokes and great form as well. motoring forward with some blistering pace. Final few meters here, and it looks like she has decimated her competition and will reach there. And according to the unofficial clock, Virun, it looks like she has just set a new meet record.
Yes, absolutely. She gave everyone a run for their money. And yes, hopefully for her, that clock was right on time. And she has the new meet record with 1 minute and 2 seconds.
What an impressive swim that was as well by Jessie Senaviratne from Lyceum Gampaha. And with the completion of that second heat, we'll be moving on to the boys under 20 100 meter butterfly. And the meet record once again set by Matthew Abesinghe way back in 2014 stands at 56 seconds and 2 micros.
Yes, and for our participants for this heat of 4 prelims, we have D.S. Kasturiarachi, D. Jayasekara, T. Vikramaratne and Idush Pereira. Just 4 participants in this heat. But that record by Matthew Abesinghe, 56 seconds and 0.2 micros. Really impressive. When we take a look at some of these seat times, it's over 10 seconds below. It's quite impressive there.
Right now it's lane numbers 4 and 5 who are going strong. Lane number 4 marginally ahead, and it looks like it will be lane number 4 who reaches that 25 meter mark first. That's Vikramaratne, who is just pulling away in these final few meters.
Yes, just about 8 meters to go, and Vikramaratne. Yes, Jayasekara rather in lane number 4 is pulling ahead, and Vikramaratne in second place in lane number 5. Yes, and for the next 3 prelims, we'll have a full pool of 8 swimmers. For the second one, we have Avin Tisanayaka, Mohammad Prabhashwara, Nivadagala Deenuka, Randunna and Mendes. That is the order. Lanes are 1 through 8, and we are underway in the second heat of the boys under 20 100 meter butterfly.
According to their seat times, not much separating the competition here. And right off the bat, we have in lane number 3, that's MF Muhammad taking the lead, very, very closely followed by lane numbers 4, 5. And what an intense race this is turning out to be, Virun.
Absolutely, as we take a look at the seat times as well, really impressive here. We have a sub-minute timing as well, and a couple of them at that 1 minute mark below. So definitely this race was something to look forward to. As we take a look at this in the third lane, it's MF Mohammed who takes the first place for this second heat.
MF Mohammed from Zahira, very closely followed by Nivadagala in lane number 5 from St. Anthony's College, Kandy.
Yes, unfortunately that time we didn't have the unofficial clock, but definitely these group of swimmers will be contending for a place in that finals, and we'll be looking to break that record that was set over a decade ago, back in 2014, Bilal. So they'll be keeping their eyes on that.
Definitely, and a tough ask also, but something these swimmers will have in the back of their minds. And with the completion of that second heat, we'll be moving on to heat number 3 in this boys under 2100 meter butterfly. And in lane 1, we'll be having Salman Faris, lane 2, Yaish Arfat, lane 3, Vihanga Caldera, lane 4, Yashit Vijay Sundara, lane 5, Sasmitha Vattarantanna, lane 6, Pinsara Guruge, lane 7, Ukita Gunasekar, and lane 8, MAS Dinuga.
Yes, and once again we have a sub-minute timing from Yashit Vijay Sundara, 58 seconds, just 2 seconds above that record. And he'll definitely be looking to get into that finals and maybe even break that record. It will be really interesting to see this 100 meter butterfly event later on, Bilal.
Definitely, and it is lane number 4, Yashit Vijay Sundara, who is in the lead right now. Marginally so, he's very, very closely followed by lane number 5, who's powering forward here. That's Sasmitha Vattarantanna from St. Joseph's College, but at the moment, lane number 4, Yashit Vijay Sundara makes it home. And under a minute as well, it looks like he has matched his seed timing of 58 minutes, 58 seconds, according to the unofficial clock. And what a swim that was, Virun.
Oh, absolutely. Both these heats, the second and third, really interesting. Almost at that minute mark between those two. And maybe even a sub-minute mark. But the finals will be a good one to watch. The 100 meter butterfly in the boys 20 category. As we move on to the fourth and final heat of this, we have Atik, Chanaka, Denal, Karunaratna, Veera Singha, Gumsara Veera Singha, Ramilu Vijay Singha, and Pallewala. As we are underway, looks like we do have a couple of absentees in this heat.
First to hit that wall will be lane numbers 3 and 6. That's Vihanga Caldera. Sorry, apologies. That's Senitha Denal and Gumsara Veera Singha. Blistering forward now. Lane number 6 and 3 neck to neck tussle for first place in this heat. Slightly inching forward is lane number 3. That's Senitha Denal, and it will be Senitha who gets there first. Closely followed by lane number 6 and 2, which is Gumsara Veera Singha and Dineth Chanaka.
Yes, take a look at some of the highlights from that race as well. This will be a really good final to watch. Couple of sub-minute timings along with that minute range, 59 seconds or so, and definitely a lot of competition between these swimmers. We had 4 heats and almost full lanes in all 4 heats. As as next up we'll have the men's 20 and over 100 meter butterfly.
Of course, the women's 20 and over 100 meter butterfly will be going for a straight final, and we'll be moving on to the men's 20 and over 100 meter butterfly. Of course, once again, meet record set by Matthew Abesing back in 2016, 54 seconds 33 micros. And the lineup for the heat will be given shortly as the swimmers prepare for the next event. Of course, overcast conditions here, Virun.
It's much better than what we had. We had some rain in the morning as well. It's calmed down but we don't have too much of sun as well, and I'm sure it's quite cool down there, and the swimmers are definitely appreciating it, as we are as well.
Definitely, and will be good for the swimmers also, this type of climate. They wouldn't be too drained by the humidity and the heat that usually does persist in Colombo.
So just getting ready for the next event to start up, the men's 20 and over 100 meter butterfly. We have 2 heats, 2 prelims, and we have a couple of good timings in this as well, with Senitha Tenwara, a sub-minute timing of 59 seconds, and we also have in our second heat none other than Gavin Karunanayaka with a sub-minute mark of 59 seconds and 69 micros rather.
Usually accustomed to having Gavin with us in the com box, but today he's swimming for the Sri Lanka Army. Will be interesting to see how he does as well.
It looks like we'll have the final later on. Looks like that we'll be going into a straight final as well. So the women's 20 and over and the men's 20 and over 100 meter butterfly events will be going for a straight final. Yes, we've had a good couple of races so far. Good start to the first day. It's been lovely stuff from the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex. Yes, and we'll have the finals at 5:15, starting at 5:15. So stay tuned for that. We'll be back with the live action of all the finals on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. So stay tuned with for the action of the finals on the other side.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination.
Hello there and welcome to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. Today we are here with the iconic Sugathadasa Swimming Complex as we welcome you to witness the second leg day of 32nd Dr. R.L. Heyman Trophy water polo encounters fought by Royal College versus St. Thomas's College. Let's end the second leg of 32nd Dr. R.L. Heyman Trophy between Royal College and St. Thomas College. Royal College has managed to retain the victory after 2 thrilling encounters. You've been watching with Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. I'm Shahana Dimel, and until next time.
At the CRNFC, it's all about speed, spirit, and having fun today. I'm Chahanchai Surya, and I'm here at the Swim America Swimming Gala 2025, organized by the Killer Whale Aquatic Foundation, powered and sponsored by First Capital, and brought to you to your doorstep by the #1 sports media channel in Sri Lanka, ThePapare. Today, over 600 participants will be taking part in this competition, some as young as 2.5 years old. Let's take a dive and see how it goes. An event such as Swim America Swimming Gala 2025 will not be possible without our generous sponsors. Now I have with me Mr. Randinit Madanayaka, Head of Marketing of First Capital, who happens to be the title sponsor for Swim America Swimming Gala 2025. Mr. Madanayaka, can you tell us a little bit about First Capital's vision behind contributions of this sort? What do you feel, how do you view contributions of this sort to the youth of Sri Lanka and the place they hold in the future of Sri Lanka?
Thank you. So actually our vision is to empower all Sri Lanka, improve the lives of all Sri Lankans through financial solutions. While having said that, we also look at improving the overall lives of people. Part of that is to contribute to sports. If you take in the recent past and also back in the past, we've been empowering certain sports in Sri Lanka, including tennis, rugby, as well as golf. And especially swimming has been the new area that we got into. And we've seen the competition in swimming, and we've seen swimming as one of the sports that has made really good results of Sri Lanka has in the international level. And especially if you take this particular platform, Swim America Killer Whale Academy, they produce really great swimming champions back in the days. They're probably the only academy that produced most of the Olympians. So wherever sports is concerned, performance is concerned, First Capital would like to be part of that, and we are really glad to be part of this event. I think today we saw and it's really glad to see the parents, everybody coming together, cheering for their children, cheering for the young swimmers. and of course the senior swimmers has been inspirational for the young swimmers. So it's a platform, it's a place that everything is happening, and we are more than happy to be a part of here.
Mr. Madanayaka, obviously your contributions go a long way. This is an event with more than 1,000 people on board, and we have seen nothing but smoothness all throughout its operation. So we hope to see you more with sporting events in Sri Lanka, your contributions, and thank you very much for supporting the youth of Sri Lanka.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Now I'm joined by a must-know name and a legend in the Sri Lanka swimming and sporting arena, a multiple-time Olympian, Matthew Abesinghe. Matthew, thank you very much for taking time off. I know it's a very busy day for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Very busy day, but no problem at all. I'm glad to talk to you.
Matthew, Kilawell Aquatics is where your journey started. It's your father's brainchild. It's where your brothers and yourself started your journey. It has come a long way since then, and now it's organizing events of this caliber. What have you got to say about that?
I mean, now you're making me look down memory lane, because I still remember back in 2010 when the club first started, being one of only 3 swimmers in the pool, and the other 2 were my brothers. Now we have a huge Learn to Swim Academy, the best swimming team in the country, and we have come a very, very long way. It's 100%, as you said, due to my father, Manoj Abesinghe, the founder of Kilawell Aquatics and Swim America. He built it up to such a huge thing that all I have to do at this point is just not mess it up. That's my job, really, just not mess it up. But it's very, very humbling to see how far we've come. And the crazy thing is that Manoj Abesinghe, my father, did everything that he did, built this business, built the team, had swimmers go to 7 Olympic Games by himself. And now I have myself and my 3 brothers to help me with everything that we want to do. So like I said, I think it's very humbling to see how far we've come. But I know for a fact that it's just the beginning for us, and we have a lot of plans for expansion in the near future. So this is just the beginning. Yeah.
Wonderful. Like you said, started with 3 swimmers in the pool, now 7 Olympic Games, and today we have over 600 participants. Yes. Matthew, like I said, 600 participants, some aged as young as 2.5 years. Obviously, it's not an easy task managing all of this. How are you getting on?
Well, it's not just me. We have a really big organizing committee, so I have to thank them. My brother, Kyle Abesinghe, is the brainchild behind this. He did everything from He did everything. The KW Foundation, which has raised a lot of money for our swimmers and for the foundation, have done an excellent job organizing this. I just played my part, which is a small role in this. It's a huge machine. All the cogs, when they're moving in the right direction, we can do amazing things. Having an event like this with 600 participants is something that I think we never could have dreamed of a couple years ago. I think we had 450 maybe participants last year. And so to up that and get to 600 participants, I mean, you've been around all day. As you've seen, it's a very crowded event. We have, I think, probably over 1,000 people on deck if you take parents, family members, and everybody into consideration. So it's been a huge task organizing this. We were here until 1:30 in the morning last night. Got here again this morning by 6:30, so we got about 4 hours of sleep. Came back, and we've been here all day, and we still have another 4 hours to go, I think. So yeah, it's crazy, but it's really cool to be able to do something this big.
Like I said, Matthew, a crazy amount of work going into this, and a crazy amount of creativity as well. You're a 3-time Olympian. Obviously, you must have a great vision for swimming in Sri Lanka. Can you tell us a little bit about the vision that you share with your father and your brothers, and how you bring it to life through events like this?
Yeah. So one small correction: I'm a 2-time Olympian. But with Kyle in the family, also we have represented Sri Lanka at 3 Olympic Games between the 2 of us. But I think that we just want to leave swimming better than we found it, and I think that I have definitely done that throughout my career, or at least I have tried to. leave Sri Lankan swimming in a better place than I found it, which was back in 2010 when I first started representing Sri Lanka at just 14 years old at the Commonwealth Games. And my goal has always just been to represent Sri Lanka to the best of my ability. I don't take any credit for the things that I've done. I know that I am nobody without my coaches, without my teammates, without the people that have helped me get there. It's not just me. It takes a whole team of people to create an Olympian. It takes a whole team of people to create a great swimmer. And now that I'm on the other side of it on deck, I understand that even more. I know how hard it is to be a coach, to sometimes want things for your swimmers more than they want it for themselves, to know what your swimmers need to be doing to achieve their goals more than they know it for themselves. So it's a delicate balance for me, finding a balance between being a competitive athlete and now being a coach. I won't lie, it can be somewhat difficult for me, but I really enjoy it. I really love giving back to the sport and the country that's given me so much. And my goal is to just create as many people, swimmers who can get onto the national team, who can go to World Championships, who can go to the Olympics, who can win medals at South Asian Games. I just want to give people the same opportunities that I've had over the past 15 years. That's my only goal.
Wonderful. And like you said, there's a lot of work that has gone into this, and it shows it has been a really smooth event despite having over 1,000 people on deck. Matthew, thank you very much once again for taking your time with us, and I wish you the best of luck with the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Not every day that you get to meet Olympians here in Sri Lanka, but here at Swim America Swimming Gala 2025, the list of names just keep adding up. Now I'm joined by Kristen Romano, a Puerto Rican Olympian who has gone on to represent her country in many international tournaments, and as her boyfriend Matthew Abesinger tells me, was at one point the 10th best swimmer in the world. Kristen, you're a class swimmer and you have gone on to see the world in many ways. This is an event put together by your boyfriend and his family, and you have seen what the talented youth of Sri Lanka is capable of. What do you think about this young talent? What do you think about the event and the promise it holds for Sri Lanka in the future?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you very much. I appreciate you, giving such a high compliment to me. And I've had a very long career, and I've been very, very blessed and have worked very, very hard to get to this point. And that being said, I know the hard work that it takes to get to this point. And seeing this competition, the future of Sri Lankan swimming is very, very bright. And I cannot even put into words how proud I am of obviously my boyfriend Matthew and his family. And this really is at KWA a family affair. And everybody from his father to his brother, everybody is working here all day long, and it really is a testament to the family aspect that they have here, and the competition as well for every single athlete, every single level of swimmer is just so promising, and it's very, very exciting to see this level of swimming in Sri Lanka.
Wonderful. As an Olympian yourself, do you have a message for the young aspiring swimmers here in Sri Lanka who want to one day proceed on to the Olympics?
Yeah, absolutely. One piece of advice that I continuously live by to this day in my career is that your dreams are never too big. Don't let anybody ever tell you that your dreams are too big. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter, any of that stuff. Just what you do with the things that you have, the tools that you're given, how you work with that is what determines success. So dream big and don't let anybody tear those dreams down.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, some really valuable insights from a class swimmer of the world. Kristen, thank you very much for your insights, and thank you for taking time to have a chat with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined by Kyle Abesinger, an Olympian, a national champion, a must-know and a legendary name in the Sri Lankan swimming industry, and also the brother of Matthew Abesinger. Kyle, Kilawela Aquatics is your father's brainchild. You and your brothers all started your careers here. You specifically started at a very young and tender age, and today you're seeing a new generation of youngsters coming, some as young as 2.5 years old. Does that take you down the memory lane? What do you think of the passion and enthusiasm these youngsters bring in to the event?
Yeah, of course. I mean, anytime I see younger swimmers, I can always relate to what they're going through. A lot of my career is reflected in their journeys as young swimmers. So it's a privilege for us to be able to host a swimming gala like this and get swimmers enthusiastic about a sport that I'm obviously extremely passionate about and what I love. And yeah, it's honestly, we only do this once a year, and I wish we could do this more often because I love getting kids engaged, I love getting them into the sport, and I love sharing my love, my passion for swimming with other people. So for me personally, especially because this is something that my father started, I have come up through Kilowell Aquatics, and I was one of the first kids, you know, when I was about 8-9 years old, I was one of the first kids that came through the squad. So for me, it's a privilege to be able to do this.
Wonderful. Now I was talking to your brother Matthew a while ago, and he went on to tell me that this whole event is actually your brainchild. And now talking to you, I think it's very apparent you speaking about how you wish there would be more events like this. Now today, seeing all the young talent here, I think it's very safe to say that Sri Lanka's future is in very safe hands. And some of the events that we saw here, I think overall there were 50 plus events, and some of them are very, very exhilarating to watch. Can I know about the effort and the sacrifice that goes behind the execution of all this?
So firstly, I cannot take credit for organizing this event all by my lonesome. It was definitely a team effort. And that team is the KWA Foundation, a charitable organization made up of a group of volunteers. So my thanks, my gratitude goes out to them, because without their support we wouldn't be able to do this. Namely our president, Asit Siriwardana, our vice president, Dinesh De Silva, our general secretary, Errol Perumal, our assistant general secretary, Mr. Dayasri Damayanto, our treasurer, our assistant treasurer. Every person in the foundation contributed to making this event so successful. So to take full credit would be wrong on my part, but I do think that all of us share a common passion for the sport and a common interest in creating an environment that is nurturing and competitive and can really push our swimmers to the next level. And as you mentioned, we saw some talented swimmers out there today. I definitely think Sri Lankan swimming's future is in very safe hands.
Wonderful, Kyle. Now for my last question. You are an Olympian yourself, and you are now a swimming coach for all these young kids out here. Do you have any message, any advice to fuel them on, to keep them going, something to motivate them?
I get asked this question a lot, and it's never easy for me to answer, to be honest, because I take it very seriously when I give advice to younger swimmers. But the message that I usually give is one of patience, because I strongly believe that patience is what will pay off in the long run. If you want your child to develop over a long period of time, rather than burn bright at a young age and fizzle out young. So patience for me, both on the parents' part, not pushing their children too hard, not expecting too much of them, but rather allowing the coaches to do their jobs and being their support, security mesh basically that they need to know, no matter what happens, with good or bad in the swimming pool, they have a home to come to that is going to provide them with all the love and everything else that they need. So for me, that's my message, not only to the swimmers, but to the parents as well, because it is the relationship between the coach, the swimmer, and the parent that ultimately gets that child to a place where they can be successful. we can't do it on our own as coaches, the swimmers can't do it on their own, and the parents can't do it on their own either. We all need to work together. So that's my message, I would say.
That was a very powerful message, Kyle, especially in a very competitive country country like Sri Lanka. I don't think I've ever heard it being spoken like that. Kyle, I know you have had a very busy day and you're still going on with stuff. So thank you very much for taking some time off to have a chat with us. It was very nice. And that marks the end of another successful chapter for Swim America Swimming Gala, organized by Killer Whale Aquatic Foundation, powered and sponsored by First Capital. Until we meet again with another exciting sporting event, let us bid adieu. Thank you for joining with us.
අයිබෝන් මම නිපුන් මදුරංග මාස්ටර්කාඩ් මර්කන්ටයිල් රග්බි සෙවන්ස් ටූර්නමන්ට් එකත් එක්ක මම ඉන්නේ CRNFC ක්‍රීඩාංගණේ. අපි ගිහින් බලමු මේ සැරේ මාස්ටර්කාඩ් මර්කන්ටයිල් රග්බි සෙවන්ස් ටූර්නමන්ට් එකේ සුවිශේෂී අවස්ථා මොනවද කියලා. What do you think about this event?
Really big event. We don't hear about Sri Lankan rugby in England, so it's surprising to see how many people are here and how many players there are. It's really well organised, yeah.
So Dan, any thoughts of level in rugby in Sri Lanka?
Really good. Surprisingly, again, we don't hear much about Sri Lankan rugby, so it's good to come over here and see how high quality the Sevens rugby is. Yeah.
මුලින්ම මම කියන්න ඕනේ මේකේ ටයිටල් ස්පොන්සර් මාස්ටර්කාඩ් මර්කන්ටයිල් රග්බි සෙවන්ස් ඉතින් තමයි ටූර්නමන්ට් එක අපි යන්නේ. ඉතින් මාස්ටර්කාඩ් මුලින්ම තෑන්ක් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඊට පස්සේ අපේ සමගාමීව ඉන්න ඉතුරු සියලුම ස්පොන්සර්ස්ලා අපේ මීඩියා Papare සුප්‍රීම් TV සුප්‍රීම් SFM වගේ කට්ටිය ඒ හැමෝම මම විශේෂයෙන් මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒත් එක්කම මේ ටීම්ස් වලට විශේෂයෙන් කියන්න ඕනේ. ඒගොල්ලෝගේ ටීම්ස් එක ඒගොල්ලෝගේ පාටිසිපේෂන් එක නැත්නම් අපිට ටූර්නමන්ට් එකක් කරන්න විදිහක් නැහැ. ඒතකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි මේ ඉවෙන්ට් එකේ මේන්ම පාර්ට් එක. So ඒගොල්ලන්ට especially thank කරන්න ඕනේ and my committee. So they done a wonderful job here. ඒගොල්ලෝ මේ organize කරන හැම දෙයකම කරපු විදිහට especially thank කරන්න ඕනේ.
එතන කිව්වොත් මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව අපි වැඩි practice sessions තිබ්බේ නැහැ. අපි සති දෙකක් විතර එකට ඇවිල්ලා පොඩි sessions ටිකක් දීලා මේ video sessions ටිකක් අපි ඔක්කොම එකට හිටියා. මේ tournament එක මම හිතන්නේ ගොඩක් මේ වගේ tournament එකක් ගහන එක අපිට ඒ වගේ ඒෂියා රග්බි සීරීස් එකක් යන්න මේ ගොඩක් උදව් වෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ players ලා ඔක්කොම against ඊට එකේ දැන් අපි ඔක්කොම එකතු වෙලා මේ ලංකාව වෙනුවෙන් හොඳ මේ සුදාමයක ඉන්නවා.
ඒ කියන්නේ අපිට ඒෂියා සෙවන්ස් රග්බි ටූර්නමන්ට් එකක් ගැන ලොකු බලාපොරොත්තුවක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයෙක් විදිහට අපිට තියාගන්න පුළුවන්.
අනිවාර්යයෙන්.
ගොඩක් සතුටුයි හැමෝටම ලොකු chance එකක්. ඉතින් මම හැමෝගෙම ඉල්ලනවා ඊළඟ පාර ගොඩක් අය අපට තරගයක් වෙන්න එන්න කියලා.
දේශීය සත්සාමාජික රග්බිටියේ උද්වේගකර උණුසුම් සත්සාමාජික රග්බි තරගාවලිය මාස්ටර්කාඩ් මර්කන්ටයිල් රග්බි සෙවන්ස් 2025 තරගමාලාව මේ අයුරින් කොළඹ ලන්ඩන් ප්ලේස් CRNFC ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේදී නිමාව දකිනවා. මම නිපුන් මදුරංග ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංකයේ ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare සමග.
Elevate your game with ThePapare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
folks, and welcome to the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex as we are joining you for the 32nd annual Royal Thomi and Water Polo encounter played for the Dr. R.L. Heyman Memorial Trophy. And we are here to go around and ask our fans a few interesting questions. Predictions for this year's clash on aggregate?
I don't think I'll be able to tell you the scores, but I think we'll definitely see St. Thomas's on top.
Hopefully we win. Definitely we're going to win this. I'm pretty sure about that. Can you tell me what the current tally of the Heyman is?
The current tally, I think, is 21-10.
So can you tell me what the current tally of the Heyman is?
I have no idea.
And what are your predictions for this year's aggregate?
Thomas is gonna win.
Thomas is gonna win it.
STC will win. So can you tell me the current tally of the Heyman?
St. Thomas is 17 and Royal 10.
Right, and what are your predictions for this year's aggregate?
I think St. Thomas will get 20 and Royal 15.
What are your predictions for this year's edition?
I think Royal will win.
Can you tell me what the current tally of the Heyman is? 17-10 for Thura. What are your predictions on aggregate for this year's clash? On the score? 22-19 again for Royal this time. Tell me what the current tally for the Heyman is.
I'm not sure. I think it's 15 or 16.
What is your prediction on aggregate for this year's clash?
It will be a draw.
Both teams brought the intensity here at the Sugathadasa at the 32nd Dr. R.L. Heyman Memorial Trophy as Royal College secured a comfortable 18-9 victory in the first leg and will take a 9-goal cushion into next week's action. With that being said, folks, this has been Nathan Coggins. Thank you so much for joining us on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Hello there, and welcome to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. Today we are here with the iconic Sugathadasa Swimming Complex as we welcome you to witness the second leg day of 32nd Dr. R.L. Heyman Trophy water polo encounters fought by Royal College versus St. Thomas's College. That's the end of second leg of 32nd Dr. R.L. Heyman Trophy between Royal College and St. Thomas College. Royal College has managed to retain the victory after two thrilling encounters. You've been watching with Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. I'm Shahana Jamil, and until next time.
At the CRNFC, it's all about speed, spirit, and having fun today. I'm Chahanchai Surya, and I'm here at the Swim America Swimming Gala 2025, organized by the Killer Whale Aquatic Foundation, powered and sponsored by First Capital, and brought to you to your doorstep by the #1 sports media channel in Sri Lanka, ThePapare. Today, over 600 participants will be taking part in this competition, some as young as 2.5 years old. Let's take a dive and see how it goes. An event such as Swim America Swimming Gala 2025 will not be possible without our generous sponsors. Now I have with me Mr. Randinit Madanayaka, Head of Marketing of First Capital, who happens to be the title sponsor for Swim America Swimming Gala 2025. Mr. Madanayaka, can you tell us a little bit about First Capital's vision behind contributions of this sort? What do you feel, how do you view contributions of this sort to the youth of Sri Lanka and the place they hold in the future of Sri Lanka?
Thank you. So actually our vision is to empower all Sri Lanka, improve the lives of all Sri Lankans through financial solutions. While having said that, we also look at improving the overall lives of people. Part of that is to contribute to sports. If you take in the recent past and also back in the past, we've been empowering certain sports in Sri Lanka, including tennis, rugby, as well as golf. And especially swimming has been the new area that we got into. And we've seen the competition in swimming, and we've seen swimming as one of the sports that has made really good results for Sri Lanka has in the international level. And especially if you take this particular platform, Swim America Killer Whale Academy, they produce really great swimming champions back in the days. They're probably the only academy that produce most of the Olympians. So wherever sports is concerned, performance is concerned, First Capital would like to be part of that, and we are really glad to be part of this event. I think today we saw and it's really glad to see the parents, everybody coming together, cheering for their children, cheering for the young swimmers. and of course the senior swimmers has been inspirational for the young swimmers. So it's a platform, it's a place that everything is happening, and we are more than happy to be a part of here.
Mr. Madanayaka, obviously your contributions go a long way. This is an event with more than 1,000 people on board, and we have seen nothing but smoothness all throughout its operation. So we hope to see you more with sporting events in Sri Lanka, your contributions, and thank you very much for supporting the youth of Sri Lanka.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Now I'm joined by a must-know name and a legend in the Sri Lanka swimming and sporting arena, a multiple-time Olympian, Matthew Abesinghe. Matthew, thank you very much for taking time off. I know it's a very busy day for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Very busy day, but no problem at all. I'm glad to talk to you.
Matthew, Kilawell Aquatics is where your journey started. It's your father's brainchild. It's where your brothers and yourself started your journey. It has come a long way since then, and now it's organizing events of this caliber. What have you got to say about that?
I mean, now you're making me look down memory lane, because I still remember back in 2010 when the club first started, being one of only 3 swimmers in the pool, and the other 2 were my brothers. Now we have a huge Learn to Swim Academy, the best swimming team in the country, and we have come a very, very long way. It's 100%, as you said, due to my father, Manoj Abesinghe, the founder of Kilawell Aquatics and Swim America. He built it up to such a huge thing that all I have to do at this point is just not mess it up. That's my job, really, just not mess it up. But it's very, very humbling to see how far we've come. And the crazy thing is that Manoj Abesinghe, my father, did everything that he did, built this business, built the team, had swimmers go to 7 Olympic Games by himself. And now I have myself and my 3 brothers to help me with everything that we want to do. So like I said, I think it's very humbling to see how far we've come, but I know for a fact that it's just the beginning for us, and we have a lot of plans for expansion in the near future. So this is just the beginning. Yeah.
Wonderful. Like I said, started with 3 swimmers in the pool, now 7 Olympic Games, and today we have over 600 participants. Yes. Matthew, like I said, 600 participants, some aged as young as 2.5 years. Obviously, it's not an easy task managing all of this. How are you getting on?
Well, it's not just me. We have a really big organizing committee, so I have to thank them. My brother, Kyle Abesinghe, is the brainchild behind this. He did everything from getting... He did everything. The KW Foundation, which has raised a lot of money for our swimmers and for the foundation, have done an excellent job organizing this. I just played my part, which is a small role in this. It's a huge machine. All the cogs, when they're moving in the right direction, we can do amazing things. Having an event like this with 600 participants is something that I think we never could have dreamed of a couple years ago. I think we had 450 maybe participants last year, and so to up that and get to 600 participants, I mean, you've been around all day, as you've seen. It's a very crowded event. We have, I think, probably over 1,000 people on deck if you take parents, family members, and everybody into consideration. So it's been a huge task organizing this. We were here until 1:30 in the morning last night. Got here again this morning by 6:30, so we got about 4 hours of sleep. Came back, and we've been here all day, and we still have another 4 hours to go, I think. So yeah, it's crazy, but it's really cool to be able to do something this big.
Like I said, Matthew, a crazy amount of work going into this, and a crazy amount of creativity as well. You're a 3-time Olympian. Obviously, you must have a great vision for swimming in Sri Lanka. Can you tell us a little bit about the vision that you share with your father and your brothers, and how you bring it to life through events like this?
Yeah. So one small correction: I'm a 2-time Olympian, but with Kyle in the family, also we have represented Sri Lanka at 3 Olympic Games between the 2 of us. But I think that we just want to leave swimming better than we found it, and I think that I have definitely done that throughout my career, or at least I have tried to leave Sri Lankan swimming in a better place than I found it, which was back in 2010 when I first started representing Sri Lanka at just 14 years old at the Commonwealth Games. And my goal has always just been to represent Sri Lanka to the best of my ability. I don't take any credit for the things that I've done. I know that I am nobody without my coaches, without my teammates, without the people that have helped me get there. It's not just me. It takes a whole team of people to create an Olympian. It takes a whole team of people to create a great swimmer. And now that I'm on the other side of it on deck, I understand that even more. I know how hard it is to be a coach, to sometimes want things for your swimmers more than they want it for themselves, to know what your swimmers need to be doing to achieve their goals more than they know it for themselves. So it's a delicate balance for me, finding a balance between being a competitive athlete and now being a coach. I won't lie, it can be somewhat difficult for me, but I really enjoy it. I really love giving back to the sport and the country that's given me so much. And my goal is to just create as many people, swimmers who can get onto the national team, who can go to World Championships, who can go to the Olympics, who can win medals at South Asian Games. I just want to give people the same opportunities that I've had over the past 15 years. That's my only goal.
Wonderful. And like you said, there's a lot of work that has gone into this, and it shows it has been a really smooth event despite having over 1,000 people on deck. Matthew, thank you very much once again for taking your time with us, and I wish you the best of luck with the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Not every day that you get to meet Olympians here in Sri Lanka, but here at Swim America Swimming Gala 2025, the list of names just keep adding up. Now I'm joined by Kristen Romano, a Puerto Rican Olympian who has gone on to represent her country in many international tournaments, and as her boyfriend Matthew Abesinger tells me, was at one point the 10th best swimmer in the world. Kristen, you are a class swimmer and you have gone on to see the world in many ways. This is an event put together by your boyfriend and his family, and you have seen what the talented youth of Sri Lanka is capable of. What do you think about this young talent? What do you think about the event and the promise it holds for Sri Lanka in the future?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, thank you very much. I appreciate you, giving such a high compliment to me. And I've had a very long career, and I've been very, very blessed and have worked very, very hard to get to this point. And that being said, I know the hard work that it takes to get to this point. And seeing this competition, the future of Sri Lankan swimming is very, very bright. And I cannot even put into words how proud I am of obviously my boyfriend Matthew and his family. And this really is at KWA a family affair. And everybody from his father to his brother, everybody is working here all day long, and it really is a testament to the family aspect that they have here, and the competition as well for every single athlete, every single level of swimmer is just so promising, and it's very, very exciting to see this level of swimming in Sri Lanka.
Wonderful. As an Olympian yourself, do you have a message for the young aspiring swimmers here in Sri Lanka who want to one day proceed on to the Olympics?
Yeah, absolutely. One piece of advice that I continuously live by to this day in my career is that your dreams are never too big. Don't let anybody ever tell you that your dreams are too big. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter, any of that stuff. Just what you do with the things that you have, the tools that you're given, how you work with that is what determines success. So dream big and don't let anybody tear those dreams down.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, some really valuable insights from a class swimmer of the world. Kristen, thank you very much for your insights, and thank you for taking time to have a chat with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined by Kyle Abesinger, an Olympian, a national champion, a must-know and a legendary name in the Sri Lankan swimming industry, and also the brother of Matthew Abesinger. Kyle, Kilawela Aquatics is your father's brainchild. You and your brothers all started your careers here. You specifically started at a very young and tender age, and today you're seeing a new generation of youngsters coming, some as young as 2.5 years old. Does that take you down the memory lane? What do you think of the passion and enthusiasm these youngsters bring in to the event?
Yeah, of course. I mean, anytime I see younger swimmers, I can always relate to what they're going through. A lot of my career is reflected in their journeys as young swimmers. So it's a privilege for us to be able to host a swimming gala like this and get swimmers enthusiastic about a sport that I'm obviously extremely passionate about and what I love. And yeah, it's honestly, we only do this once a year, and I wish we could do this more often because I love getting kids engaged, I love getting them into the sport, and I love sharing my love, my passion for swimming with other people. So for me personally, especially because this is something that my father started, I have come up through Kilowell Aquatics, and I was one of the first kids, when I was about 8-9 years old, I was one of the first kids that came through the squad. So for me, it's a privilege to be able to do this.
Wonderful. Now I was talking to your brother Matthew a while ago, and he went on to tell me that this whole event is actually your brainchild. And now talking to you, I think it's very apparent you speaking about how you wish there would be more events like this. Now today, seeing all the young talent here, I think it's very safe to say that Sri Lanka's future is in very safe hands. And some of the events that we saw here, I think overall there were 50 plus events, and some of them are very, very exhilarating to watch. Can I know about the effort and the sacrifice that goes behind the execution of all this?
So firstly, I cannot take credit for organizing this event all by my lonesome. It was definitely a team effort. And that team is the KWA Foundation, a charitable organization made up of a group of volunteers. So my thanks, my gratitude goes out to them, because without their support we wouldn't be able to do this. Namely our president, Asit Siriwardana, our vice president, Dinesh De Silva, our general secretary, Errol Perumal, our assistant general secretary, Mr. Dayashri Damayanta, our treasurer, our assistant treasurer. Every person in the foundation contributed to making this event so successful. So to take full credit would be wrong on my part, but I do think that all of us share a common passion for the sport and a common interest in creating an environment that is nurturing and competitive and can really push our swimmers to the next level. And as you mentioned, we saw some talented swimmers out there today. I definitely think Sri Lankan swimming's future is in very safe hands.
Wonderful, Kyle. Now for my last question. You are an Olympian yourself, and you are now a swimming coach for all these young kids out here. Do you have any message, any advice to fuel them on, to keep them going, something to motivate them?
I get asked this question a lot, and it's never easy for me to answer, to be honest, because I take it very seriously when I give advice to younger swimmers. But the message that I usually give is one of patience, because I strongly believe that patience is what will pay off in the long run. If you want your child to develop over a long period of time, rather than burn bright at a young age and fizzle out young. So patience for me, both on the parents' part, not pushing their children too hard, not expecting too much of them, but rather allowing the coaches to do their jobs and being their support, security mesh basically that they need to know no matter what happens, with good or bad in the swimming pool, they have a home to come to that is going to provide them with all the love and everything else that they need. So for me, that's my message, not only to the swimmers, but to the parents as well, because it is the relationship between the coach, the swimmer, and the parent that ultimately gets that child to a place where they can be successful. We can't do it on our own as coaches, the swimmers can't do it on their own, and the parents can't do it on their own either. We all need to work together. So that's my message, I would say.
That was a very powerful message, Kyle, especially in a very competitive country country like Sri Lanka. I don't think I've ever heard it being spoken like that. Kyle, I know you have had a very busy day and you're still going on with stuff. So thank you very much for taking some time off to have a chat with us. It was very nice. And that marks the end of another successful chapter for Swim America Swimming Gala, organized by Killer Whale Aquatic Foundation, powered and sponsored by First Capital. Until we meet again with another exciting sporting event, let us bid adieu. Thank you for joining with us.